This is the recap of the Manhwa series I Became a Part-Time Employee for Gods, Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. In Chapter 1, Yu Damduk was giving an interview to the panel of the hire company. In contrast to Yu Damduk, the panel was asking different questions. Damduk was asked by one of the panelists, "How would you purify water?" Damduk responded mockingly, "I'll use a government-issued purification device." The next question they asked was, "What is your reason for applying for this company?" He was unable to respond, so the panel commented that, "You appear to lack talent." Damduk became embarrassed in front of them. After that, a senior panelist asked him, that if you have no talent, then why are you applying to a big corporation, like this one? Then why you put up the help wanted AD? Damduk think that reality is different. After the existence of Dungeon was revealed, hidden abilities within people surfaced, and people called it talent. Due to this, civilization developed rapidly. Some called the revelation of talent to be a blessing to humanity, and I believed that as well, until I found out I had no talent. Another panelist said that, "Our company operates for profits, we have no use for talentless people like you." After listening this, Damduk asked the panelists, "You do realize you are saying something discriminatory against people who lack talent, right?" They responded, "What are you saying, and why are you speaking with the interviewer in this manner?" Damduk then stated that, "We are sick of people like you. Do you not believe that lack of talent makes a superhero?" Damduk then asked for an apology from a panelist. They replied Damduk that, "Don't you think that it should be opposite? You should apologize us for wasting our precious time." After that, Damduk showed panelists the device in which he was recording the conversation they had. Damduk said them that, "You're definitely discriminating against me, and you admitted to posting a job offer with false information." After that, he left the room. Then he received a message that your report to the Human Rights Commission is submitted. He had a chewing gum on his foot, and he angrily shouted that, "If you chew gum, then dispose of proper." Then he talked to his mother on phone. His mother asked her that if your uncle just pays back the money. He angrily replied his mom that, "I told you not to bring that bastard back." After that, he takes cigarette in his hand and said that, "This is the only thing that comforts me." After that, suddenly rain and thunderstorms started, and he said, I don't deserve to be die like this." In Chapter 2, Damduk was sitting behind the window and thinking that maybe this window is a status window, and it looks that the lightning was perhaps a talent. How do I test that? And if it is not status window, then what it is? Why does that thing look like a part-time job notice? After that, he realized that, in reality, this is a part-time notice. Even in reality, all I could do was a part-time job, and even right now it's all about part-time jobs. After that, he thought that I need to think positively. Although I have nothing to lose, I guess I will take this as an opportunity. Then he saw the part-time job list on the screen. It was divided into categories. He saw that he lacks in the divine power, and then wondered that, what the hell is this divine power? He then think that, it doesn't feel like a dangerous thing. Who knows? This might be my life's turning point. After that, Damduk decided to try the God's part-time job. Then he click on the app to find the job. He choose the job in which there was no divine power is needed. There was a job of creating a dungeon came on the screen, whose payment is 12 Thor. He then think that, dungeons are made by gods, should I believe this? He wondered that, I guess 12 Thor is the currency of gods, does it exchange for our money? Moreover, he decided to accept the job, because he thought that the god's currency will be worth a lot. After accepting the offer, he suddenly flipped down to some mysterious place, and thought that, is he dreaming? Then suddenly he saw a giant monster in front of him. A monster started laughing and said him, "Be a good boy, you new worker." Monster introduced himself, that I'm Odin's son, the god of thunder. After that, Damduk saw more gods there. A monster-faced god said him that your job is to make this place where humans can suffer. On which Damduk replied him that, of course I can do that. In Chapter 3, Damduk completed his task. God told him that this might possibly work, on which Damduk inquired him that, are we done? God replied him that, you have done good job. How was it? In a sarcastic response, Damduk said that, it was just a simple labor job. After that, God gave him the order to move on to the carriage, then rest for a while. On their way, God asked Damduk, that are all Asian gods enthusiastic like you? He replied, it would depend on their personality. After that, God told Damduk, that there are lots compliments I have heard about you, from several places. Damduk got embarrassed, in front of him. Then God said him that let's get down. We must go by ourselves from here. He told him, that our meaningful traps would be completely useless, if we let the dumbass do the job. He told him that, you have to be careful while stepping. See the sign of trap. You must keep an eye on them at all times. This is first time you are seeing this traps, so this experience shall serve as a moment of teaching for you. After that, God ordered him to go and take a look, that the room they started to build few minutes ago, must be finished now. When Damduk saw the chamber, he got surprised that how the scale of a huge stone chamber was built in a few minutes. Moreover, they opened the box, and there was a huge round-shaped rock. He said it may look like a simple rock, but spiders will spawn from it. God told him that, by the time these rocks get spawned, this dungeon would be pain in the ass for sure. God took Damduk to the place of Boss. After that, Boss met Damduk and said that you're the god of mountains. I have heard a lot of compliments about you. How's your work going on? He replied, good, it is because of all your kindness and consideration. The boss told him that, we are only left with the last procedure. He took hammer in his hand, and asked Damduk give me an advice, about Asian concept of dungeons, until we met next time. After that when he woke up, he become happy that finally he woke up, and then he saw on the system, that his salary is paid. He then click on the OK, to get the salary. Now a word from our sponsor. In Chapter 4, Damduk saw the different options on system to buy, then he thought this store must be for gods. Then he think that, what if I will buy all these, and become a god with human body? Then he saw that cheapest one is the 70k Thor, these are fucking expensive. He then think that, I can buy the option of talent, it is a good option for like me. Damduk then checked the price of the option of talent, luckily it worth exact his salary 12 Thor. He sarcastically thought it worth 12 Thor, because no one buys it. He then realized that, it is the talent of sword, which I used to like in childhood. Now there is no need to think about it, he purchased the talent. After that, he decided to take one more SS class, so he click on that. After choosing another class, his all body started hurting, and he fell on the floor. After that, when Damduk fell down, he fell asleep, and saw his mother in his dream. When woke up, he saw the S window, in front of him. Suddenly his mother called him and said that, don't come to the hospital today, and told him that, there is a sign of dungeon near the hospital. He then watched the news, and rushed towards the hospital, but the officers don't allow him to go. He gets confused and think that, is it all happening because of the talent I bring earlier? He asked the soldier to, let him go inside, but they don't allow him to go, so he shouted that, let me go, my family is inside. Suddenly everything started destroying. He fell down and questioned himself that, what the hell is going on? Is this perhaps a dungeon I built? In Chapter 5, Damduk wanted to save Master from the enormous lizardman. However, the lizardman bit the master in his leg. After that, one soldier ordered other soldiers to put fire on the place where there is a lizardman. But suddenly Damduk started fighting with lizardmen. Soldiers get surprised and ordered to stop the fire. They think that man is a hunter. Then all of a sudden, 3 lizardmen came in front of the Damduk. Damduk fight with the lizardmen and defeated them. Soldiers get surprised that how this man defeat them with hands. After that, a guild team came and asked Damduk that your new face, from which guild you are? He introduced himself to Damduk, that I'm Namgung Duk of the Sangoon Guild. He asked him, you have come alone, are you unaffiliated hunter? Damduk replied, I guess you could say so. Duk asked him to help them, to clear the dungeon, on which he thought that, now he is not an ordinary person. He agreed to them, and decided to go with them. After arriving there, he told them about the traps, and told them that, it can be more dangerous here. If you like this video, please consider giving it a like, and subscribing to our channel. We have many more reviews and discussions on a variety of anime, so be sure to check out our other videos, to stay up to date. Thank you for watching, and we hope to see you in our next video. Greetings, jocks. What was the first anime you ever watched, and what impact did it have on you? Leave a comment down below. Now back to the show. This is the recap of the Manhwa series. I became a part-time employee for gods, Chapter 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. In Chapter 6, Duk told his team that, inside the stone chamber, signs of people have been discovered. Right now our first priority should be, that we have to save the survivors. He said them that, he don't know what method the young man is using, but it looks like that he knows the locations of the survivors. He ordered the team, that now they will follow the commands of Damduk. He got surprised, and asked him again that you suddenly want me to take command? I've never done something like this before. A girl in the team, came and said him that we are thankful to you, that we are able to cross the area with the traps, please guide us the next one as well. She shake hand with the Damduk, and said her that you just tell us the location of the survivors, the rest will be handled by the support team. He asked her to let go his hand first. After that, they go to the location, and a huge venom coming towards them. Then Damduk take them to the safer place. One said that, I'm doubtful that, he knows the locations. He told him that, Guildmaster and all the survivors have been saved, we have some injured, but the damage is minimal. He said Damduk, that I have a word for you, on which Damduk asked him, are you talking about me? After that, Duk sarcastically said him that, you have an amazing talent, it's almost look like, if you constructed the dungeon yourself. Moreover, Damduk told them about the goblin area. He said, I don't have a foolproof plan, but with the combat focus, it might be possible. He asked them that he wanted to go alone inside. On which, one team member denied and said him that, you are getting full of yourself because Guildmaster flattered you bit, so if you are talking about goblins, we defeated a ton, so don't worry, and if you are scared, you can sit out. When they entered the room, Damduk said them to not to turn the flashlight, because when the venom see light, they attack in that direction, so he asked them to not to move an inch. The team member asked him that, it's strange when we entered, and even now they must hear us, but why aren't they attacking? Damduk told him, that they are playing with their prey, they want to enjoy the sight of fearing us, with the darkness. After that, he killed all the venoms, and asked Olive to turn on the lights. Everyone gets surprised that, what talent this man have? What kind of tricks he used? Duk praises him by saying that, I have never seen Hunter fight like you. In chapter 7, Damduk and combat team, opened the door and entered the dungeon. Guildmaster said him, that I don't think someone is hiding here. On which Damduk replied him that, no, it is right here in front of us. Then suddenly a giant monster come in front of them. Damduk told him that, this is the owner of this dungeon. Duk, Guildmaster, told Damduk, that he think that the monster will not attack from this position. They have some time to figure it out, the features of this place. Damduk then observed on the system, that the Minotaur's human sacrifices had begun. The Guildmaster then instructed the team, to divide into two groups. Damduk thought, he only knew about human sacrifices, and that there might be a sign, that they could safely walk, so he should tell the team. Damduk told the Guildmaster, that he knows the information about the solution of the dungeon. After hearing the conversation of Guildmaster and Damduk, the team member, who's jealous to Damduk become angry, that why Damduk taking all the credits and said, I will not move the way he wanted me to, and can't sit down and watch here this time. After that, he go closer to the giant monster, everything started destroying, and Guildmaster become angry on him, that what have you just done, idiot? On which Damduk asked both of them, to stop the debate, that not the time to think that, what's wrong and right. Then a giant monster came in front of them, and everyone started panic. Guildmaster asked everyone to stay calm, and do not panic. Moreover, they started fighting with the monster. Guildmaster said it felt, like I hit some steel, not the leather skin. Damduk said that he don't want it to die like this. He said that, there's still something, I haven't tried yet. He decided not to die without struggling, so he uses his sword talent, and attack on the monster. In chapter 8, Damduk started moving towards the monster. Wild Master wanted to tell him to stop and run away, because he was worried for him, as he recently picked up the sword. Damduk attacked on the monster, he cut one of its horn down. He said that, first time I had picked the sword, but it feels like it is the part of my body. After that, Wild Master got surprised, that how Damduk has execute 6 slashes in an instant, he couldn't even follow it with his eyes. The combat team was feeling bad that, now it's impossible to win, and they all gonna die there. Wild Master compliment Damduk, that his consecutive attacks just now, were on level comparable to that of the best sword man of the East, but the problem is that, his sword will break soon. Then Damduk realized that, he can't be able to use his sword for much longer, because he swung it so many times. After another failure, Damduk realized, that there is only last chance, because its sword limit is about to finish, and martial art will not even work on him. Then Damduk thought that, he need to strike his vital point at once. After that, Damduk yelled that it's over, after throwing his sword, and smashing the monster. The reporter reported the people that, it's been 5 hours, since the monster stopped coming out of the dungeon, please report back to me as soon as you receive any updates. Then suddenly Damduk, Wild Master and combat team were started coming out happily from the dungeon. Wild Master said Damduk that, you are the one who saved us, and you are the #1 contributor to clear the dungeon, so you should make a statement. Damduk become happy and thought that, now I am no longer, who I used to be. In chapter 9, after coming out from the dungeon, Damduk first visit to the hospital to look his mother. In the hospital, he watched his interview on the TV, the reporters asked so many questions from him. He gave all the multiple answers. After watching himself on the TV, he said this is so embarrassing, can't watch it anymore, and turn off the TV. He decided to go to home, and do some rest. After that, he saw on the system that 3 gods are applying for job, and there was only last chance left. He quickly press on the apply, because he wanted easy job. After that, he arrived to the job place. He then thought that is he at the right place, Is the place is Hephaestus' forge. It was too hot at that place. Then Damduk meet the owner of the forge, Hephaestus. Damduk introduce himself that he is an applicant for the security manager job. Hephaestus told him that, I heard that your love for human beings make you to fight in dungeons without fear. No matter that hot-tempered Thors favored you, you have guts. He then explained the tasks to Damduk. Hephaestus then called his employees, by a very loud instrumental voice, and then introduced them to Damduk. He told them that Damduk is their new manager. After then Hephaestus gave him the cudgel, leave him. On which Damduk shout that, you didn't explain my task, and how can you leave me with this cudgel? In chapter 10, Damduk woke up and saw two thieves in the forge, who are talking about the Hephaestus expensive stuff. They gave tranquilizer shot again to Damduk, and take all the things, which worth money. Damduk said them that, you guys will regret. After that, Damduk take him cudgel out, and smash all the thieves. He told those thieves, that you all force my hand to resort to violence. After that, the other baldies informed their boss Red Fist, that they gather all the mineral. The boss get to know that the two baldies, who were there are defeated by Damduk. Red Fist told his employees, that we work for rewards, but we take pride in our crafts. After that, Damduk said Red Fist that, you think Hephaestus just let you go? He warned him, that if Hephaestus get to know all, that he will throw you guys and your bones to Cerberus in hell to play. If you like this video, please consider giving it a like, and subscribing to our channel. We have many more reviews and discussions on a variety of anime, so be sure to check out our other videos to stay up to date. Thank you for watching, and we hope to see you in our next video.
Greetings, jocks. The manhwa we're showing is I Become a Part-Time Employee for Gods. Now on to the show. Red Fist said Damduk that Hephaestus' crafts are trash. Moreover, Damduk replied him that a thief would be more suitable more than a trash. He asked Red Fist that as Hephaestus treated all of them like slaves. Red Fist told him that in the perfect life where everything is guaranteed, they didn't notice that their passionate souls were being torn apart. They had it not been for those wasted years, all that wealth and honor would have been belonged to them dwarves. That despicable Hephaestus planned that all, so now he wanted to take desperate revenge from him. In addition, Damduk said all of them that there's another way for all of you to take revenge on Hephaestus. A weapon that Hephaestus made happens to be in his hand and he is just one warrior. After that, Red Fist and Damduk fight with each other to check the weapon. In the end of their fight, Damduk won and Red Fist defeated. Suddenly, boss came and asked everyone that what happened to that place. What mess you guys have created. After that, boss said Damduk that he entrusted him guarding that smithy. Can he give him the explanation? Damduk quickly gave him the necklace which the boss was finding before. Moreover, the boss asked him that where did he find that. He couldn't find it no matter how long he searched for that. Later, Damduk told him that Captain Red Fist found it for him. His body is relatively small, so after checking every nook and cranny, he found that. Consequently, boss appreciated Damduk that he made the best decision in trusting him with the job. Not only did he do a great job guarding that place, he even helped him find the necklace. After that, boss gifted him the box, in which there was a fox. Damduk got surprised, but Red Fist told him that it is a fox which will transform into a sword, not only sword but also essence of weapons. Later, Damduk named that fox Snow White. Damduk went to the hunter department and the manager of the department take him to the appraisal center. He asked him that where did he got that things? He replied that he got those random things from someone he know. Later, the manager started shouting on him why he bought weird stuff to their hunter store and take him to the appraisal center owner. He saw the stuff and said that all that area at least the highest quality of 4-star equipment. Later, the manager take Damduk to the VIP room, then the owner of the appraisal center offer him 3 billion, price of the stuff he was selling. In addition, Damduk sell all the stuff and got the money in his bank account. After that, he visit home to meet his mother and take so many presents for his mother. Moreover, his mother becomes so happy knowing that his son Bekamizo famous. Consequently, system shows a new part-time job, but Damduk already picked some good part-time job. Damduk went to the Yongan city of Gyeonggi-do. He got to know that unlike the other dungeons doesn't allow entry for mankind and only monsters can came out. Later, Damduk fight with the monsters and started moving towards the gate. Guards got surprised when they saw Damduk in the restricted area that how a civilian can enter there. After that, the boss of the guard of that area ordered the guards to bring Damduk in front of him. In addition, the guard went on the top of the mountain and asked Damduk to leave. He said that seeing that he have a weak-ass pet on him, he's sure that he was an unknown hunter who was trying to get famous, but he should his place. Moreover, they both started fighting and guard got worried that why Damduk is not reflected by his attack. Consequently, Damduk quickly jumped into the dungeon and realized that only a god can enter into that place and no human is allowed to enter. Suddenly, Damduk saw on the system that he lacked divine power and the Eye of Abyss is watching him. He moved forward and realized that his only goal is to see the face of the owner of the gate. Damduk thought that he would clear it if he killed a boss like the other dungeons, but he cannot even get the clue about that. After that, he opened the gate and suddenly, he saw the monster and thought that it is a boss. They both get in tough fight and Damduk easily defeated the monster. Moreover, he saw on the system that gate will permanently vanish. Later, Damduk came out of the dungeon and all the media was outside to take interview from him. He showed the media the core, which extracted from boss monster gate. In addition, Yu Damduk name got famous throughout all the regions of the country. Suddenly, Sangun, Guild's future guild master, came and said Damduk that guild master wanted to see him. Damduk was waiting for the guild master in his office as he was unavailable, because of sudden appearance of the underwater cave, near Okinawa. Moreover, Damduk saw on the system that he has been promoted to a low-class god, his new abilities were unlocked. He decided to choose from the titles of the god, in which he picked the sword god and he had been enthroned as the sword god. Later, he saw on the system that he need to choose the power of the sword god, so he chooses intuition as his first ability. After that, the Juso gave Damduk the pass which Guildmaster sent to him. He may use the facilities and accommodations inside the guild. Damduk realized that Juso is the stalker. Suddenly, he say when the system that desired part-time job has been announced. After seeing all the details of the job, he immediately applied. Later, he went on the boat, but suddenly a person came and said him that it is a river Styx, a place where underworld are carried and a place where living can't cross. Damduk asked him that where he can meet Hades. The boatman becomes angry and replied that how can he speak of his name recklessly. Moreover, boatman warned him and asked him to go back as a lot of young blood low-class god like him were died hanging on the pole. After that, boatman attacked on the Damduk but failed. In addition, Damduk hit the sword on the head of the boatman and then he agreed to take him to the underworld. Moreover, Damduk went to the underworld and the goddess of the underworld welcomed him. She take him to in front of Red Cerberus. Owner of the underworld gave Damduk a pet dog precaution that his husband wrote by himself. After reading the daily schedule, Damduk become angry and shout on her that how she can expect him to take that thing on a walk. She only told him to feed in the schedule. Is that a vicious enterprise or something? She replied him that it doesn't matter if you want to go back, but the previous part-timer got caught while running away by my husband and got dragged into hell. Later, the owner showed him the meat which he have to feed Cerberus. Damduk throw meat toward them but they destroyed it. In addition, the dogs attacked on the Damduk but he also attacked in return but failed and got some injuries. Moreover, he didn't lose hope and again attack on the Cerberus. Damduk was floating in the river. He said that the water is so cold that he even can't lift his finger. Later, he had flashbacks of all of his part-time jobs and he feels like he's dying. But suddenly, Snow White came and blow in his mouth and he became conscious. Moreover, he quickly came out of the river and so want the system that if he soak his body in the river Styx, he will become an invincible warrior. The owner becomes surprised that how can he will be fine after falling into the river. Damduk replied that he just came out by flailing his hammer. In addition, the owner thought that no way a low-class god would be alright by getting bitten by Cerberus. Moreover, the remaining time of River Styx effect, Blessing of Immorality, is 56 minutes. Damduk was taking dog for a walk, so the owner advised him to take him slowly as it's been a while since the last time Cerberus went out for a walk, so take him as slowly as possible. After that, Damduk lost his control and felt difficult to control the dog. Moreover, the owner said Damduk to use his divine power as Cerberus is too powerful. He replied that he don't know how to use the divine power. The owner said him to remember it into an image, think it as controlling water inside his body. After using divine power, Damduk able to control the Cerberus. In addition, Damduk asked owner that why aren't she coming near the Cerberus. She replied him that Cerberus is a guard of hell. He blocks the countless number of lost spirit trying to go back to the mortal world, and she's one of them. Damduk get to know that in mythology, Hades kidnapped Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. After he was mesmerized by her beauty, he thought that was absurd, but it was turned out to be true. She has probably spent an unimaginable amount of time her alone. He decided to get rid of that sense of justice. After that, Damduk punched into the pillar to see what is inside that. He suddenly got a Cerberus collar, the collar used by Hades to train Cerberus, so Cerberus will follow his commands. Moreover, owner told him that it is not like Usinjit is forbidden or anything. Her husband would often tell him to try and look for that collar. In addition, Damduk put the collar on Cerberus and started commanding on him and said that it is the punishment because he bite him. Snow White wake up Damduk. Moreover, Damduk told Cerberus he will be going out of the guard the gates of the hell. He thought that Persephone wouldn't be able to leave the underworld because of Cerberus. How far she will go, he have to find her and take her back quickly. After that, Damduk used his divine power and came out of the gate and saw Persephone outside on the boat. Persephone told him that she was going to meet her mother, because there is still 2 days left until his husband came, and that is the secret, but she have never been caught before. Consequently, the boat started floating and the duration of the river Styx is 15 seconds. After that, they both went to meet Persephone's mother. She meet her mother and Damduk wait outside for her. But suddenly, Persephone's husband came and asked him that where is his wife. The husband of Persephone said Damduk that he can't understand that someone like him finds Cerberus' collar and help Persephone to escape. Then suddenly, Persephone came and asked Hades to leave Damduk. After that, Persephone gave him a gift box and ordered him to continue in the underworld. Her husband asked her that why she is letting Damduk live. Persephone replied him that he did his part-time job correctly, so she is giving him a gift. Later, Damduk opened the gift and saw that there is a forbidden fruit in it. He gave the juice of golden fruit to his mother, and doctor told him that his mother that her cancer cells are disappeared. Consequently, then Damduk went to the dungeon and thought that he'll be working his butt off all night again. Sangoon Guildmaster was attacked by the bunch of the oversized dogs. Moreover, the guards started shouting that weren't no things like that would be there. Even the slightest scratch from their venom-filled canines would kill a person in 10 minutes. The Guildmaster asked all the team to follow her. They suddenly saw a humanoid monster, so they asked him to reveal his face. When he revealed his face, they get to know that he is the Damduk. Damduk order number 1 to 10 dogs to dig the area and other will assist. After that, Juso asked Damduk that where did he get that ability, so he replied that he didn't gain it, he was born with it. In addition, Damduk asked Juso about the bracelet that where did she get. She replied that she ordered it from internet, she can share the link if he wants. Later, Damduk killed the boss by his own and asked leader to keep it secret and relay the message to other members as well. Let's us find out what happens in the next chapter soon, so if you enjoy this video leave a like and a comment and also subscribe to our channel for more videos like this.
Looking on with a disgusting grin across his face at the boy struggling, letting out a deep sigh, Damduk remarks that he initially planned to leave quietly after receiving his license, but current circumstances call for something else. While Jumnek tells the boy that a trash like him should have stayed in a corner like trash, the latter stomps his feet into the ground and begins lifting the max difficulty weight up. And so the fun begins. Then follows the upper body strength test, and he also ends up getting 6 stars in it. Core strength and speed come next, but those also get completely wrecked as the boy achieves 6 stars in both. Looking on in utter disbelief at this occurrence, Jumnek starts taking his anger out on the old man besides him, demanding for the test to be stopped. However, he is told that it is impossible to do unless there is an error in the test that calls for it. With things not going according to plan, the pump gets more and more enraged with each passing second, throwing the poor old guy to the ground. Blood's out of your plane on max difficulty and still doing this, having gotten an excellent result in his physical exam. Damduk then proceeds to the next test room. The old man from before floats atop the candidates in this dome-like area, congratulating all the prospective hunters who have managed to complete their first test. He then announces that the upcoming test will judge the indispensable quality to become a hunter, their teamwork spirit. Upon saying this, the old man presses a red button, splitting the stage into sub-stages of sorts and partitioning the candidates into teams. Suddenly, the divided stages collapse and reveal hordes of sea monsters underneath. Damduk's group starts getting attacked and pushed back, but he single-handedly begins protecting them. Being allowed to use only the given equipment, the boy is left with just a normal sword to fend off the beasts. Still, he makes the most of it and easily slaughters the sea monsters, leaving his team relieved that they might just sail through this test smoothly thanks to him. Don't feel so safe so soon, little bros. It's always a red flag. If only life were that easy, though. Observing from a distance, the salty JockJut brings out a red potion and spills the entire thing into the mouth of one of the beaten sea monsters. Following this, the creature's eyes turn a bloody red and the effects of Damduk's forbidden fruit alert him of a strong, murderous intent. He manages to turn around just in time to block the berserker fish's attack with his sword. However, the force from the blow is unlike the monsters up till this point and the boy ends up getting pushed back. Looking on, Damduk's group members start panicking as the monster they thought was dead has suddenly come alive. Rightfully so as well, as the bloodshot beast soon starts charging at them with a resounding murderous intent. Before they can even blink, all of the boys' group members meet their death of the monster. JockJut approaches him, remarking that he did tell him to play on his own level. The bully wonders if Damduk is still going to continue even if he can't get any score without his teammates. Turning his sights to the fallen bodies of his fellow participants, Damduk brings himself up, prompting the punk to smugly remark that he should just give up as it will be useless without his teammates. Brewing with a golden glow, the boy just tells the entitled rich ruffian to shut his trap and declares that he will definitely pass to become a great hunter no matter what. With this proclamation, Damduk cuts off the berserk sea monster's head with one swift blow. However, he doesn't stop there at all, leaping forward with a gleaming golden glow enveloping him. Damduk starts making fish cakes out of the other team's monsters and soon gets all of them. He remarks that even if he is unable to get team or points, he can still get individual points. The boy thinks that out of the 100 points required to pass the test, is slain enough monsters to gain points sufficient of passing it 2 times over. Having nothing to say at this showing, JockJut looks on in disbelief like usual as the old man begins announcing the result of the second test. Suddenly, the speakerphone nearby makes an emergency announcement. Everyone in the test room is instructed to get to the nearest shelter as a huge tsunami has been spotted near Dokdo Island. The hunter test venue is propagating their way. Just as the contestants process this information, everyone starts to be overcome by an immense pressure unlike anything they have ever felt. As the stage begins collapsing, announcements continue calling for hurried evacuation from the test room. Damduk doesn't want to do as told though and wants to see what's going on. He jumps up on JockJut's floating platform as a launching point and leaps outside the stage. All the while the punk keeps shouting at the boy to look before he leaps as he almost fell off his own pad due to him. Landing on the area above, Damduk is met with a collapsing wall from a gigantic water wave. Realizing that everyone here will die at this rate, the boy feels hopeless as he no longer knows what to do. Suddenly, his system pops up. It reveals that after such a long delay, Damduk's payment from an apologetic Persephone has finally arrived. Finally, it was almost getting time to sue. No, had he been given a choice in this desperate time. The boy browses through his god's store and looks around to deal with this conundrum. Just then, something catches his eye. Costing 200 Hades, the SS Skill Wave Splitter is a sword art sharp enough to split even the largest of waves. As he is buying it from the shop, Snow comes running there with a piece of cloth in its mouth. Damduk wonders where Soyeol is but has no time to be concerned about her right now as another gigantic wave of water pierces the surrounding walls. Bringing forth and activating his newly acquired SS sword art, the boy gets enveloped in a glimmering golden shine and a black sword appears in his hands. Swinging around this magical weapon, Damduk creates a swirling motion similar to that of a vortex. In doing so, he manages to cut up the flowing wave and ends up saving everyone from dying. While the boy celebrates this extraordinary feat, the split water comes flying in like a shower and makes him wet, something that is the absolute worst memory for him. Those who know, if that wasn't enough, the announcement of a chance at a second tsunami wave striking soon cuts his celebration even shorter. Surrounded by the shattered walls with Snow at his side, Damduk looks at the exposed sky and wonders if he would be able to stop something like that from striking again. Right then, the system prompts in with an urgent recruitment notice from Poseidon. It's the Underwater Palace repair team looking for someone to help with the Underwater Palace's barricade getting damaged. This is causing tsunamis to continuously occur in the human world and thus needs someone to help as soon as possible. The recruitment notice edits, asking why there aren't any applicants in such an urgent matter. getting ready to accept the job. Damduk looks back on his job as a part-timer for the gods, thinking that gods are such troublesome beings. The boy reluctantly accepts the job, sighing in disappointment that he is getting forced into doing this to stay alive. Arriving at Poseidon's underwater kingdom, Damduk runs into Sir Hephaestus in a cheerful mood. Grabbing the boy's head with his abnormally large hands, the god remarks that he had a feeling the two of them would meet again. Being fascinated by the moonlight fox getting bigger, Hephaestus tries to pet it, but gets rejected and falls into a depression at Snow not liking him. Damduk tries to cheer him up by saying that the fox is just very shy, though he is actually confused as it was acting so affectionate with Solul not too long ago. Bipolar behavior. The boy then asks the god what brings him here and gets told that it's a silly question. Of course, being a blacksmith, there is no way he could have stayed out of repair work. Hephaestus thanks Damduk for coming as they were short on help and begins explaining the situation before they get to work. Pointing the boy to the side that got damaged, the god reveals that this is where the water is being drained to the human world. Looking at the shattered wall sucking in the water, Damduk asks how the barricade could have even gotten damaged like that. Hephaestus tells him to look up into the crack and points to a pesky gate, remarking that it's such a pain that it always comes back no matter how many times they get rid of it. Finding out that gates aren't created by gods puts Damduk in a state of utter shock. He was always under the impression that the troublesome deities were responsible for creating them too, as they are quite similar to dungeons. But finding out otherwise makes him ponder the reason for the gate's existence. Suddenly, something overcomes Snow and it begins shouting, punching up Damduk's face to turn it into another direction. Turns out, it isn't just a tantrum by the moonlight fox, but instead a warning to look on at what's ahead. The area around the gate begins swirling around in a purple vortex, sucking everything inside it. That's what a man need, never mind. Damduk is annoyed and frustrated that this damned world of the gods just won't let him catch a break no matter what, desperately trying to hold on for dear life. Hephaestus shouts at the boy to make sure he doesn't get sucked in while the god tries to deal with it, as it would spell certain death. Doing as told, Damduk tries his best to stay on the ground. However, the poor pet fox isn't able to do the same and floats off into the abyss. As the boy looks on in hopelessness, the flame god Hephaestus demonstrates a fearsome demeanor. Surrounding himself in a burning fire with appearance similar to that of scorching magma, the god summons a giant flaming hand above himself. Controlling a gigantic hand made of flames with his own fist, the fierce Hephaestus directly strikes the gate with it. With the gate still continuing to be a sucking vortex, the god summons yet another gigantic fist of lava-like flames through a fiery portal. The two hands then come together, forming an enormous ball of fire between them. Damduk looks on at this feat in complete awe and thinks that a highest-class god is truly on an entirely different level. While the flame god tries to contain the gate with his fiery creations, a hand pops out of the gate as well. Out comes a horde of goblin-like sea monsters, shocking Damduk that even the gates in the world of gods have waves of monsters. Hephaestus suddenly calls for and hands him a sword to fend off the enemies with it while he blocks the gate. Getting a hold of his weapon, Damduk laments his bad luck that has somehow turned a repair job into such a big fight, remarking that he definitely needs to get a bonus for this. Leaping forward, the fake god of mountains begins striking down the sea creatures and seemingly gets one. However, the monster is somehow unfazed. Luckily, the boy's intuition talent activates just in time and he manages to avoid the beast's ferocious strike. Dodging the counterattack, Damduk can't believe that the monster without an attack that he put his divine power into. Suddenly, the beast begins talking, proclaiming that the disgusting Olympus douchebags will be ripped to shreds. Upon hearing the sea creature form words, the boy realizes that something's wrong, as monsters from gates were supposed to be on the weaker side. Understanding that he might be in danger, Damduk prepares to go all out. Just then, another horde of the sea beasts shows itself. Though this group is rallying under a flag and looks to be more civilized, suddenly the monsters start running towards the supposed god of mountains. However, they just ignore him and keep rushing forward, attacking the other wild sea creatures. Witnessing their own kind fighting against each other, Damduk gets confused at first, but soon understands from the flag and the markings on them that these new beasts are from Poseidon's reinforcement group. The boy feels relieved as he was actually somewhat scared at the thought of having to face these pretty strong beasts all alone and seemingly lets down his guard. Taking advantage of his opportunity, one of the hostile monsters tries to sneak up on him. Of course, trying an ambush like this against Damduk's intuition skill proves to be futile, and the sea creature gets parried. professional Dark Souls player, remarking that 1v1 against the monsters is going to be doable. The boy charges at the monster, launching a combination attack of his horizontal and vertical slash skills. Despite this onslaught of strikes, the sea beast still stands. Damduk realizes that not getting the monster with his first strike wasn't just a coincidence or a fluke at all, but rather the beast's insane sturdiness that won't falter even when faced with divine power. Tired of continuously blocking the boy's attack, the monster remarks that he is getting bored of playing with him. Bringing its fist over its head and letting out a fang-filled grin, the creature tells the self-proclaimed god of mountains to stop resisting and die. Not letting the monster's cockiness go unpunished, Damduk brings around his sword and takes a knight-like stand, telling the beast to try resisting this as well. With his jacket flowing around like a true badass, the boy seemingly slashes the air itself with a ferocious swing. Wave splitter, he calls out as ripples from his sword reach even the furthest wall of the palace. Suddenly, half of the sea beasts get cut up into pieces small enough to become fish cakes. Having lived up to his claims, Damduk confidently tells the remaining monsters to bring it on. Getting enraged at this provocation, the sea beasts get riled up. They no longer face the boy one-on-one, rather charge at him all at once with murderous intent. Seeing this, the god of mountains develops a sinister grin on his face and tells the monsters to open wide for his incoming skill. Unfortunately, the cockiness catches up to Damduk this time around. As he swings his sword, the SS Wave Splitter's skill doesn't come out. Left unable to fight back against the horde looking to kill him, Damduk tries to beg for mercy and surrenders. Of course, the monsters aren't just going to let him go and continue getting in his face. Right then, the beasts get struck by countless bullet-like shards. They are coming from a macho man standing in the distance, smoking a cigar and wielding a gun. He asks the monsters who they think they are trying to lay their slimy hands on, remarking that fish are best when fried. Due to spitting bars, it is none other than the dwarves, led by their leader Red Fist, who then apologized to Damduk for being so late. Wielding heavy weaponry in the form of guns and hammers, the dwarves damage the monsters and have come to the rescue of their Sir Damduk. Furious at the intervention by these little rat douchebags, one of the sea beasts charges on towards a dwarf. The macho man stands his ground and holds his gun outwards, riling up the creature to keep continuing its trajectory and march to its death. However, the monster is in a mindless dumbass, throwing a rock at the dwarf's gun-wielding hand while approaching him. The beast makes its target miss his mark. The creature then kicks the dwarf in the face, sending him flying off into the distance. Seeing his comrade get thrown around like a ragdoll, Red Fist gets enraged. Using his gigantic weapon with the dwarf hammer skill, the dwarf leader flattens the monster into the ground like pancake. Damduk witnesses this extremely powerful technique firsthand and remembers how he unintentionally ended up using it when he fell into the Styx River. Wondering if it was because of a skill, the boy checks his system and sees that he actually does have the ability. Moreover, it only costs him easily 5 skill points, making it perfect for his current situation. Just then, his eyes catch one of the dwarves getting death threats by a sea beast. Jumping in his defense, Damduk provokes the fish stick and remarks that it is the dead one. He activates his dwarf hammer skill, but is once again met with failure to do so. The system suddenly prompts that the skill is cancelled due to the requirements not being met, given that it can only be used with blunt weapons. How did do not figure that out from the name? Damduk's sword ends up landing on the monster's head anyways, but is a far outcry from the powerful skill that Red Fist demonstrated earlier. Only bonking the beast slightly, the boy deals no damage whatsoever and instead gets struck with a ferocious strike to the gut. Having been sent flying in such a humiliating manner, Damduk wonders what to do now that he neither has a blunt weapon in his possession, and nor does he have Snow with him right now. Suddenly, the boy gets an idea, staring intently at his fist. He thinks that it kind of looks like a blunt weapon and questions if his SS rank combat skill would let him use dwarf hammer with his bare hands. His thought process gets interrupted though as he hears the cries of the poor dwarves getting beaten to a pulp. Realizing that he doesn't have any time to hesitate, Damduk decides to trust his combat skill for now and leaps at the sea monster terrorizing the poor guys. Charging with his fists stretched forward, the god of mountains hits the creature directly in its chest. At first, it has no impact whatsoever and his hand just gets grappled by the monster. However, Damduk soon begins enveloping in his signature golden glow and calls out Dwarf Hammer, smashing the fish into the ground in the same manner as Red Fist. With his SS ranked combat skill being paired with Dwarf Hammer in such a way, the B rank technique transforms into the A ranked skill named Dwarf Hammer Punch. What a unique and creative naming scheme. As Damduk celebrates this level up, his beloved Snow shows up there. After doting on his pet and asking if it hurt anywhere, the boy tells the fox that he is counting on him. Channeling the Moonlight Fox's energy in its gauntlet form, he starts pummeling the ever-living crap out of the horde of the sea beasts. Having taken care of his end of the fight, Damduk wonders if his job is done. Over with Hephaestus though, things haven't been going so well. The gate is getting a sudden surge in power and has spun out of control of even the mighty flame god himself. Damduk comes running to his aid and asks what is going on, getting filled in on the situation and told to brace for impact. Right then, a huge vortex forms from the gate, going on a rampage. The rate at which it is riling up will soon devour everyone and everything. And so, it comes to pass. Not only do the sea beasts' bodies get sucked up into the gate, but even the flame god Hephaestus himself falls victim to it. As if that wasn't the end of it, Damduk's system starts prompting him that an extremely powerful aura has been detected, getting riddled with the danger alerts like he did when Hades was threatening to kill him. The boy can't help but be scared of what's in store for him. I would say that he should pray for his safety, but to which God, letting out a massive burst of dark purple energy, the gate begins to push something instead of pulling everything. From amidst the shadow-like whirlpool, an ominous figure reveals himself as an even more monstrous sea beast than the previous threat, wielding a weapon not unlike Poseidon's fork. The presence emanating from this creature is stronger than anything Damduk has seen before. Opening his fang-filled mouth and sending chills down the boy's spine, the monster eerily remarks, "You sure messed up my subordinates well." Human sex. While Damduk is frozen in fear at the sight of this mysterious force, cheers begin ringing across the battlefield. The civilized sea beasts that fought alongside the boy earlier get riled up, chanting for their beloved Lord Poseidon who has stopped the whirlpool. Upon hearing this, the boy is left in complete shock. He can't believe that such an ominous-looking figure with a spine-chilling aura that he felt earlier is really Poseidon. Unconvinced, Damduk asks the cheering sea beasts to look closely, and if they are really sure that it's their lord. Talking amongst themselves, the creatures remark that something does seem a bit strange now that the boy has mentioned it. Looking closely, they see that the figure standing before them looks a bit different and wonder who he is. During all this, Damduk's mind is pacing to find an answer. This ominous feeling in his gut and the menacing pattern on the mysterious figure's head being the same as the one carved into the merman from the gates. These facts make the boy uneasy. Above all else, however, his intuition skill is screaming right now that the beast standing before him is someone or something very dangerous. Rule number 1 of the wild: never ignore a gut feeling. Unless, of course, it tells you to jump off a cliff or something I'd cut. Just then, the Poseidon look-alike charges up a dark ball of energy atop his three-pronged fork. Noticing this quickly, Damduk tells the good sea beasts to look and dodge the incoming attack. However, even getting warned about it does them no good. Clicking his fork down to the ground, the ominous monster splits the gathered energy in the ball into countless laser-like beams, cutting apart the poor sea creatures who were just cheering for him, thinking he is their beloved lord not too long ago. Having gotten rid of the disgusting pieces of trash, the Poseidon look-alike bursts into a maniacal laughter. Despite having witnessed such a brutality, Damduk is left unable to do anything. The ominous aura, combined with the immense bloodlust emanating from the monstrous being, keeps alerting the boy's intuition that the foe is someone he could never beat. Suddenly, Damduk gets noticed by the Poseidon look-alike. Remarking that there is still a piece of trash left, the monster wastes no time and lets out a massive burst of energy towards the boy's direction. Later, Poseidon and Neptune started fighting with each other, and Damduk said that he had never witnessed a fight between the gods of Hades tier like that before. After that, Damduk said Hephaestus that he is just fed up and want completely get rid of all the fights because his body is now aching. Yusu came to help the Damduk and she attacked on the Poseidon. Moreover, Damduk tried to help Jusu, but she didn't like his interfering, so she stopped him. Damduk thought she's so full of herself, but he can't say anything back because she's right. Moreover, Yusu said him that he looks curious, so once he will done with his job, she'll tell you everything. She told him that he must be the one who take the Neptune's last breath. Later, Damduk was standing and thinking about how he will attack on the Neptune. Neptune attack on the Jusu and she suffered too many wounds. Moreover, she said that he will die at the hands of a lesser god, that he underestimated himself too much and that she believed in him that he can do it. After that, Damduk attacked on the Neptune, biasing his wave splitter. And finally, after a lot of struggle, he have defeated a forgotten god Neptune. He also have fulfilled the evolutionary requirements with the final blow. When Damduk opened his eyes, he was in the custody of Poseidon. After that, Poseidon asked Damduk that a part of Neptune's power was lost when Helen did the final strike, so what do he intend to do with that power? Damduk replied that he didn't defeat Neptune for his powers, but if he allow him, he will come a god that will acknowledged by others. Later, Poseidon throw a grand party to celebrate the success against Neptune. Consequently, Damduk finally completed all his tests and got his hunter license. Additionally, Jusu said Damduk that now she will tell him all the things you must know and what's going to be happen. Damduk and Jusu was going in the car and Damduk said Jusu that he is always curious about her, that who she is. She told him that 1 year ago, somehow the window for part-time jobs for gods appeared in front of her eyes. Using the rewards from the part-time jobs, she was able to become stronger and become mid-tier god. Then she got a talent called foresight. She learned of an astounding future, that the war between gods are going to happen soon. Moreover, she told him that there are different gods with different names. A gate is a hideout that the ancient gods use to grow their strength after the ancient gods bring out all of their reserved energy within the gate. Later, she told him that the 6th Ragnarok is going to occur. After that, Jusu said that in future he will face several gates and protected the world. Additionally, Damduk was surrounded by the media, but they both, Jusu and Damduk, went to the world of part-time jobs for gods. Chapter 36. Welcome, my little. The honored you get to work part-time for me, Apollo. To think I'd be able to see the sun right in front of my eyes. It's so bright, of course, it's bright. It's a clear representation of me, after all. He reply, okay. Do you think that's it? Even the sun carriage is beautiful because it resembles me. It has curves as smooth as my body. Well, it still doesn't match my perfection. Have you heard about how perfect I am? How is he able to compliment himself without taking a break? Does he have some sort of self-appraisal ability? Thankfully, it's almost sunrise. I was seriously considering punching him. Even so, isn't it fun? What exactly is fun? It's always constructing a dungeon or training dogs. But it feels great doing something worthy of a god. When will I ever get the chance to drag around the sun again? Hey, you don't really believe that this is the actual right. Even a child would know. This is just a fake made from Apollo's ability. We're just flying through the sky, matching the timing of the sunrise. Honestly, deep down, I knew that, but my childhood. Damduk, it's okay to cry because honestly there is no Santa. Then why did he make this? That's because, if we do this, people will believe and be devoted to the sun god. This way it increases his godly power, and that's how Apollo became the sun god. Isn't this a serious fraud? That's right, fraud. He's just a fraud eating off of people's beliefs. Even still, there's nothing for you to worry about. Just focus on your job. You remember the reward for this part-time, right? So, let's quickly finish up this Ike part-time job. Ju So-yul, you're pretty good at driving. Have you ridden carriages before? Of course, I've suffered through this part-time job countless times. I could even. What this isn't your first time doing this part-time job. Apollo didn't seem to recognize you though. Do it with my eyes closed. Most of the time, he's slow-minded, but only at times like this, he's sharp. He'll be able to tell that I'm lying, so, of course, he wouldn't remember, because he only cares about himself. So, even after coming here multiple times, he doesn't dot what are those bastards doing all of a sudden. That's strange. Usually, there aren't any sun wolves in this path. Skill activated. Sun wolves. Those things that look like dogs from hell. Special ability. Activated. Alright, I'll deal with this, so take this in. No, I'll do it. Yu Damduk. This is beyond your level. If you make contact with a sun wolf's fur, it'll burn you down to your bones. However, in order to become as strong as me from the prophecy, I'll have to be able to handle this much. Also, I have it all thought out. Look closely at how I'll win. I've killed off the heat, but it's still very hot. Activating Power of Neptune. The blessing of the waves will cover your body. The power of Neptune. Blessing of the waves. It's not hot anymore. Okay, with this power, I can do it. Special ability Dog President activated. The number of dogs following you 33 dogs. Alright, one more to go. Truly, what a fun bastard he is. When I first met him, he was just a fool who couldn't do anything. No matter how hard or painful things were, you still charged forward. To others, it might seem like a meaningless imp. 2 times, 3 times, 100 times. He devoted his life, and little by little. Yu Damduk, you've always improved yourself. Accomplishing this much after returning 1869 times is not small. There's no one else. You're the only one who can kill that. I've only been reincarnated for that purpose. Alright, Sun Wolf 1 and 2. You'll help alongside me. Chase off the rest. Chapter 37. Now, then, let's do this. My cute little puppies. You're flustered. That your friends are suddenly attacking you, right? I'll make sure you become friends again soon enough. The number of dogs following you, 40 dogs. Special ability activated. Let's go tame the rest. Highly congratulations. The number of dogs following you has surpassed 40. Special ability Dog President's additional skill has been unlocked. Dog President's additional skill. Dog President additional skill. Howling. You are now able to call upon all the dogs you have tamed. Whatever you say, they will follow your orders with utmost loyalty. I can call upon all the dogs I've tamed until now. Out of the tamed dogs, the deadly hounds aren't the most useful as of right now, but how would it be if I could summon that one? It would be interesting to see them fight. Hurry up and finish taming the rest. The scary part about them isn't when sun wolves feel threatened and combine into one. Get away from here, quick. If you got a hold of yourself, then get on quick. We don't have much time. Wait, Ju-So-Yul, what about the carriage and the sun? That giant sun wolf and the destroyed carriage all fell down to the village. I'll say this because you're going to have pointless thoughts. What? The moment the giant sun wolf appeared, the nearby villages were already in danger. That's why saving the people comes first. You're blanking out again at the most crucial time. Ju-So-Yul, you sure need a lot of taking care of. If you got a hold of yourself, then get on quick. We don't have much time. Even though sun wolves combined, I'm sure you'd be no match for Cerberus. Now then, it's time to end this. Just who is that person, appearing from the sky and defeating such a beast so easily? That person? No, that god's name is Yu Damduk. Man, he has a thing for getting the spotlight. I swear if I don't watch them, they just keep playing. Godly Yu Damduk, sir, truly. Good, you're eating well. Hey, over there, you're playing just because I'm not looking, aren't you guys? You should take care of your own shit, right? I swear if I don't watch them, they just keep playing. Godly Yu Damduk, sir, truly. Thank you so much. As a representative of the village, I offer you a late greeting. This all happened because of our lack of caution anyway. Please get up now. No, it's thanks to the gods looking after us. We're thankful for the kindness you've brought upon us. Snuff, that's why. From now on, we'll pay our respects to you every month by offering you our riches. Amen. Godly Yu Damduk, hurrah. Godly Yu Damduk, hurrah. Sir, oh my god, where did you go? What offerings is he talking about? Ju-So-Yul, what have you been blabbering about around here? For everyone to be acting like that. Anyway, we're in trouble. The carriage is completely destroyed, so we can't use it. The sun that fell with it was eaten up by the sun wolf. We still have a week of Apollin's part-time job left. What do we do? What do you mean what do we do? We'll just make one. Make a son. Who? I'm not good with my hands though. Not you. He's someone you know well too. Chapter 38. Hephaestus, but you must have a lot of money. I don't have any at all. If you have enough to have him to make you a son. Didn't you think this through? No matter how close you are with Hephaestus, asking him to create a son without any compensation. Stop talking and follow me. Frustrated, there's no way he's just going to accept. Okay. You bet too. I bet Hephaestus isn't going to make it for us. The loser has to grant the winner a wish. Yeah, of course. The things I owe you for are countless, so a favor like this is nothing. I'll have it ready in 3 days. What kind of debt is he in to create a son for free? You said wanted to talk. What is it about for us to move places? You definitely said the loser grants the winner a wish, right? Before I tell you my wish, I have something to tell you. Alright, what is it? Why is she creating this scary atmosphere? Yu Damduk. In order to stop the foretold end, the war of the gods, you have to start gathering plus gods. Godly power surpasses 50,000. They gain the ability God's Calling. Using that ability, you can call upon those priests anytime to fight alongside you. You're joking, right? I can't just go around saying I'm actually a god. I'm not even a real go in the first place. Even still, you have to do it. Your strength alone can't stop the war between the gods. But you can gather priests from different dimensions. In the prophecy, you're supposed to stop the war with 12 priests. Wait, I'm losing focus from you telling me everything all at once. It's not even 1 or 2, and let's put aside the 12 for a second. What do you mean different dimensions? Right now, you can only do part-time jobs in this continent. But if you continuously gather godly power, you'll soon be able to do part-time jobs in different dimensions. Working in Greek mythology is very tiring already. You don't have to worry too much. The first priest is in our dimension, and they would be of great help to you. And you did say you would grant me my wish, right? I just remembered something. Who's that? Oh, you know, don't you? The god that defeated the fire beasts in the neighboring village. It seems Apollo treasures him. Sword god Yu Damduk is amazing. This man to put his name on the carriage like that. I know you want me to raise my godly power, but what is this embarrassing wish? You said you would grant anything, didn't you? Our goal is to unlock the skill God's Calling through this part-time job. So with the time we have remaining, we have to build it up as much as possible. Okay God, then you should have at least made it well. Shooting talent purchase successful. Alright, this should help with long-range fights. My answer to long-range attacks was only wave slash, so it was a pain when facing Neptune. If I made a mistake, I could have really died back there. Now, should I see how much godly power I built? Stato's page. I can't sleep from embarrassment every day because of that banner. Godly power, 50,011 ability has been unlocked. Only those overfilled with a week can be registered as a priest. What, my godly power rose this much? That horrible thing actually had an effect. Something like that. What are you looking at? ODLY power, 50,011. The mother system won't allow others to pry, so why are you getting flustered? Mother system. Is he talking about the system page? Right? Did anything happen? A few sun wolves came running up to us, but we figured it out, as well as a little bonus. Chapter 39. Apollo's self-heal ability has been registered. Self-heal 1. Yes, it's an ability you can only get by working part-time for yours truly. There are tons of gods who want this ability. How's that? Snow, did you wake up? While you're up, let me borrow your strength for a bit. I should check beforehand what this ability is. Ability activated. It's slow, but I can see that it's healing little by little. It's kind of cute how it's healing. Snow, are you licking me because I used you to injure myself? Is this a mythical creature that turns into a weapon? Fascinating. You have a skill related to taming, don't you? Yes, I guess so. Deadly Hound. Sun Wolf. Why do you ask? There's something that has been a pain for me these days. I'm wondering how to raise it. It's tiring because it keeps trying to rip up and eat my son. I was wondering how to raise the sun wolves. I haven't heard of a god that has tamed sun wolves before. A lower god has accomplished something no other god ever could. Can you tell me just how you tamed the sun wolves? I don't know. Well, alright. However, on one condition. Teach me archery. Most people picture Apollo as the god of the sun. However, he is also the god of art, music, poems, and archery. Concentrate your power on the tip of your hands and create an arrow. Hold your breath and draw the bow. Lock onto your target and shoot. It's something like that. It's easier than you thought, right? Is that easy? I look down on him since his actions were very godlike, but rising to the level of a god must be because he can do things like this. Unexpectedly, Apollo's archery lessons were strict, with him teaching. It had been a month since I started training in the realm of gods. I now understand what archery really is. Until now, the only way I've been trying to polish my skills was from YouTube, or copying the movements of dwarves and the underwater palace soldiers. Learning from a god is on a completely different level. If I combine the skills I have right now with skills I learned from other gods, I can raise up to a new level. Alright, where's Apollo? He told me to come and say goodbye before we leave. There isn't much time left until you meet the first priest. Let's start to head back now. He's busy playing with the sun wolves. He must have gotten quite close with them. There's something I learned while working at an animal cafe. It's that all dogs can be controlled with treats. You know, you're lucky that worked. What if it didn't? Then I'll just say to do it until it works. Good boy, you should really think about your actions. Later on, it might cause some serious damage. Then, you sure worry a lot. I rose my godly power, got a new ability, and learned a new skill. There's no way it gets better than this. Your information is undoubtedly true, you say. Yes, I've checked multiple times before coming. I'm certain that Cerberus was summoned to another world without your permission. How dare? Who did that to Cerberus, the symbol of the nether world? Whoever it is, I won't let them live. Tihei will soon find out what happens when they insult me, the king of the nether world. Chapter 40. Sangoon Guild. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. It's good. Then I can train here and all that, but hey, Juso y'all, are you sure that priest guy is supposed to come here? Just wait for a bit longer. It's already been a week since I've been swinging this sword all by myself. And since I'm training alone, my swordsmanship and godly power take longer to raise. Be better to use this time to finish a part-time job. Or are you even listening? Did you find the priest? No, I found a part-time job. You wait here. I'll be back. What? Hey, you were looking for a part-time job on your own. Then I'm going to no. You stay here. You're seriously going to be selfish and do a part-time job alone. Where are you going? I just have something. It's too long to explain. No one has been here for a week, so how could you tell me to wait when I have no idea when he'd show up? It'd be better to just do a part-time job than wait here. You sure like part-time jobs since you were born into a poor family geek. This annoying voice is it. It's so clear. You were acting like a hunter, and now that it has become difficult, you're trying to look for part-time jobs, huh? Chin Young-ak. Good thinking. Someone untalented should go do part-time jobs just like an untalented would. Here we go again. Aren't you getting tired of this? Besides that, why are you at Sangoon Guild? Aren't you from a different guild? Wait, don't tell me. This guy isn't my priest, right? Oh shit, please tell me he's not. What? You're here without even knowing anything. There's a taming competition here today. Well, what would you do with that useless cat anyway? Just like its owner, haha Faye. I brought this guy from a German dungeon and it has deadly hound's blood mixed in it. Don't you think you need to bring at least this much to win? Don't cause trouble and just go to your part-time job. Today is an important day, so I don't have time to face you. A taming competition. And now, contestant 9, 39 points. This is the highest point scored in the history of this competition. With this chance, I'll show you what I'm made of, father. Just how amazing your son is. Alright, I'll score some points with this. Chingunak, leader of Korea's #1 guild Iris. I'll definitely prove that I'm worthy and become the successor of Iris. Now, for the last contestant. To describe this person. He's been Korea's hottest topic recently. Introduce you. Contestant number 10. That bastard. A hound that breathes fire. It's a new breed that's not even on here. This is going to take the taming competition by storm. I've been a judge for 10 years, but this is my first time seeing such a breed. We'll begin judging Yu Damduk's taming skills. Were you excited at first? You were acting almighty, but it was for nothing. Did you think you could win with that wrinkly cutie? You bastard with that expression on your face. Why do you always appear in front of me and get in my way, you bastard? If you're competing, do so silently. Have you still not gotten to your senses? Father, it's not that. Enough. Be quiet before I send you off to another foreign exchange program. This boy caused trouble. I apologize in his stead. No, that's fine. I never would have guessed I would meet him here. Chingunak, the head of Korea's greatest guild Iris. You've become more dignified since the last time we met. It's been a while, Damduk. Yes, it's been a while, sir. Yes, don't worry about him. Just pretend he's not right in his head and understand. Fuck, he always does that. Father always compares someone who doesn't have an ounce of his blood to me. Fuck. Nothing's ever gone right since that bastard showed up. Why so angry? Haha, just who are you so angry about? What the? Why'd you arrive so late? Oh, I was gaming. The event ends today. You crazy bastard. You broke father's promise because of a game. That bastard. Just because father treasures him a little, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. This bastard and that bastard are one and the same. Hold on. Yeah, bastards should just rip apart other bastards. Hey Ju Soyul, do you know what happened during the time you went to do a part-time job? You should have seen Chin Yong-ak's expression back then. It was like he lost everything. Oh, he's here. Oh, it was so refreshing. Intuition activated, murderous intent detected. You're Yu Damduk, right? You just had to get on my brother's bad side. Don't hate me too much. It was nothing personal. Triss's best hunter. White Cloud. Chapter 41. Iris's most elite member and the one that receives affection from father the most. He was born with an SS rank talent for swordsmanship. An extraordinary genius who at the age of 10 had already mastered the sword. With his arrogant and violent personality, he would bring his sparring partners near death, and thus receive the nickname White Ghost. This time, you're really in for a treat, Yu Damduk. It's quite a disappointment for an ambush. Chin Yong-ak sent you, right? Then I have an idea of what your level is. You're quite fun. I was just going to end this swiftly, but you're asking for it. This guy's movement suddenly. Right arm or left arm? Which one should I cut off first? Damn it. He won't be such an easy opponent. Achieving even the first condition. The first condition is making them be in awe. There are several ways, but the easiest would be an overwhelming difference in power. Try talking smack again, bastard. Does it make sense that he's better with a sword than I am, the sword god? Just how do I make him be in awe? It's difficult facing him with only a sword. But why do we only have to fight with swords? What is that? Skill activated. Dwarf hammer punch. Wow, you maniac. You withstood that. Shut up. A swordsman cowardly using his fists. There's a level you can't reach with just a sword. And you're still just a child for not knowing that. Shut up. I was just caught off guard. Really? Then should we continue? I hope you're not going to get caught off guard again. Wait. Story Gym. Body Story Gym. Home, I left a note telling him to come find me if he's pissed, but would that bastard even come to me first? When I beat him to a pulp like that, it may not be the case for others, but if it's White Cloud, I'm positive he'll come first. Why does this feel like it's more tiring than doing a part-time job for gods? I have to fulfill 3 conditions. You say, in order to recruit a priest, you must fulfill the following 3 conditions. First, you must make them be in awe and respect you. Second, you must make sure they are well aware that they will become your priest. Lastly, they must accept everything and swear to be your priest. Why are the steps so picky? That's why it's common for most to not be able to use God's calling even after unlocking it. But why aren't you using it? Since you're a mid-tier god, you should have unlocked it a long time ago, right? I quote, I'm sure you're not lacking in skills. Can't use it because of some special circumstances. Why? What circumstances? What's this feeling? Was it something I wasn't supposed to ask? I'm too lazy to tell you. He must be here. What are you doing? If you're here, come in. Don't just stand there. Shut up. I'm just going to ask something and be on my way, okay? What are you? Are you a martial artist? Or a swordsman? You saw me. I can be a swordsman and a martial artist. There can't be a genius who's good in both categories. Is it swordsmanship or martial arts? Just which one is it? Well, if you can't believe me, we can go another round. Wait, I'm not here to fight. I'm just trying to analyze the reason I lost. You really don't know the reason you lost. The reason you lost is, I'm not telling you. Why? You're asking so rudely. Who would want to tell you then? If you really want to know, try saying older brother Yu Damduk, please take me in as you are student. Chapter 42. I'd rather just bite my tongue off and die. Forget it, I'm just gonna go. To think he really wants me to call him older brother. It took me 10 years to call Chin Young-ak, that idiot, older brother. But to address someone I've never met as older brother. Don't mess with me. What? You're just going. How unfortunate. I was thinking I could teach you the secrets of martial arts as well. Along with this, you would have been perfect. Unfortunate, so unfortunate. Because of his pride, he gave up on the cause of his loss, but White Cloud probably realized it himself. Combining swordsmanship with martial arts results in efficient combat, and it's something he needs in order to become stronger. Forget it, let's just pretend this conversation never happened. For people like him, you have to tease them a bit. What? I couldn't hear anything because it was too quiet. Fine, let's just get this over with. After I master martial arts, lab, I'll step all over Yu Damduk, that bastard. Older brother, Damok, please take me in as your student. Alright, little brother, if you really want, I'll teach you the secret of martial arts. Before that, this older brother has a favor to ask you. After becoming a student, the conditions to gain a priest commenced. The very first condition of awing him was already achieved. As a god's substitute, he was able to traverse through gates in the world of gods. When the topic of pledging your life to a god came out, even I was worried it was absurd, but it's so much like a game. Unexpectedly, White Cloud accepted easily, and just like that, the priest oath was completed, quite undramatically. Alright, that's enough for today. You're following along quite well now. Is that really true? Yeah, why would I lie? Besides following along well, his ability to learn is better than I expected. Did he learn from just that one punch he got hit by? At this rate, he might even be able to pull off Dwarf Hammer Punch soon. Now, connect everything you've learned so far, and then we'll call it a day. Again, he sure teaches tough. Your priest has acquired the skill 1-2 combination. Your combat power has been slightly raised. Even though the conditions are picky, the priest system seems quite nice when I see this. Whenever he becomes stronger, I get stronger. Just why? Training room. Why am I not going to the dungeon I have already planned to attack? I received word that there's definitely going to be skill runes there. I told you before. Are you going to make me repeat myself? What? The War of Gods. Fine, stopping the war is good and all. That's all the more reason that I should go along into these dungeons. Why are we going to gates that don't give anything? Maybe this is the expected reaction since I didn't tell everything, so this is how Ju So-yul must have felt. I was like that not too long ago as well. Yes, at times like this, I have to persuade him maturely. Okay, calm down for now. Listen carefully. We're going to the gate to judge. When the War of Gods is going to happen, we're also going to find other guardians of different worlds. That is our duty too. Forget it. I don't care. If we're going to the gate, I'm not budging. If I'm starting to understand Ju So-yul's actions. Just follow me. I'm too lazy to tell you, just do it. What the? I'm already done clear. Why, you little. Just follow me when I tell you to. Forget it, let's just go. There's always a method. I wonder if they arrived okay. I'm still considered his priest, so maybe I should have followed. No, why should I worry about something like that? I was being thoughtful and paid good money to get information about that dungeon. The more I think about it, the more it pisses me off. He doesn't even know how hard I worked to find out about that. You really can summon him from anywhere. This ability is amazing. What's going on? What do you think? Summoned you with my godly power. Calm down for now and catch that. Great, let's go clear up the rest. Seriously, what is this? No, I quote am not fine, then just stay there, I'll move you. Your priest will be summoned in front of you. Fine, I'll come on my own, so stop that. This ended quite swiftly. Cloud also performed the martial arts skill that I taught him. Did you like the dwarf hammer punch? It's not like that. If we're done researching the gate or whatever, let's go, so that I can play games. What do you mean go? Things are just getting started. We merely just visited the gate, till our real destination is somewhere else. The reputation value of God 20th be consumed to be transported to another dimension. After a while, the blue portal teleported the three of them to a place in a different dimension from Earth. White Cloud, who was initially annoyed with Damduk's decision to go to another dimension, well, the boy quite enjoyed it. The dimension they were now in was the magic world, a very beautiful city with buildings that represent the world of magic with the dominant color of white buildings with blue accents. This dimension was completely different than what Damduk had imagined, and there was a concern that he felt. How would he find the next priest in this vast area without knowing its characteristics? Seoil was quite calm. She calmed Damduk down because finding the priest was an easy thing. Seoil looked up. There was a magic projection broadcasting the news. The figure of the woman who won the Best Actress award at Magic Movie, Adele Shalon, the 27-year-old woman, was Damduk's second priest in the prophecy. Damduk was shocked to hear Seoil's explanation. How could a famous actress serve as his priest? That was quite confusing. Seoil told Damduk to focus because the other priest would be difficult to recruit. It wouldn't be as easy as that little brat in the back. No need to worry about how to meet her based on the prophecy. Adele Shalon went to the Magic Academy every Friday. Yep, that's right. She's 27 years old but still goes to the academy due to her special case. Seoil only said that Damduk would find out about it later. And last but not least, there was a place they had to go to. After a few moments, Damduk was in a grand building with several large crystals on the roof. It was the main building of the Magic Academy. Inside, Damduk was introducing himself as a new student at Magic Academy. It felt strange for him to be attending school at his age. Could it be that Seoil was preparing for this, when she said she was going off to do part-time jobs alone? Well, who knows? Anyway, when Damduk introduced himself, the Magic Academy students talked about Damduk. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good topic. The students had already heard that Damduk was a sucker with the dean's recommendation letter. They even heard that Damduk's mana was 0 during the evaluation. Damduk just silently heard those harsh words. He felt that this place didn't make any difference. It was annoying to hear this feeling of discriminating people based on ability. Damduk was really sick of it all. Before things got worse, the magic instructor interrupted the students' conversation and told Damduk to sit down. Damduk started walking towards the seat. He had already made up his mind. If you were physically close, it would help you get closer in general. Therefore, Damduk would sit next to Adele Shalon. Damduk asked for permission to sit beside her, and it seemed that the lady did not mind. But this stupid god too aggressively approached Adele. He made small talk about such and such. Granted, it was his plan since he was used to doing part-time consulting work that would help in something like this. But not everyone was the same, bro. Adele Shalon was fed up with it and started to stand up from her seat while pounding on the table. Adele did not like people who acted as if they were close to her, and it interfered with her study intentions. Well, that was how the dumb and brainless god messed up his first impression in front of his second priest-to-be. Soon after, the academy bell was heard, signaling that the first class was over. Damduk, who was walking in the hallway of the academy building, then realized he was in trouble. The problem was that the next class was the magic practice class, and this stupid god did not know the venue. Damduk, who was confused about where the second class was held, accidentally overheard Adele Shalon's conversation with a man. The man asked Adele to fulfill her promise if Adele couldn't graduate this year. She would be expelled from the academy and focus on acting. Adele knew that, but she insisted on studying magic even though she had mana scarcity syndrome. Her condition had not been any better lately. Long story short, Damduk was in the next class. The magic instructor asked the students to feel their mana flow and imagine a fire. After that, bam, a fireball was cast and hit the target. The long-bearded instructor practiced casting the fireball. Damduk was mesmerized and amazed by it, and when it was his turn to cast a fireball. Oh man, this useless god can't cast magic. Those poses, so stupid. Okay, let's continue the story. Damduk was quite worried that he couldn't cast a fireball, so he tried using godly power instead of magic power to see if it worked. And apparently, magic only works with mana. This idiot Damduk thought the casting pose changed his condition, and the students who saw the strange pose started laughing at him. Damduk felt like he was practicing casting magic, but it only became the laughing stock of the other students, except for Adele Shalon, who was looking at Damduk quite seriously. While Damduk was dealing with the students for bothering him, Adele was quite annoyed and called Damduk over. Adele wanted to discuss something with him, so she asked Damduk to stay in class after it ended. When class ended and the day began to dusk, Adele and Damduk were still in class. Adele opened her mouth, and she knew that Damduk didn't have mana. With that condition of not having mana, it was a painful sight to see Damduk working hard for it. Then why Damduk didn't just give up on magic? Damduk was silent at Adele's piercing words, but he took it calmly. Isn't it a bit pathetic to take out the complaints about yourself onto others? Adele was surprised to hear that, and then she pretended that she didn't know what Damduk's words meant. But Damduk already knew Adele's condition, that she had mana scarcity syndrome. It's a rare condition where you can't use mana no matter how much mana is in your body. Adele Shalom began to remain silent, her hands trembling. Why would a new student know about her condition? Mana scarcity syndrome, a rare condition without a cure and the worst disease that ruined Adele Shalom's dream. Is that why, when Damduk, the guy who was in the same shoes as her, appeared, rather than having the feeling of similarity, she felt hatred flooding inside her? Even if she kept at this forever, the fact that she couldn't reach her dream of becoming a great magician was further solidified by him. But she kept at it. Adele endures time and time again. She kept working towards it. Adele was starting to reach her limit. She remembered the man's words earlier, and the man kept asking why Adele insisted on becoming a great magician. The man advised Adele to know her place and give up on magic as well as doing things that suited her. Adele regretted and cowered. She didn't realize she had vented her anger on Damduk. She felt miserable at the moment. At Adele Shalom's lowest point, Damduk began to speak softly. He would help with Adele's problems, but she had to help him too. Damduk tried to make a deal with her. Adele had a hard time accepting that. Was the man in front of her not listening to her? No matter how hard she tried, even beginner magic was difficult for her. So what could a monolith person like Damduk do? Damduk just held up his finger and said, 1 week. Damduk would show Adele Shalom that he could use magic. Although Adele hardly believed, or even disbelieved, those words, eventually the deal was made. Outside the academy building, Soil was surprised because Damduk told Adele that he would master magic in a week. Soil held her head. She hardly believed in that reckless, stupid god's decision. Why was Damduk so confident in saying that? Well, Damduk understood it was an exaggeration. He was a bit rash, but he had no other choice. If he didn't, then he would be underestimated. Soil thought hard. It was definitely not the wrong thing to attract Adele's attention, since Adele Shalom's only interest was magic. Even so, who would have thought that Damduk would say that he would master magic in a week? Magic abilities were not sold in the shop of gods. It took a long time to obtain mana and get used to using it. Soil herself took 3 months to master magic. Of course, it's a different story if they did the hidden part-time jobs. In 2 months, the forgotten magical god Kalos will appear. When he comes to destroy this magic city, the god of magic Vermouth will urgently put up a part-time job asking for help. One of the rewards for that would be magic ability. Looking at the events in the future, Soil said there was a way to get magic abilities shortly, and Damduk was quite surprised and curious. If Soil told him too much, it might have an impact and interfere with his development. So she would tell him slowly. Soil simply said that in 2 months, a gate would explode and the forgotten god Kalos would appear. When that happened, Damduk was asked to take the part-time job given by Vermouth. The best solution now was to tell Adele Shalom to wait for 2 months. That would have made sense, but this cunning god seemed to have absurd ideas. He said he didn't want to wait that long and he would speed it up. How could Damduk think like that? Damduk was so confident he had thought of everything. He explained that Vermouth would be looking for part-time workers when Magic City was threatened, so he planned that they would pretend to be monsters from the gate. Wouldn't that make Vermouth look for part-time workers? Looking at Soil's expression, who couldn't understand the plan, was it really safe to do? The magic world is complicated and picky. Until Damduk's 1869th revival, it was done in the same way every time. However, this time, Soil felt that it might end up with a different ending. Well, besides that, she thinks that plan will be difficult. If Damduk wasn't careful, he would die. But Damduk wasn't worried because Soil would pretend to be the culprit, not Damduk. After all, Soil was the strongest among them. Long story short, at the Vermouth Temple, many magicians were gathering. Who knows if they were guarding the temple or what? Damduk also didn't expect that there would be many people near the temple. Damduk will do as planned. He will hide. Then White Cloud and Soil will go to mess up. Just look at their smug expressions, especially White Cloud, who had just heard the stupid plan. The boy heard that Damduk was going to go fight the god, so why bring him for that? Damduk told the tantruming boy to shut up. The boy was only asked to pretend to screw up. But according to White Cloud, it was the same as telling him to die. Damduk had run out of patience. He threateningly told the boy, "You're getting cocky again. Do you want to go out there and die or die by my hands?" Wow, Damduk was terrifying, and the boy had no choice but to comply. After that, White Cloud came out of the forest bushes and took the magician by surprise. They pointed their wands at the boy who was holding a sword and not listening to their questions. The magician told the boy to stop. If the boy took another step, they would attack. White Cloud ignored the magician's words while holding back his anger at being used as a puppet by Damduk and Soil. Unable to cooperate, the magician unleashed the magic attack Firestorm onto the boy who was a stranger to them. Mana concentrated on the magic crystal, slowly turned into fire emission, and was blasted at White Cloud. Even though he looked weak and inexperienced, White Cloud was quite calm, and in a single slash, he was able to cut through Firestorm with ease. After slashing through the flames, White Cloud dashed towards the magician guarding the temple. And unexpectedly, the boy managed to obtain the Fire Slasher skill, and began to understand fire reduction. Damduk didn't expect White Cloud to be so angry when he told him to pretend to be a villain. But who would have thought he got the skill so easily? What a terrible genius boy. Then Damduk stretched out his hand. After White Cloud broke through to the front, he would give the final touch to complete this uproar. Howling skill was activated, and several horrible-looking sunwolves were summoned to assist in the chaos. The magician thought the sunwolf were monsters that broke into the temple, so they used barrier magic to guard the temple from enemy attacks. They would not let monsters enter the temple. When the magician wanted to call for help, Soil was already behind them, and she punched the magician's neck so that they all fainted on the spot. It was faster than Soil had expected, and it was unexpected that the combination of a mid-level goddess and a priest would ruffle the magician's defenses so easily and effectively. Damduk, who was just sitting watching the chaos, wondered. If the chaos had gone this far, he should have shown up. When would Vermith come? Suddenly a man in a white uniform, blue suit, and distinctive monocle glasses emerged from the forest and asked the stranger, "What are you doing here?" Damduk was surprised that someone was coming from the forest behind, and out of curiosity, he asked who it was. The man with monocle glasses didn't want to answer because he had asked first. Damduk's body trembled. He had to calm down. If the man wanted to kill, he would have died earlier. The man might not have fully understood the situation. Damduk explained nervously that some people attacked the temple, and Damduk only saw those people from behind. Since something like this happened, because they were both gods, wouldn't it be natural for Damduk to be interested in that? The man was not happy with Damduk's words. It was true that the temple was under attack at the moment, but the man did not think that he and Damduk were on the same level. The man's eyes glowed purplish-blue looking at Damduk, and a second later he released Damduk and patted him on the shoulder. The man apologized for his slightly harsh words. He had checked if Damduk was lying, but he didn't see any hostility. Moreover, Damduk was just a god who had no connection to him. From a distance, Soil saw Damduk there with a strange man, of course. Soil knew the man's true identity. He was Vermith, the god who ruled the magic world dimension. White Cloud felt that the bullhead man was a little dangerous, but Soil didn't want to hear that stupid priest's opinion. Soil grabbed onto the boy's collar and immediately, with incredible strength and speed, she dragged the boy to escape from the temple. Seeing that, Vermith left it at that, assuming that it would be difficult to catch up with them at that speed. Based on that, Damduk knew that Vermith had no intention of attacking, but he couldn't let his guard down. When Vermith attacked Soil and White Cloud, he would suppress it. Damduk had even prepared to move Soil and White Cloud to South Korea using an interdimensional teleport. There were a few reasons Soil agreed to this plan. One of them was because of Vermith's personality. He doesn't like fighting and is only interested in magic and studying spirits. Anyway, Vermith asked where Damduk came from, and he learned that there was a low-level god who came from South Korea. Vermith had never heard of that dimension, let alone South Korea. Previously, Vermith had had a guest of a god who came from America. He didn't know if it came from the same dimension as South Korea. Damduk was quite surprised to hear that. America. There was someone from America who had a system like him in Soil. Before Damduk daydreamed about all that, Vermith had a request for Damduk as a god from another world. A request? Damduk was quite surprised that Vermith was making a request to him. But if it was related to closing the gate, Damduk would definitely help. Vermith liked to hear it, but that wasn't what he meant. Vermith said that the evil beings in the gate, even the smallest of the insects in there, each had their own respective stories. In case the temple could be rebuilt, if Damduk saw the monsters come out again, Vermith wanted Damduk to lightly punish them and send them back. Actually, they had quite a painful life. Damduk just understood Vermouth's gentle personality. He now understood why Vermouth could lose despite having great strength. Based on Soil's prophecy, it seemed like Kalos knew Vermouth's personality well. He ambushed Vermouth and inflicted a critical injury, and if he isn't stopped quickly, this dimension will be swallowed by the gate. With Vermouth's gentle and kind personality, he blended in with the people and taught them magic. Many monsters that came out of the gate might look ordinary to him, like butterflies flying, but to ordinary humans, it's like a devastating storm. If the monsters from the gate have become strong like the monsters from before, they'll never be able to handle it. Vermouth wanted to overcome those monsters, but he had to repair the temple. Vermouth himself didn't know when he could finish it. Vermouth wanted to send his priest, but they were all busy, so he wanted to ask Damduk for help. Of course, he would give Damduk a gift because Damduk had to teach magic, and Vermouth would help him to use magic easily. Damduk was really surprised to hear that. An opportunity that doesn't come twice. And this bastard god happily saw the opportunity with shining eyes. Well, you all know Damduk, huh? Anyway, Vermouth was quite happy, and he was helpful with it. Long story short, in the backyard of the Magic Academy, all the academy students had gathered and were getting ready for the magic practice class. One of the students was talking about Damduk, who had not been seen lately. Because it was too noisy, the instructor there told all the students to calm down and focus on their class. Adele, who was there, was also silent. She had to deal with her own problems, and there was nothing to expect from the idiot Damduk as well. Not long after, footsteps were heard. It was Damduk who suddenly came in the middle of the class. Hatred emanated from the entire group of students. Why is someone who doesn't have mana and was late to class still so arrogant? The instructor there was frowning, a look of hatred on his face as well. But a second later, his expression was 180 degrees different. The instructor was flattering him, and he even called Damduk a high priest. Oh god, what happened all of a sudden? The faces of the students too look like they don't understand at all. The instructor introduced Damduk as the high priest, who was highly regarded by Vermouth, and he would teach the students in the academy about magic. One of the students there did not accept this. How could a bastard like him teach them magic? Everyone knows he has no mana and got into this academy through connections. But now someone like him is going to teach them. But the high priest was a little too much. One of the students bit off his white glove and threw it at Damduk. Throwing the glove had the symbolism of challenging someone to a duel, and the student was going to prove that Damduk was the one who couldn't teach them. So the student challenged Damduk to a magic duel to prove it. Afterward, on a large field, Damduk would start a duel with one of the disciples. Damduk would be generous and tell the student to attack first. The disciple cast fire magic from his wand and slowly the fire became a fireball, and the mighty flame's fire arrow was launched towards Damduk. Surprisingly, Damduk was very calm in this situation. He just raised his hand and a small magic circle appeared. But don't get it wrong, such a small magic circle was enough to absorb the fire arrow easily. After receiving the magic attack, it was Damduk's turn to attack. His face was very serious while pointing his finger with a small flame on top of it. With that bitter smile, Damduk launched the small flame on his finger. Let's go back a moment ago. Before Damduk and Vermouth's conversation finished, Vermouth said something to him. No matter how untalented Damduk was, using advanced magic from scratch was difficult. That's why Vermouth will share some of his power with Damduk. Therefore, because Damduk had been given some of Vermouth's power, Damduk extremely easily cast the 8th circle magic, Hellfire, from such a small flame. The 8th circle magic was indistinguishable from the fire arrow he had received. The power of the fire magic was tremendous in its impact. The students who saw that gaped, not believing what they saw. The students who challenged the duel as well. He was terrified of receiving an 8th circle magic attack like Hellfire. Before the attack hit him, the student apologized to Damduk for his behavior while crying. With a single move, just a flick of his finger, Damduk easily deflected Hellfire upwards to avoid the student being hit by the powerful magic and exploded right above the academy building so that the impact was not too great. From that, we know that the power of mana that becomes magic is extremely strong. Anyway, starting from that moment, all the students realized Damduk's magic power, and Adele Shalon was no exception. That woman was really surprised that Damduk really could do it. Could master magic in a week. After a while in Damduk's room, Adele Shalon banged on the table. She was angry that Damduk wanted her to swear an oath on such absurd terms. Well, apparently Damduk had told Shalon to fulfill those conditions and become his priest. Adele didn't accept the terms. She felt Damduk was fooling her. Well, Damduk had known this would happen. Her reaction was natural, but making Adele a priest was not as easy as compared to White Cloud. It was true that White Cloud was a cheap eye. Damduk calmed down the angry Adele Shalon to listen carefully to his explanation first. He would explain it in detail. First of all, Damduk asked out of everything he had told, which one did Adele dislike? Not just one or two, but Adele disliked all of the conditions. Does that make sense? She had to come whenever Damduk called her. Moreover, she had to be absolutely faithfully devoted to Damduk. Is this a slave contract? That was what made Adele Shalon angry. Damduk clarified that it was not a slave contract, but rather it was nothing more than a job. After all, Damduk would not summon at will. He only needed Adele's help to prevent future catastrophes. For the upcoming battle, Damduk would help Adele as much as he could overcome monoscarcity syndrome, as well as teach Adele magic. Adele began to soften upon hearing that. Was it true that Damduk would overcome her monoscarcity syndrome, even at such a high cost? It was untreatable, so how could Damduk do it? But this stupid god didn't have a plan. He honestly said he hadn't found a method to treat the syndrome, but he would try his best to cure Adele. Naturally, Adele was angry. She was not exaggerating, considering Damduk to be a heretic. What a fool Damduk is. If he only talks, who will believe him? Damduk asked Soil if there was a way to cure monoscarcity syndrome, but Soil shook her head. There was no way to cure it at the moment. It's amazing how quickly he acquired magic and got to this point. But it has always been difficult when it comes to persuading Adele Shalon. A superstar in the magic world who has nothing to envy has a weak point. Just one. Her monoscarcity syndrome. Soil told Damduk to give her some time to think. After all, there was still time left until the gate exploded. After saying that, in Damduk's room there was a great shock. All who were there felt it. With the same curiosity, they reflexively looked at the window next to them, because it was emitting very bright energy and light. What happened outside was an event, a huge catastrophe. A black gate that emitted black sparks suddenly appeared and destroyed the entire city with ease. Soil's eyes widened. She didn't expect this to happen. There was supposed to be another month. But why? Hollows was already in the magic world. What is going to happen in magic world? The gate, a malevolent rupture in the heart of the magic world, unleashed a torrent of dense dark energy that obliterated almost the entire town. The once thriving streets were reduced to ruins and the citizens, engulfed by fear, fled for their lives. The monsters pouring forth from the gate were too numerous to count, a relentless horde that devoured everything in its path. From afar, it was like a blood-red pillar that slammed into the city. Adele couldn't hide her fear. Adele's like, what's going on right now? Meanwhile, Damduk felt angry at Soil. What did she mean by Kalos? Didn't Soil say there's still time left before he shows up? But this catastrophe, there was no doubt. Soil was sure it was Kalos, who had opened the gate and descended to destroy the city. Soil felt sorry and sensed something strange was happening. Kalos never appeared this quickly before. The very fabric of existence seemed to be unraveling. Palpable, godly power emanated from behind her. Damduk, brandishing his sword, radiated a divine aura. Soil, perplexed by Damduk's actions, feared the recklessness that might endanger him. Kalos surpassed the instability of Neptune, and Soil cautioned Damduk against engaging the formidable foe. She emphasized the uncertainty that awaited Damduk even if he were to leave. But Damduk, driven by a resolute determination, couldn't bear to stay idle. A second later, an urgent recruitment request from Vermouth pops up, asking to stop Kalos and Gate. With this call to action, there was no longer a reason to remain passive. It was time for the gods to undertake another part-time job as saviors. The city, now a landscape of devastation, bore the brunt of relentless monster attacks. The gods, including Damduk, swiftly responded to Vermouth's plea, engaging the monsters to safeguard what little. However, despite their valiant efforts, the monsters seemed endless. The city's greatest god, Vermouth, seldom intervened directly, and Damduk, with a realization of his inferiority, fought alongside the gods. Damduk also knew that when he taught the students last time, the analogy was 50 Damduk was equal to a Vermouth. That was how the power of the greatest god compared to this stupid, lowly god. Anyway, due to not knowing what would happen, Soil suggested continuing to stop the monsters that came out of the gate. Even though the event changed, Vermouth can still fight Kalos in Soil's opinion. After speaking like that, a dark energy exploded behind her, releasing a surge of power that reverberated through the forests. Damduk was so surprised by the explosion just now. He didn't expect Kalos and Vermouth are not far from his location. After that, there was a voice broadcast from Vermouth that was heard by all the gods. Vermouth said, "To all the gods blocking the gate, heed my words. The situation is not good. It's shameful, but I shall correct my request. Give up everything you're defending right now and focus on evacuating the citizens. I will buy the time you need." Damduk and Soil, gazing skyward, sensed the gravity of the situation. In their hearts, they knew it was a message from Vermouth, who was in terrible shape. After the message was delivered, the gods who were blocking the gate, paralyzed by the gravity of Vermouth's words, retreated without a word and withdrew from their defensive posts, which made Adele Shalin, who didn't know the current situation, really surprised by that. Adele, in her confusion and desperation, rushed to Damduk for answers. What's happening? Why did they leave? Where are they going? She pleaded, her voice filled with anguish. Damduk, grappling with a heavy heart, stood helplessly before Adele. He couldn't find the strength to explain Vermouth's desperate plea. After a few moments, Damduk reluctantly revealed that Vermouth had ordered their retreat. Adele's eyes widened and she staggered, weakened by the news. Damduk avoided Adele's gaze, haunted by his inability to protect her home. While Adele still couldn't believe this mayhem, she said, "What about our village? What about those who haven't escaped yet?" Soil, who had been silent, finally opened her mouth. It's different from a prophecy, so she couldn't tell Adele for certain, but this dimension is going to be destroyed by Kalos. Adele's gaze was blank, unable to process the impending catastrophe. Those three were silent, not saying anything, as if they were in deep sorrow. Even Soil, who is a middle-class goddess, could not face Kalos. The relentless rain added to the gloom, mirroring the sorrow that enveloped Adele, refusing to succumb to despair, implored Damduk to do something, anything to save the city. In the face of destruction, Damduk, burdened by the echoes of past helplessness, apologized. He confessed his inability to face Kalos. Adele's grip on Damduk weakened and she fell limp. She was angry at her unworthiness, angry at why Damduk gave up so easily. Gods or not, there are people that are still fighting. There are people that are fighting steadfastly. Adele, who had lost hope, said, "Yu Damduk, you said you were a god. A god helps humans, so please help this city just this once." From Adele's words, Damduk felt a sadness and helplessness that made him remember, a helplessness that also came to him in the past. The harsh reality that makes you realize that you are not needed in the world, falling limp, hoping to the gods for justice, because you have no power to turn it around. The same situation as his past, the same scene was happening again now. There was a woman who was asking for help to save her city. But this time, the god being asked for help was right in the face. Damduk clenched his hands tightly as a god who was asked for help. He had to do something. Then Damduk opened the interface of the shop of gods in front of the helpless Adele. Soil yelled at Damduk as if she was against the decree, but Damduk wasn't planning to die, so he told her not to worry. After a while, Damduk bought 2 items, namely the legendary level Hercules' lion armor, which increased defense by 500%, and another one, he bought Hercules' club, which had a 100% chance of causing stun on living creatures if it hit the head. Since the 2 items were used together, it made the user's attack and defense increase by 500%. These artifacts, though formidable, carried a somber acknowledgement of their necessity in the face of impending doom. Adele, witnessing Damduk's resolve, found a flicker of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Soil, still skeptical, couldn't sway Damduk's decision. With a heavy heart, Damduk left the fate of the city in Soil's hands, marching towards Vermouth's presence. The gods might have retreated, but Damduk, bearing the weight of despair and hope, stood as a lone sentinel against the impending catastrophe. In the heart of the raging tempest, Vermouth, his once proud stature now marred by blood and weariness, faced the embodiment of his failed teachings. Kalos. The air crackled with ominous energy as Vermouth, undeterred by his dire condition, released a torrential rain, seeking to quell the nefarious dark energy that emanated from Kalos. Muscles shrouded in inky darkness, framed by blood-red eyes that gleamed with an insatiable thirst for power. He was Kalos, one of Vermouth's students. The air echoed with the clash of wills as Vermouth and Kalos engaged in a heated debate amid the chaos of combat. Yet their divergent paths collided with an intensity that refused convergence, leaving the air thick with unresolved tension. Kalos had lost the path that Vermouth had taught him. He had no mercy to kill his teacher, and he released a dense dark energy from his hand. After that, he summoned a massive ball of dark energy, and Kalos launched the dark energy at Vermouth like an auto-aim missile that struck mercilessly. Vermouth tried to block the dark energy attack by blasting magic. The attack was slightly held back by that. But Kalos still hadn't unleashed his full potential. He increased the intensity of the dark energy, which made Vermouth realize that he couldn't hold back the dark energy. In the final seconds of Vermouth's remaining strength, a ray of hope appeared. The 8th circle magic, Hellfire, was directed at Kalos, making him burst forth by the flame. As you all know, it was Damduk, the god of South Korea, who had come to help. But Vermouth wasn't happy with Damduk's arrival. Vermouth was like, "What are you doing here? Didn't you get my message? I have no godly power to share with you, leave this place now." Well, Damduk didn't come to ask payment. After all, his commission reward wasn't worth more than people's lives, so Damduk had a plan to fight Kalos. This evil god laughed out loud. He felt that Vermouth was so desperate that he appointed someone as a new disciple. Kalos condensed dark energy in his hand and was about to end this fight. The dark energy was slammed towards the two of them like a raging hurricane. But Vermouth could withstand it with a barrier. It was true that Vermouth could withstand but it didn't last long when Kalos added to the intensity of his dark energy. Vermouth couldn't hold back any longer, so he told Damduk to do something according to the plans. Just once, Damduk needed one chance to attack Kalos, and with that, he was sure to defeat him. Vermouth could create that moment, but he couldn't guarantee Damduk's safety against dark energy. For Damduk, that was enough. Then the wind dash skill was activated. In the blink of an eye, Damduk was already in Kalos' blind spot and prepared to strike using Hercules' club. Damduk strikes Kalos' head with all the power he has. The sound of the blow echoes in the sky. But Damduk's attack doesn't actually hit Kalos' head, not even the tip of his hair. This dark energy is stronger than Damduk expected. With his full strength, Damduk couldn't even touch Kalos. After that, Kalos enveloped Damduk in dark energy to slowly let him die inside. One nuisance for Kalos had been dealt with, so what would Vermouth do now? However, Vermouth was strangely calm. He was not affected by Kalos' harsh words and provocations. In that silence, Vermouth cast a spell in an incomprehensible language, and immediately, a sacred chain came out from another dimension right behind Kalos. It was restriction magic. But Kalos was not an opponent who could be restrained with such magic. With that magic, he could restrain Kalos for a while, and that was more than enough time for Damduk to carry out his plan. Damduk came out of the dark energy ball with a water bubble around his body, and was ready to launch the final attack. Kalos was surprised to see that how did that bastard come out of the dark energy? Yep, that's right. Thanks to the Neptune blessing that can withstand any heat, Damduk can endure the power of dark energy, using Hercules' club, which had a 100% chance of causing a stun. Damduk hit Kalos with the Greek god's weapon with all his strength, making the entire forest echo and shake wildly. Seconds later, Kalos was found unconscious in the middle of the rain-soaked forest. Damduk approached the unconscious Kalos. He was confused about what he should do now. Therefore, Damduk asked Vermouth, "May I end things?" But the greatest god was just silent, probably his emotional feelings. And in the end, Vermouth opened his mouth. The day he met him, Kalos wasn't like this. He was cursed with a dark fate no one would have wanted. But he was also gifted with a talent that everyone desired. That's what he thought when he taught Kalos magic himself. He has to change this child's fate. No one but him, the greatest god, Vermouth. Thinking back, it was an arrogant thought. He didn't realize the desire Kalos was building up inside him and helped him attain powers of dark energy. He showed his true self and Vermouth couldn't bring himself to kill him. So Vermouth banished him. Even knowing that one day Kalos would come back to kill him, it hurt. If Vermouth had led him onto the correct path at an earlier time, things could have been different. If Vermouth didn't teach him dark magic, Vermouth has always held on to his regrets and lived with them. However, now it seems it's time to let them go. Until the end, Vermouth could not come to terms with killing Kalos. Maybe it was because he still had some faith left in him. Or maybe because he still had regrets he could not let go of. Damduk was overwhelmed by this story between master and his pupil. Indeed, giving last hits to other gods made him stronger, but Damduk felt bad about it. Well, there was no choice. Damduk successfully landed the last hit on Kalos and then absorbed the powers of the forgotten god Kalos. With that power, Snow White or Moonlight Fox rose 2 levels to level 3, and Moonlight Fox's sealed skills have been unlocked. Most importantly, Damduk gained the Dark Energy skill, which can be broadened by increasing mastery. From his hand, dark energy came out, and it was undoubtedly the power of Kalos. Like he used Neptune's blessing to save himself, he has to use the powers of an evil god when he has to. Look at this hyper-pubescent boy who's so interested in the incredible power of dark energy that he wants to be taught to master it too. But Damduk doesn't want to do that anytime soon. This crazy kid is cranky. White Cloud is a genius, but he's somewhat idiot. He's bitching to be taught dark energy. Adele slammed White Cloud for his behavior. She told White Cloud to stop blabbering, and as a priest, the stupid boy should worship him. Surely Damduk would teach him when the time came. Well, indirectly, Adele's words indicate that she acknowledged Damduk. Damduk is like, "Oh, now you're starting to realize that I'm cool and brave god." And what the heck? She blushed. She was too embarrassed to admit it, but since Damduk had proven that he was worthy and not just a bragger, Adele would do the contract. Okay. Why are the priests here all tsundere, though? This boy and this girl are the same when they are about to become priests. Okay, move on. Damduk's proposed contract was indeed ridiculous, but if she became a priest of a god like him, she guessed she'll give it a shot. But Adele plans to be in the magic world for much longer. She found out for sure this time. If she can't use magic, she can't be of any help. That's why she plans on finding something else she can do to be helpful. And all of a sudden, Vermouth appeared, and he felt he could help Adele with it. Well, naturally, Adele was surprised. She was meeting the greatest god in the magic world. Vermouth wanted to repay the kindness of the god Adele believed in, and he was happy to help him. But look at Damduk. He was confused and nervous to hide the two brats who had destroyed Vermouth's temple. But Soil felt no need to hide, because he might have forgotten. Anyway, since things were already like this, they didn't need to find a way to cure mana scarcity syndrome, so it was better for Adele to stay here. After that, Damduk spent 2,300 godly power to return to Earth. But when Damduk arrived, his eyes widened. South Korea, the entire city, was engulfed by destruction on fire to a bleak scene, something that was not pleasant to see when returning home. What on earth is going on? In the aftermath of their exploration, the once serene city now lay in ruins, its streets overrun with chaos and destruction. Amidst the rubble and debris, their gaze fell upon a monstrous one-eyed creature, its grotesque form resembling that of a bat. With a sense of urgency, Damduk wasted no time in summoning the aid of Sun Wolf, hoping to combat the encroaching menace that threatened to consume the city. As Sun Wolf swiftly tore through the creature's wings, the assault proved futile against the relentless tide of monsters that continued to pour in. The air was thick with tension as Damduk, grappling with confusion and doubt, questioned the absence of the dungeon break and the apparent failure of the hunters and soldiers who were tasked with protecting the city. Yet before Damduk could unravel the mysteries that shrouded the city's downfall, a new threat emerged from the shadows. A monstrous serpent, its massive form coiled and poised to strike. In a heartbeat, the creature lunged forward, its gaping maw ready to ensnare Damduk in its deadly embrace. But fate intervened as Soil arrived in the nick of time, thwarting the serpent's attack with a single lethal blow. With Soil's timely intervention, a wave of relief washed over Damduk, though the chaos of the moment left him reeling with uncertainty. Gate explosion? The words reverberated in his mind, stirring a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. Could it be possible that a forgotten god had descended upon the city, heralding its doom? Yet amidst the turmoil, Soil's calm reassurance offered a glimmer of hope. She dispelled Damduk's fears, assuring him that there was no trace of the dreaded forgotten god's presence. With resolve in her voice, she urged Damduk to focus on the task at hand, to stem the tide of monsters that threatened to overrun the city's defenses. Amid the city's turmoil, the piercing sound of helicopter blades shattered the serenity. Their gaze widened as the helicopter loomed overhead, freezing them in their tracks. Stepping out from the aircraft, a man identified himself as a member of the Gate Management and Maintenance Bureau, summoning Damduk, Soil, and White Cloud to follow him without delay. After a tense journey, they found themselves at the headquarters of the Gate Management and Maintenance Bureau. In the dimly lit room, Soil, Damduk, and a familiar face, Namgung-dok, sat in rapt attention, absorbing every word of instruction. For those who may have forgotten, Namgung-dok, the white-haired man, had made his mark in Season 1 and now returned. But the already tense atmosphere escalated to the point of chaos when a fierce, brown-haired woman, the bureau chief, voiced her concerns with palpable urgency. Her words reverberated through the room, echoing the gravity of the situation. 12 gates had detonated simultaneously in the heart of the metropolitan area, resulting in an unprecedented surge in casualties. With a furrowed brow, she scrutinized the sluggish response of the hunters assigned to patrol their respective territories, expressing her frustration at their apparent inability to swiftly react to the crisis at hand. The solemn resonance of the bespectacled man's voice from the Iris Guild shattered the stillness of the room, carrying with it the weight of guilt as the bureau chief laid bare the unprecedented explosion of the gate. With furrowed brows, he challenged the Gate Management Bureau's handling of the crisis. Did they not grasp the gravity of the situation, the jeopardy looming over every gate's security? The bureau chief, feeling the weight of the accusation, stood in the crosshairs of blame. Before tensions could reach a boiling point, a thunderous thud reverberated throughout the room. Gunnak, revered leader of the Iris Guild far and wide, brought the discord to an abrupt halt with a resounding slam of his hand on the table. An undercurrent of anxiety swept through the room as all eyes turned to him. In a commanding yet reassuring tone, Gunnak emphasized that now was not the time for finger-pointing. Rather, they needed to join forces to avert such catastrophes in the future. In the face of peril, there was no room for complacency. However, the stark truth remained. Of the 18 hunters assembled, 12 had faltered in their response. With unwavering resolve, Gunnak sprung into action. With purposeful strides, he approached the bureau chief and then forcefully tapped the map displayed in the room. His gaze ablaze with determination, he declared that all present hunters must band together to form a formidable army and mount an unprecedented assault on the gate. As Gunnak's words echoed through the room, the hunters wasted no time in rallying behind his solution. To them, the directive from Iris Guild carried weight beyond question. It was a sentiment that reverberated throughout the chamber, each nod of agreement signaling their readiness for action. Meanwhile, Damduk watched with a mixture of amusement and concern, his mind grappling with the seeming disregard the hunters displayed towards authority figures. It was no wonder, he mused, that the Iris Guild such respect and adoration across the land. In a steady motion, Damduk rose from his seat, a determined glint in his eye. If the discussion revolved around eradicating the monstrous threat, then he was more than willing to take matters into his own hands. As he passed by Gunnak, he paid little heed to the curious gaze of the guild leader. What drove Damduk to act alone? Calmly, Damduk replied that he was the only one capable of entering the gate. This is just a temporary setback. If the attack he experienced in the magic world occurred here, no one in this room could stop it. For him, the only viable solution lay in addressing the root cause of the problem, the war between gods. His proud voice irritated a bespectacled man from Guild Iris. He hoped that the leader of Guild Iris would ignore Damduk. After all, in his opinion, just because a hunter had a 6-star rank, it didn't mean he was special. Damduk was just an arrogant boy who believed he was special. As Damduk stepped near the door, the sound of hurried steps could be heard in the corridor, signaling the arrival of someone with urgent news. The man from the Gate Management Bureau opened the door with obvious tension on his face. With a sharp intake of breath, he delivered the terrible news that there had been a gate explosion at Incheon Airport, leveling the entire area with a force that could not yet be assessed. The shock of the news stabbed Damduk like a razor blade, a sweaty chill running down the spine as horrific speculations swept through his mind. Was this the work of the forgotten god, an unpredictable and dangerous creature? In the world of magic, with the help of the greatest god, Vermouth, Damduk was able to overcome that force. But in this world, the forces at hand were no match. Worry clouded Damduk's mind, creating a sense of infinite anxiety. All of a sudden, a soft touch rubbed his shoulder, distracting him from his anxiety. It was Soil, present to calm Damduk with a calming presence. With confidence, she assured Damduk that the gate's explosion was not the work of the forgotten god. Support from the mother system that appeared reinforced Soil's words, removing little by little the burden of worry weighing Damduk down. With his title as a 6-star hunter, Damduk asked the bureau chief for permission to take a plane to Incheon Airport. Not long after, Damduk arrived at Incheon Airport, where a dark, purplish gate stood high, eerily above the ground. Cerberus was seen in the airport area, which seemed to be Damduk summoning the 3-headed dog to help him deal with the wave of monsters raging out of the gate, though his worries still crept into his mind. Despite Cerberus being there to help him, Damduk felt uneasy. His thoughts drifted to Adele Shalon and her mana scarcity syndrome condition that might haunt her. Damduk regretted not preparing for it before leaving the magic world. However, his reverie was interrupted when his intuition skill kicked in automatically, giving a warning of danger. Quickly he turned around, only to see Soil standing in front of him, blocking the attack aimed at him. The attack came from a strange creature that suddenly appeared, unlike ordinary human beings. It resembled a human but had pointed ears, its eyes covered by cloth, and two small horns on its head. While Soil coldly deflected the attack, she asserted firmly, "What is the meaning of this all of a sudden?" With a terrifying demeanor, the creature ordered Soil to move away, declaring its intention to end Damduk's life, the one deemed guilty of stealing the Netherworld's mystical creature Cerberus. However, before that, Soil quickly reacted, shifting her body behind the strange creature, wielding a sharp dagger that threatened his throat, firmly demanding an explanation from the creature. Meanwhile, a dark purple aura began to emanate around it, showing the dark nature of its origin from the Netherworld. The creature cursed Soil's decision, deeming it an act of protecting an unworthy person, one who had summoned Cerberus from the Netherworld on a whim. Calmly, it said, "Enjoy your freedom for now, but your true evil self will soon be unveiled by Hades himself." Then, amidst a dark, clumpy aura, the stranger vanished, leaving behind a threatening message of the punishment that awaited Damduk of the Netherworld. The next day, in the deserted practice room, it was quiet after Damduk and White Cloud ended their training. It was clear that White Cloud was exhausted, his body looking lethargic with no energy left. Damduk, with a noticeably cynical tone, expressed his astonishment about White Cloud's recent training progress. Damduk's scornful question instantly stirred the emotions of White Cloud, who did not remain silent and immediately stood up in protest. He emphasized that it wasn't that his movements had slowed down, but rather that the training had been going on 17 hours since 5 a.m. Damduk, feeling similarly exhausted, held his head, showing signs of deep thought. He then told White Cloud to clean up the practice room while he would leave first. However, Damduk firmly forbade White Cloud to follow him, realizing that he would soon leave to face the gate he was about to destroy. To him, it would be distressing if the two of them were seen together, as it could trigger public speculation involving the Iris Guild. Damduk went off alone, leaving White Cloud behind in the practice room. Meanwhile, sitting on the cold floor, White Cloud watched worriedly, wondering about the incident at Incheon Airport that had made Damduk look so tense. However, he knew that if he asked about it, Damduk would definitely avoid him. It felt like he wasn't appreciated, even as a priest, so he wanted to just go home and play the game again. But the imaginary Damduk, who would him with his typical hideous face, appeared in his mind, reminding him of the consequences of breaking the rules. And well, White Cloud ended up cleaning the practice room with the presumption of practice. As White Cloud was sweeping the floor of the room, a sound coming from behind him made him angry. The boy felt it was Damduk returning to the practice room. But it wasn't Damduk, but young Ak who had somehow gotten here. Seeing that it wasn't Damduk, White Cloud felt ignorant of young Ak's presence. Just look at that sluggish expression. Young Ak, annoyed by White Cloud's disrespect towards him, confronted him for rarely being seen at Guild Iris and was now found cleaning the training room. White Cloud thought it was no big deal. He's like, who cares about all the little details? Anyway, don't tell me what to do anymore. I'll be staying on this side for a while. Those words made young Ak feel upset. How could an Iris Guild member dare to pose him like that? Previously, young Ak told him to beat up Damduk. But why is White Cloud following him now? But White Cloud didn't care at all about young Ak. He said he would be here with big brother Damduk. Those words triggered the anger that was boiling up inside young Ak. How could White Cloud call Damduk big brother? In 10 years, the boy had never even called him like that. Nimbly, young Ak grabbed White Cloud's arm and pulled him away from that place. He was determined to have the boy follow to the Iris Guild, where Gun Ak, the guild leader, had ordered White Cloud to assist in destroying the gate. However, their steps were halted when White Cloud flatly refused to come with him to the Iris Guild. This firm response took young Ak by surprise. He had never seen White Cloud argue before. With an expression that showed deep resentment and eyes sharp as knives, befitting his nickname as the White Ghost, he seemed ready to face any obstacle that stood in his way to death. While the two were arguing, the cheers of admiration that suddenly filled the air caught young Ak's attention. He turned his gaze towards a nearby television screen where live news was being broadcast. Damduk had successfully destroyed another gate in striking style, complete with eye-catching armor. The news drew admiration from all who witnessed it, amazed by Damduk's great abilities in martial arts, sword arts, and ranged attacks. White Cloud explained to Young Ak why he had chosen to follow Damduk. There was so much he could learn from Damduk's prowess. Why should he follow Young Ak, whom he thought was weak? Hearing those words, Young Ak was full of anger, his body trembling with resentment towards Damduk. He felt frustrated that his path to glory was always blocked by Damduk's existence. Elsewhere in the city, Damduk felt an unusual discomfort. His ears itched as if someone was talking about him, and they were. So Yul looked at Damduk with disgusted expression, wondering if he had any thoughts other than destroying the gate. She warned Damduk about the possibility of Hades' sudden appearance. Did Damduk not realize that his casual behavior could attract attention? However, despite this, Damduk realized that it was important for him to continue to become famous and gain more godly power from his fame. After all, there was only a little bit left for Damduk's godly power to reach 100,000. But So Yul had a different view. She thought that if the goal was only to increase godly power, Damduk could do a part-time job while avoiding Hades' sight. Continuing to destroy the gate would only attract Hades' attention and make him even angrier. It would be better if Damduk went to another dimension to continue practicing. Damduk doubted So Yul's suggestion. Would they keep running away forever? If they kept running, Ragnarok would arrive sooner. Those words made little sense to So Yul. But what was Damduk's plan for Hades? But this asshole god had no plan. If Hades wants to meet, then he will meet him. That answer shocked So Yul into choking. Damduk just laughed casually while So Yul was confused about Damduk's true intentions. So Yul wanted Damduk to stop joking and explain the plan to her. With a serious face, Damduk planned to go to a location where Hades could not kill him. So Yul folded her arms, doubting if there was such a place, and in a dismissive tone, So Yul asked, "Where is that location?" "The location where Hades will not be able to kill him. That location is on Mount Olympus, when the banquet of the gods is held. Hades, who was in the netherworld, would have difficulty finding him with a great distance if he had to go to Mount Olympus." The reason why Damduk was able to go to Mount Olympus was because there was a part-time job from Zeus, who asked the gods to help him in serving the hall. The scene moves to a familiar temple, standing tall with towering pillars, surrounded by beautiful and majestic mountains, creating a sacred atmosphere. This place is Mount Olympus, where the Temple of Olympus stands majestically. Inside the temple, the half-beasts were busy preparing for the banquet of the gods. Time was running out, and two familiar figures were busy moving baskets of fruits and vegetables. Yep, they were White Cloud and Adele Shalon, who were involved in the preparations for the banquet. Damduk was also there, encouraging his two companions with a face full of passion and innocence. White Cloud and Adele Shalon looked silent and pensive, not fully understanding the reason behind this sudden call. They were angry at Damduk, shouting loudly to protest why they had been summoned. However, Damduk hilariously explained that this summoning was important, even calling White Cloud, who was enjoying his game, and Adele Shalon, who was busy shooting a movie. With his trademark expression, Damduk said that this preparation was also part of the effort to prevent Ragnarok and save the world. The head of the kitchen, a half-horseman, announced that the banquet was about to begin, ordering the servants to get ready. With no hesitation, Damduk expressed his willingness to be part of the servants. White Cloud and Adele Shalon were frustrated with the task they had, but Damduk smiled broadly, with deep gratitude to his two priests. He was confident that if everything went according to plan, everything would be solved during the banquet. So what happened is he wore a lion's costume to the banquet. You're right, he looks very similar to Hercules. Is Hades not here yet? Ju So-yeol said she was worried, but I just know that this plan will work. Who's this? If it isn't my lovely student Yu Damduk. Your fashion is super cool. It's been a while, Sir Apollo. You're right. To think you're doing a part-time job as a server. You can say it can be exciting. It's been a while since I last saw you at the underwater palace. To think we'd meet again like this. Do you remember the offer I presented to you to join the underwater palace knights? Yes, Sir Poseidon. It's been a while. Poseidon. I was talking with my favorite student Yu Damduk, First Apollo. Would you mind giving us some privacy? I have many things to talk about with my low-class god. I've never seen that god before, so who is he? He seems to be a low-class god, but how is he that close with the main gods? But is it okay to just watch? I was talking first. Him wait. Let go, I'm first. I see that you're still full of energy since the last time we met, god of mountains. This voice. Sir Thor, have you been well? What happened before at the dungeon? I deeply apologize. To be. You don't have, it's okay, so don't worry about it. It seems you've chosen the wrong god to apologize to. You rat, you've come to your own grave. Hades. I don't know what you were thinking when you came here, but you've made my life easier. I'm going to lock up that worthless life of yours. Don't you think it's wrong for the strong to use their power against the weak? Aren't you the kid from Asgard? This is Olympus, not Asgard. Don't you think you should mind business? Your own damn, there's no way I would misunderstand. But you know, isn't the main character of Olympus and this banquet? Enough. Do we have to spill blood on such a nice day? Definitely isn't a nice day. Hades threatened and tried to kai the weak. Also, he humiliated me, noble warrior of Asgard. In the name of Odin, I will not back down. Where are you going? Hades. Hey, don't be like that. Calm down. It's a fight amongst the higher gods. Everyone run. Hades. Are you suggesting you'll only be satisfied once blood is spilled? How annoying. If you all want to die together so badly, I'll personally grant you that wish. Hades has exploded with anger. That crazy bastard. To think he'd take it this far at the banquet. Die, insect. Just what is all this? Gathered everyone for a banquet, so why is there a fight going on here? Why has the netherworld ascended to Olympus? Isn't this a banquet, not a funeral? There's a misunderstanding. Hades' power dissipated instantly. So that's the king of the gods. What do you mean a misunderstanding? Does your mistress know you're doing this, you bastard? There's someone here who stole something from the netherworld. I was just doing what I must. What? You had something stolen? The mighty Hades? Seeing you cause a scene like this, it must have been something quite precious. It was Cerberus. The netherworld's watchdog was stolen by God. That low class. How could he express it as stealing? After the summoning, I sent him back to his home though. This guy wonder. What are you the god of? What do you represent? Your responsibility. I'm the sword god. Sword? The sword god, how unexpected. You look pretty well-rounded though. Well, anyway, I could tell that you're a low-class god from just looking at you. That's what makes it more unexpected. How did you get Cerberus to like you, when he's even ferocious against me? Well, that's truthfully explained the episode regarding Cerberus. How he walked Cerberus and subdued him. How he discovered Cerberus' collar inside a pillar of the netherworld's entrance. Cerberus's collar, the collar used by Hades to train Cerberus. When used, Cerberus will follow your commands. Amazing. How could a low-class god achieve something like that? His reaction is unexpectedly positive. I might be able to resolve the tension in my relationship with Hades with Zeus' help. Then, to solve this the easy way. How about a duel between you two? What? Zeus, surely you know that this suggestion is ridiculous. A duel between a low-class god and a higher-class god. Then it will be a fight without using divine powers. Are there any other complaints left? Today's banquet has been ruined because of those two, so they should take responsibility. Wait, Zeus, a duel. Seems like your death has been postponed to another day. Enjoy these last moments of your fleeting life. Does the shop sell a talent for enduring getting beaten up? Things have gotten out of hand. Didn't I tell you that this would be too dangerous? As if you said that. What now? Hey, you're speaking as if this is completely unrelated to you. What do you mean? You have to go and fight. Are you on your way to train? I'll help you. Greek mythology. Hercules, come to Ares Stadium. Let's train together. Ares Stadium, no need to thank me. We're brothers in arms after all. I never thought the greatest hero in Greek mythology would be so obsessive about his armor. to call us brothers just because I'm wearing an armor similar to his. A spar? Who are they? They are fighting quite fiercely. And they also seem skilled. I lowered my guard just now. I haven't lost yet. Who told you to let your guard down? Had this been a real fight, you would have died dozens of times already. Let's call it a draw. I'm being nice to you by calling this a draw. So get that fucking sword out of my face. Judging by their skills, they don't seem like ordinary gods. But since they weren't present at the banquet, maybe they are not very strong. Did you lose against Athena again? Hold on, they're Ares and Athena. They're one of the 12 gods of Olympus and even have the word war in their titles. I didn't lose, it was a draw. This is good for us since all of them are specialized in fighting. Perfect timing. Let's see who the stronger one is. Wait a minute, let go for a second. I want to introduce you to someone. Introduce me. You mean to those two over there? You must have not heard yet because both of you always skip the banquet to fight each other. My neck. They're probably the hottest topic amongst the gods these days. They left the banquet today in complete chaos, and one of them will even duel against Hades. A duel against Hades? Which one of them? The girl is much stronger in terms of skills and energy. But the boy? How strange. I've never seen an energy like that. Alright. I was just in need of sparring partners. The only way to figure out one's strength is through a direct fight. We'll know who the stronger one is soon enough. Only the stronger one will be allowed to train here. Wait. Why is he talking about only one person getting to train? I'm going to return to Korea. They said they need someone to take care of a gate or dungeon or whatever it is. Then I guess I have no choice. So it was you. But shouldn't we stop him? Ares is getting too immersed in the fight. No, let's watch them for a bit longer. Can't you feel something changing? That's not important here. It's not unusual for Hades to get into a fight with that twisted personality of his. Anyway, in order to survive that fight, you should train with all your might. Don't you think so? He's at it again. Seriously, sometimes I can't even tell whether Ares is simple-minded or just plain stupid. At least you've got grit. All right then. Show me your swordsmanship. What are you doing? Are you planning to defend yourself till the end? He fought back. He's not bad for a low-class god. Well, even if he is skilled, there is a significant difference not just in power, but also in their speed and stamina. Though that was a given since he is a low-class god fighting against a higher-class god. This is quite fun. More entertain me more. I give up. The skill difference is too big. It's too much for me to handle. The word giving up is not in my dictionary. Come at me. He held on for a whole hour. This is beyond my expectations. That's true, you and your interesting energy. Are you ready? But how did you end up accepting a duel against Uncle Hades? It's just going easy on him, you're right. There is no low-class god that could stop Ares' sword. Damn it, what is this? The longer this fight drags on, the better he gets at blocking my attacks. Is he growing with this fight? No way. You bastard. You did a good job at hiding your skills. Thanks to the swordsmanship talent, my understanding of Ares' swordsmanship is growing rapidly. Can definitely block his attacks now. You probably don't know it since you are used to buying skills and legendary rank items that can be used immediately from the god store, the true value of a talent. You broke my sword. Were you hiding your real strength until now? Calm down. That's enough. It was nothing more than a simple spar. Ares, stop here. I accept the challenge. Let's see this to the end. The sword god. Indeed, your swordsmanship was nothing near ordinary. No, it's not that special. Ares didn't even use his divine powers during the spar. But I was still pushed back. I only fought with Ares briefly, but my swordsmanship has reached a new level. If I can learn swordsmanship from them, I might be able to stand my own against Hades. That means that I have to learn from them no matter what. Sir Ares, Lady Athena, I have a favor to ask from you. Please teach me your swordsmanship. You want us to teach you all of a sudden? Yes. I know, it may seem like it's coming out of nowhere, but please grant me my wish. I'll do whatever it takes if you agree to teach me. You are aware that Ares restricted himself while fighting against you. But the difference in power doesn't seem to have discouraged you. but rather awoken your will to fight. Understand why Uncle Hades dislikes you. I was just getting bored of this repetitive training against Ares. After all that talk, back down too quickly, got it? You're learning from the gods of war, so don't expect us to go easy on you. Greenhorn, you only have 1 minute left. If you can't defeat all you of them within that time, they will revive you will grit. That's the solution, damn it. There are just too many of them. I used up all of my divine power earlier. If only I had some left, I could easily defeat all of them in one strike. Skill wave cutter, what the... is that magic? What the hell are you? What do you mean? I'm just an ordinary god. What kind of god uses that primitive energy? Are you Typhoeus or what? Hold on, who's that? I think there is a misunderstanding here. Calm down, Ares. What are you getting worked up over? There is no rule saying that gods can't use magic. It was the gods themselves who gave humans magic. Piss off, Athena. No god uses magic instead of divine power. Only that bastard Typhoeus uses that inefficient power. Alright, I just have to prove that I'm not Typhoeus, or whoever that is, right? No matter how good one's disguise is, only a real god can do this. Gods call your priests are being summoned, priest summoning. Will that be enough, or do you need more proof? See? I told you. You overreacted. Apologize to him. My bad. Typhoeus is quite sly, so sorry. Hey, you, are you me? Kidding, you told me that becoming your priest would heal me from the disease, but me to take care of bothersome things some you conman. When are you going to heal me? I got it, and so please come down. You're the presence of beings. Some mighty please, somebody stop her. A god that is close to his priests as if they were friends for a long time. That's new. Where do we seem like friends to you? You should have told us earlier that you have priests. The strength of the priests is closely related to the respective gods' powers. We can train them too while we're at it. The results will be several times better. Since there are 3 of you now, we can increase the number of monsters threefold. What are you talking about? The number of tactics they can use also increases with every person added. We should increase the number by at least 10 times. What's with this ominous feeling? Just who are those people? I'm sorry. Hey, what's going on right now? I'm sorry. Now, iron golems. Good luck surviving the next month. Yu Damduk. A month passed while they endured the hellish training that Ares, Athena, and Hercules had put them through. Today's the day. The duel against Hades. And, do you think you can beat him? Don't worry. There's no way I'm losing this time. So you decided to face me instead of running away. Was planning to chase you through all worlds had you not shown up today. But since you mustered up enough courage, I will grant you a painless death. I, Nike, will commence the start of the sacred duel between the 2 gods. As you already know, using divine powers is prohibited in this duel. This wreath will seal your divine powers for the duel. This duel will only end when one side falls. Alright, then. I wish you good luck. Skill activated, wind dash. All the training in the arena is paying off. All my swordsmanship skills are now a rank or higher, so even Hades. What a cute trick is that all you have. Calling yourself the sword god with those skills. Let me send you to the underworld now. Oh my, I guess that's it for him. He was holding his own well in the beginning though. In the end there is no way a low-class god can defeat a high-class god. Well, it might look like that on the surface, but that guy won't lose, no matter what. Ares, you came to watch such a boring duel. What happened to you? He's my disciple who I personally taught. Of course, I'm going to watch his fight. Disciple, don't tell me. The arrogant Ares took in a disciple. It just happened like that. Besides, I'm curious too, about the growth he will show us during this match. I've become familiar with Hades' movements now. However, something's wrong. There's this feeling I can't quite put my finger on. The visceration of someone on. The movements I saw during my training. There's something more to them. They look like different kinds of swordsmanship on the outside. But the tip of the skill activated formless sword. I haven't had this much fun in a while. I'll give you an official invitation for the next banquet. So let's have some real fun then. Thank you. Last time I went there for the catering job, but I'll be attending the banquet as a god this time. I like the sound of it. A low-class GOP has never banquet before. One has to be at least mid-class. Hades, you should be a bit more flexible regarding old traditions. Then what about the oath we made on the Styu River or break it? What an unfortunate turn of events. Congratulations. Your name has become known to all the gods at Olympus. Ugh, I drank too much wine. Sir Yu Damduk. It's been a while, Miss Persephone. I saw the duel. You became much stronger than when we first met, didn't you? So you saw that. I don't know what to say. Things just turned out like that. I'm sorry if I caused any inconvenience for you. Oh my, don't worry about it. Rather, I feel quite satisfied. You have no idea how many times I told him to fix that personality of his. He never bothered to listen. HMPF. Right. Here, take this. It's a gift from my mother. A golden apple. She said that all the pent-up frustration from hundreds of years disappeared in one swoop. She praised you so much that her mouth went dry from all the talking. But to give me such a precious gift. I should get going now. See you again. Sure. See you next time. Seems like you're enjoying the banquet. Juso. Perfect timing. I saw a part-time job recruitment post in the morning. Let's go do that right away. You were specially invited to the banquet. Wouldn't it be better to ask around for clues to solving Shalon's mana problem? That was the original plan. But the situation is different now. Apple, where you get that from? You scared me crazy bast. Are you summoning me? Hey you fucking bass, what's this? Your priest is being affected by the golden apple. Her mana scarcity syndrome has been cured. I'm feeling a soft and warm energy whirling in my body. Just what is this unfamiliar feeling? What you're feeling is the circulation of mana. Congratulations on being cured. So this is Emma N.A. What do you think? It's beautiful. I was desperate to see this small light in my hands for my whole life. My lifelong dream just came true. There is nothing I gave you, but you. USHOULDn't be saying such things just yet. The golden apple just opened up your mana veins. You're nowhere near a real mage as of now. The fact that you are useless right now stays the same. I get that you're happy, but you should be focusing on growing your skills. There is no time to waste. How can you be so cold-hearted? Are you trying to discourage her on purpose or what? No, she's right. I guess it's commendable that you were able to manifest mana as soon as you could feel it. Good job. Kayak. Really? Thanks, sis. Who are you calling sis now? I just meant that you're as kind as a real family. I have so much to learn from you. Seriously, it's hard to hate her sometimes. What a strange girl. There are times when I can't believe that she is the same age as me. She has this otherworldly feel to her, should I say. Alright, now that we've finished our business here, shall we get going? Shalon, you should return to your world and start learning magic for real. The rest of us have a new part-time job to work for. A new part-time job. Where would that be? Daily labor recruitment for Hell's Furnace. Employer demon god Rukaipal godly power overtook information just do as told. Working hours 1 day, till the furnace is shut down. Salary random note from the boss. Spies from the angel bastards will be ground to dust in the Hell Shredder. How weird. Normally the system teleports one to the location of the job. But it seems like Hell is an exception. It worked just fine for the other worlds. Why do we sent it for Hell? The system just gave us some directions. Code Red. Headquarters. Code Red. A medium-sized gate suddenly turned into a S. Someone save. Are you alright? Hurry and get out of here. Yes, thank you. So, I have to go through this gate to reach Hell, right? Let's make our way through it while making sure that there are no casualties. You have entered the gate. You have reached your destination. Destination. I thought that it to Hell. Does that mean that the gates are connected to Hell? Then, the forgotten gods might not simply be inside gates, but in Hell instead. Let's not get distracted and clear this gate first. Alright, let's save the useless thoughts for later and deal with these things first. Nice, we got rid of all the monsters. So there is only one thing left now. The other side of this gate's barrier. This is quite interesting. Every single gate I've been to had this barrier. Too long ago I didn't even have the strength to approach this barrier, but it's the courtesan Nurtane. The eyes of the abyss are watching you. I got it, so just lower the barrier. Hey, Juso Yul, I think we're on the right track. I have an ominous feeling about this. I think it's better if we just go back. What? But we came this far. When else would you get the chance to earn a demonic authority? Hell is a place where countless demons and demonic beasts freely roam about. Look around you. There's nothing here. Do you know what this means? It means that this is the territory of someone much higher up on the food chain. A being that no one even dares to. Yu Damduk. Destroy the gate's core immediately. Where am I? I was definitely attacked in Hell. Who are those children? They might know what this place is. What the? Where am I now? What in the world is happening? This coat looks familiar. No it can't be. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I couldn't protect you so yul ju so yul. I quote him right here. That's not the real me. What's all of this? Why yeah, I'm fine. Just give me a minute. Ju so yul, let's have a talk privately. I saw you in my dream. Ju so yul. You and me. Are you sure that it was our first time meeting back then? Seems like he got some of his memories back. It must be because of our encounter with that demon bastard. Asmodeus, one of 72 great demons of hell and the Sword King ate. It's no wonder his memories ran havoc after he got attacked by out of Yu Damduk's past lives. 1,000 lives were ended by that demon. Him again. Ju something. There is nothing I can say. What do you mean you can't say anything? Just answer my question. Sorry, I can't tell you anything as of now. The eyes of the abyss. As long as they are watching us, I'm doing this for you. There's that line again. Having good intentions doesn't always go along with telling the truth. I guess this could be called a white lie. But she means no harm, so, well, alright then. I won't ask any further. You must have your reasons for you to say that. What? Are you surprised that I'm letting it pass this easily? Well, I'd be lying if I said that I don't want to know what you're hiding from me. But there is still something I'm certain of in the dream, present, and probably also in the future. Ju so yul, you'll always be on my side, right? Yeah. Target has good intentions towards you. Alright, then. What now? You need a lot of strength to defeat the third guardian. Should we go back to hell? No, we can't go there. It's likely that Asmodeus is still around. Seeing how you know his name. You've met him before, right? If you knew, then you should have warned us beforehand. I didn't know he would appear here. I swear, since we always encountered him after you became a high-class god.tsk, whatever. From now on, we can't fully rely on your foresight ability. We have to find another way. Shield Company M managed to attack 6-star Hunter. This is what it says on the script here. But I did as written there. This is not what the script says. Can't you see that holes lift? That was Horace, they would have on the spot. We are trying to advertise the performance of this special equipment developed by company. Don't try too hard. Just go easy. Got it. Sheesh, I can't do that though. That would be fraud, wouldn't it? What? Fraud? Oh, forget it. You want to show is? How is that it? THONLIGHT. Don't you dare regret it later. Let's start shooting the combat scene at their 5-star hunters from Company M. Since you like reality so much, we'll shoot without planning any rehearsal. A fake program designed by the Midas Company and the Iris Guild. To rip off money from rookie hunters. I'm sorry, but I've decided to use you for my next plan. Hunter Yu Damduk. Do you think the ability to work well with a team is a must-have skill for a hunter? No, I think a hunter's worth is determined by their individual strength only. You saw it earlier. No matter how good the teamwork is, a team with weak hunters will always lose against a more powerful individual. That's the reality. If you call yourself a hunter who protects the civilians, then isn't it a given that you should grow stronger first? Teamwork is secondary. What I'm saying is that those companies advertising their amazing teamwork training are straight up useless. Only an individual who doesn't rely on companies or guilds can become a hunter strong enough to protect the country and its people. Thank you for your very clear pinter on this matter. Next. That was a rather impressive interview. Hunter Yu Damduk. My introduction is late, and the director of the Korean branch of the Midas Company. Our chairman would like to meet you. If you don't mind, I'd like to lead you to him. The most talked about hunter, even the states. The only being to have ever entered have for enteris a B'artain humanity. Your Korean is quite good. Why did you ask to meet me? I'll get straight to the point. Please take back the words you said during your interview. Officially, fuck, he's a son of bitch, just like the rumors said. Should I do it or not? There were more people like him in the US. Trashy hunters who didn't care about the government, or other people for that matter. They might call themselves hunters, but they were nothing more than big, immature kids. If you do that, we will support you without holding back any resources, as soon as they are given something to play around with. Really, Chairman? Will taking back my words be enough? Give me a script and I'll take care of marketing, so don't worry. Indeed, hunters are so simple to deal with. There's been a weapon I've been eyeing these days. It's a sword originating from Britain. Its name has been passed down since ancient times. How interesting. What's the name of that amazing sword? We are in possession of dozens of 5-star or better weapons, but he's only asking for one. What? What did you said that you'll give me anything? I guess I'm asking for too much. Excalibur. It's the strongest sword to exist on this planet. It's surrounded by rumors as nobody has managed to find it. No one has ever seen it, and it's the legendary sword legendary of King Arthur. Fuck, is he insane? Or didhe. Find out that we have obtained Excalibur. No, there is no way that this information was leaked. That's right, he's just bluffing. HOHA. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you just in case, but I came here knowing everything. My condition is Excalibur. Think about it carefully. I really don't understand what you're saying right now. What do you mean by you know everything? I'm not talking about Excalibur only, but I'm also aware of the means you have used to obtain that sword. Any blindly insisting on something. Now, calm down. I'm not asking you to hand it over. I just want to look at it. 5 minutes. How about that? If you let me look at it, I'll take back everything I said and also promote your training program to the best of my abilities. You should return now. I don't think we can lead a productive conversation since you keep spouting nonsense. I nearly fell for it. Even if he knows that we're in possession of that sword, I can never admit it to him. I can't do anything about Excalibur, but if you want a different weapon, feel free to contact me anytime. It didn't work. What now? Well, I did expect him to refuse to hand it over. There is no way he would show me such a sword like Excalibur so easily. What? You want to get Excalibur? Didn't that sword disappear a long time ago? I thought so too, but Thor told me something interesting at the last banquet on Olympus. He said that a group of people under the name Midas killed countless people to obtain a certain sword, and that he's glad King Arthur didn't witness that. But to ask for it so directly, so typical of him. Anyway, I plan to visit some dungeons while we wait. Why? You won't grow stronger with mere dungeons at your current level. That's why I'm going. You can wait for me in the guild. Breaking news. This afternoon, the large-scale dungeon KN20391 on Jeju Island has been subjugated. Hunter Yu Damduk set an unprecedented record of 0 casualties while subjugating a large-scale dungeon within the shortest time ever recorded. This arrogant bastard, including this dungeon, you have managed to solo clear dungeons known to be impossible to clear within the past month. You've used the same strategy over and over now. Have you noticed any areas this strategy lacks in? I think that I've been relying on my equipment a little too much. In the end, equipment doesn't matter when facing a strong boss after all. The way I see it, the number of people attacking can be small as long as each hunter is skilled. Contact Yu Damduk right now. Tell him that I accept his condition. Yes, sir. I'll do as you please, Yu Damduk. I'll only be giving you 5 minutes as we agreed. Wow, what's all of this? So this is the legendary Excalibur. Increases the user's fighting spirit. What do you think? Snow. The Moonlight Fox is copying. KUHAHAHAHA. Did you think I'd let you walk out of here unscathed after showing you that treasure? This is a door that withstood dynamite. There is a seal placed on this unchained never escound you will eat om. Next on the news, the location of Midas Company's chairman William Jones has been revealed. According to the FBI, Jones is suspected of committing crimes, such as murder, drug dealing, and also of being an executive member of a criminal organization. The identity of the person who managed to split the earth and reveal the storage location is still unknown. This is more than amazing. You like it that much? Words can't describe this feeling. To think such a perfect weapon existed on this planet. Could this have been made by Hephaestus? No human can ever manage to make something like this. What the hell have you been doing recently? Why do I see you so often on TV? And why haven't you visited me yet? Oh, you're here. What's that dope sword? You don't have to know. Get away from it. It's getting dirty. I quote am your student. So show me. This is so unfair. Let me touch it. Just once. Do you want to touch it that badly? Here, you can pet Snow to your heart's content. Seriously. Why are you doing this? Why? You said you wanted to touch the sword. The sword and Snow are the same anyway. Come on, you're making Snow sad now. Alright, you've had your fun. Let's get going now. To pick up the third guardian. Hey, Juso y'all. Are you sure that this is the only way to the third guardian? The third guardian Anon lives between the 4th and the 5th river. If we hurry, we might be able to arrive by night. A person lives in a place like this. She's lying. I'm sure of it. Do you want to go back? Should we stop here and return then? Though if you go back now, the world will get destroyed. You didn't have to put it like that. Well, it'll come. We're nearly there. We'll meet the guardian once we cross that mountain. Our struggles will end once we get there. Let's go. Hurry up. There. Let's go that way. Wait, no. It's too narrow. Then I can just widen it up. Snow. The entrance is closed off with snow. It'll take a few days for it all to melt. Fu. I guess that's my cue. I haven't been spending my time idly. Behold the power of a 3RD circle spell of the Archmage Shalon. That spark is nowhere near enough. Apart from sunshine, only Niflheim's mana can melt this snow. You should have told me earlier. Fuck this shitty snow. Don't waste your energy on letting your frustration out. After all, we don't know how long we'll be trapped here. The forgotten gods are getting stronger with every passing second. Is there really no other way to get out of here? Is there something wrong with this wall? What's that sound? What theit's LOKI? LOKI is here. It's not LOKI. It's one of his minions. Are you guys fairies? You look like you're straight out of a storybook. Hey everyone, calm down. I'm not an enemy. Kayak, a demonic beast. It's Cerorobus. Will be eaten alive. It's Cerberus, not Cerorobus, you idiot. This is an emergency. Loki and Cerberus are here to take away MJO. Someone save US. It's MJOLNIR, not MJO. Hold on MJOLNIR. LOKI. What's going on here? Didn't tell you to stay cool until I recover.
Just then, Thor enters reminding everyone that he told them to remain calm until he recovers. Thor just laughs, remarking that it seems they are all trapped in another one of Loki's new tricks. Cloud spots Thor and becomes ecstatic, exclaiming that it's really him and wondering if he is dreaming. Thor points out how bold their priest is. Lu turns to Thor, realizing what this means. He asks if Thor is saying the big explosions from earlier were caused by his brother, Loki, and correctly guesses that Loki has trapped Thor here as well. Thor's expression turns serious. He confirms Lu is absolutely right, explaining that his crazy brother wants to build an army in Niflheim. So Yul speaks up, declaring that she knew it. She insists that such a large avalanche couldn't just happen suddenly, and that someone must be behind it. Lu interrupts, asking Thor why he is still stuck here and hasn't managed to get out. Lu's question shocks Thor, who internally panics, wondering what answer he can possibly give. Thor replies nervously, claiming he tried to escape but the attempt failed because Niflheim's snow is special. He admits that even his hammer doesn't work on it. Lu stares at the snow, processing this. He mutters that the snow handled Thor's hammer, and concludes that if even a weapon that powerful can't do anything, they are likely trapped in this war until the sun finally melts the ice. Thor looks back at Lu and asks why he's making such a serious face, telling him there's no need to worry. Thor gestures to the small figures nearby, pointing out that they will arrange food for everyone. All they have to do, he says, is wait for the ice to melt. After hearing Thor's words, the three small figures become angry. They begin to talk amongst themselves. One of them complains that these outsiders want to snatch their food. Another agrees, adding that they all seem like beggars. The third one laments that they worked very hard and collected this food over a long time. Just then, Lu calls out to them and tells them to listen. This startles all three of them. One spirit approaches Lu and states that they will not make any kind of agreement with him. Lu dismisses this, saying he doesn't care about an agreement. He just wants to know how they can get out of here. The spirit retorts, asking why she should tell him anything. She points out that they are the ones who entered without permission and are now demanding answers. From a distance, Thor calls out, telling the children to look over. He jokes that they have piled so much food on the table that it's about to break. Lu ignores him completely. He keeps his gaze fixed on the small spirits, and calmly states that if that's how it is, they will all just live with the spirits until the snow melts. Hearing this, the spirits panic. One begs him to wait, insisting this shouldn't happen. The three huddle together, whispering. One asks if they should just tell them everything. Another quickly agrees, admitting she is scared that the Mao Mio one will probably kill them. The third spirit concedes, deciding it is best to tell them everything and get them out of there. The spirit approaches Lu and agrees to tell him everything on one condition. He must promise that after they leave, they will never return. Lu promptly agrees. The happy spirit begins to explain, first instructing everyone to step back and warning them that this could be dangerous. She walks up to the ice wall, readies a powerful punch, and the tiny spirit strikes the wall, causing a small piece of the ice to shatter. Lu is completely shocked, muttering that it can't be possible. The spirit boasts about her power, explaining that if one attacks the snow with an ice attribute, it breaks easily. However, the group sees that the hole is tiny, only big enough for the spirit herself. Lu points this out and asks if she can't just break the entire wall at once. Adele chimes in, suggesting they can get out if all the spirits just punch the wall continuously through the night. This idea terrifies the spirits. One of them retorts that this is nonsense, as it would exhaust all their magic power. She questions why they should sacrifice themselves for the group when no god has ever done anything for them. Lu reminds her that she promised to help. The spirit cleverly replies that she showed them how to get out, the rest is up to them. They all must learn an ice attribute attack. This news excites Cloud, who eagerly wonders if he can learn a new skill, just like Lu's web cutter. Adele is also determined, stating that as a mage, she won't let this opportunity pass. Thor interrupts their excitement, explaining to the children that the problem is that only people from Niflheim can use ice attributes. The spirit counters his point, claiming this is only because they all consider god mana to be a bad thing and therefore never learn to use it. She then tells the group that anyone with even a single drop of an ice attribute should raise their hand, adding that even a water attribute will do. No one moves. Not a single person raises their hand, as none of them possess even a water ability, let alone ice. The spirit is stunned. She can't believe it, saying that while ice is rare, they should at least have the basic water attribute. Thor says the ice will eventually melt, so everyone should just relax. He then tells the small spirits that he is getting hungry again, and orders them to bring him food. They start to cry, protesting that their entire food storage will be depleted. Suddenly, someone raises their hand and announces that he thinks he has an attribute. It is Lu. He activates a power, admitting he had completely forgotten about it. A system window appears, showing the blessing of the forgotten god Neptune. The spirit is amazed by how pure it is and declares that this will be enough to get the job done. A short time later, the spirit is coaching Lu, encouraging him to condense his mana slowly. Lu successfully creates a small piece of ice in his hand, thinking to himself that this is much easier than he anticipated. A notification appears, informing him that he has discovered the principle of the ice attribute and has reached 10% understanding. He channels more power, and the spirit is shocked he has grasped the ability so quickly. Cloud watches this and mutters that multi-talented people are always so annoying, while Adele simply remarks on how amazing Lu is. The spirit looks at Lu's hand, declaring they just witnessed the birth of a genius. She tells him that while he is talented, the work isn't finished, and he needs to practice condensing the ice more. Lu interrupts, stating that won't be necessary. He forms Snow White on his sword and says he now understands how to get them out. A massive explosion follows as Lu shatters the ice wall. He is the first to step outside, but he immediately freezes in shock at the sight before him. In front of him stands a massive tree surrounded by strange, yeti-like creatures. Lu wonders what these giant monsters are, stunned that so much could change in the short time they were trapped. As Thor emerges, he curses his brother Loki, guessing he summoned these creatures while they were inside. So Yo comes out and immediately tenses, announcing that she feels the presence of the third guardian. Lu asks who that is. So Yo explains it is Etten, the king of the frost giants, and warns that he is very close. Lu asks if she means the third guardian is one of the Yetis. So Yo confirms this, explaining that he is the king of the frost giants. She notes that the giants are all deeply connected, so their king, Etten, is most likely watching them. Lu finds this strange, wondering why these monsters would work against Thor. So Yo clarifies that Etten would never willingly side with a god like Loki. He must be under Loki's control, as manipulation is his specialty. This revelation makes Lu nervous, as he finds the ability to control people terrifying. Just then, Thor leaps into the fray, battling the monsters while screaming for Loki to show his cowardly face. Elsewhere, a figure sits on a high ice ledge, remarking that Thor will always be a man. This person, Loki, speaks to Etten, telling him to hurry and save his friends before Thor kills them all. Thor continues to shout for Loki to face him, but as he does, he senses a new presence. He turns just as Etten appears and lands a massive punch, sending Thor crashing into an ice cliff. As more Yetis swarm Thor, the scene shifts to Lu, who has managed to reach Loki's position. Lu correctly identifies Loki above and the giant fighting Thor as the third guardian. He decides he must enact his plan before Thor defeats all the giants. Adele warns him not to fight Loki, and Cloud agrees, pointing out the god's immense power. Lu teases them, asking if they are scared. Cloud angrily denies it, boasting that he fears no one, not even Loki or Thor. So Yo watches their bickering with a small smile. Lu cuts the argument short, and they move out. As he runs, Lu strategizes, thinking that Loki's control over Eden must require deep concentration. If he can distract Loki for just a moment, the control might break. He gets behind Loki but knows Eden will try to intercept him. As expected, Eden abandons Thor and swings at Lu, who barely dodges the explosive punch. Loki looks back, calling the sneak attack useless. He boasts that he wasted precious time controlling this creature, the strongest being in Niflheim even in its weakened state. He asks if Lu is a god from another world, but Lu remains silent, his sword ready. Loki mocks his silence, saying gods are often ignorant and overconfident. He formally introduces himself, calling their meeting fate, and offers to show Lu something special. He gathers a dark orb of energy, explaining that while gods despise mana, it is a gift from Mother Gaia. In this frozen land where Thor's power is useless, he found something better, ultimate attribute mana. Loki unleashes the power, revealing a brilliant black flame that can melt Niflheim's snow. Lu's eyes widen in recognition. Loki laughs, calling it beautiful, and says he wants to test it in a real fight. Lu simply replies, "Is that so?" and activates the exact same black flame. Loki is stunned, demanding to know how Lu has such a power. Before he can answer, Lu attacks, engulfing the area in a massive explosion. When the smoke clears, Eden stands over Loki, having blocked the attack with his hand. Lu tells Loki he's lucky, as he's holding back only because of Eden. Loki immediately surrenders. Lu puts his sword to Loki's throat, ordering him to release Eden. Loki nervously agrees, asking for space to concentrate. Lu warns him not to try anything. Loki calls to Eden, who looks at him. Then, with a twisted expression, Loki gives Eden one final order, to use all his remaining power to kill Lu. The giant roars and raises his hands, unleashing his full power in a final, devastating attack, and the entire ground shatters instantly. Loki, Eden, and Lu are all sent plummeting into the blackness. As they fall, Lu shouts desperately at Loki, telling him he must stop this madness. He warns the god that he is going to get them all killed, including himself, but Loki thrives on the chaos. He simply smiles, finding the sheer anarchy of the situation interesting. He leans in, ordering his giant puppet to kill him. He screams for Eden to attack relentlessly, without pause. Driven by the command, Eden roars and swings another devastating punch at Lu as they all fall. Lu manages to spot a small, jutting ice ledge on the chasm wall and twists his body to land on it, finding a precarious footing. He raises his sword, preparing to defend against the incoming attack, and yells one last time for Eden to stop. The giant, mindless and bound by Loki's will, does not listen. His fist, the size of a boulder, careers toward Lu. The impact is immense, causing another explosion of ice and rock that shatters the small ledge and reverberates through the chasm. However, Lu is no longer there. Just before the hit lands, Soyeol appears at his side, grabbing him and pulling him back to the relative safety of the chasm's upper rim. Loki and Eden continue their uncontrolled descent. Loki cackles, his triumphant laughter echoing maniacally up from the dark depths, confident in his victory. Back on top, Lu stares down into the blackness. He mutters that the bastard Loki is completely insane, a madman willing to sacrifice even himself to kill an enemy. Cloud joins him, peering over the edge. He remarks that he cannot see the bottom. It is a truly terrifying drop. He figures that even a monster as large as Eden must be dead after a fall like that. But as he squints, his eyes catch something. "Wait a minute," he says, "I think I see something down there." From the abyss, a pair of enormous, glowing eyes stare back. A powerful gust of wind blasts up from the chasm as a colossal shape rockets upwards at an impossible speed. It's a creature of legend, a massive, serpentine frost dragon. Riding on its back, completely unharmed, is Loki. He hovers before them, a triumphant smirk on his face. "I'm back," he announces, as if greeting old friends. He looks directly at Lu and declares that it is time for the second phase of their fight to begin. This declaration is interrupted by a furious roar. Thor, having finished his own battle, screaming that Loki has truly crossed the line this time. Thor leaps, preparing to strike. Loki, however, remains perfectly still, that same arrogant smile on his face. He doesn't even need to move. The frost dragon, which Loki calls Yong, casually whips its massive, spiked tail. The tail connects with Thor midair, swatting the god of thunder away like an insect and sending him crashing into a distant snowbank. Loki pats his dragon, telling Yong to go and play with Thor for a while. The dragon obediently flies off to engage his new opponent. He then snaps his fingers and calls out a new name, Poppy. In response, a shadow detaches itself from the cliffs above Lu. It's another beast, leaping down and landing with a bone-shaking thud that sends ice and snow flying everywhere. It's a frost wolf, but one of immense size, towering over Loki himself. Loki affectionately introduces Poppy as another of his special treasures, second only to Yong. He continues his monologue, admitting Thatla's black flame was a surprise. The last time he was this shocked was 1,000 years ago. But, he boasts, a truly great person like him always has a plan B. He glares at Lu, confessing that he despises people like him, heroes who always show up to ruin his perfect plans. Seeing this new, formidable opponent, Lu shouts at Soyeol and Cloud, ordering them to get away from the area. He intends to face this threat alone. Loki, hearing this, laughs and gives his own command. Go, Poppy, he orders, tear him apart. The giant wolf bounds forward. It swipes with its claws, but narrowly jumps back, dodging the attack. The wolf is too fast, however. It opens its massive jaws and lunges, swallowing the whole. Loki walks over, petting Poppy's head, praising the wolf and saying the hard work to tame it was worth it. He begins to plan aloud, deciding they should hunt down Lu's comrades next, and then go check on Yong. But Loki notices something strange. Poppy is not reacting. The great wolf is just staring at him, unmoving. A muffled voice suddenly comes from within the beast. It is Lu, and he gives a simple command, hurry up. Finish him. A system window, unseen by Loki, flashes in Lu's mind, showing his title from Cerberus, he who tames canines. In an instant, Poppy's allegiance shifts. The wolf raises a massive paw and smashes Loki flat into the ground, burying him in the snow. Loki groans in pain, his body aching. A moment later, Lu emerges from Poppy's mouth, coughing and brushing himself off, complaining about the taste of dog hair. Loki, pulling himself free, stares in utter disbelief. He demands to know how Lu did it, how he could possibly control such a powerful beast. Lu just smiles, advising Loki that he should really start thinking about a plan C. As if on cue, Thor lands heavily beside him, cracking his knuckles. Loki's face goes pale. His arrogance vanishes, replaced by pure panic. He holds up his hands, forcing a laugh, and tells his brother it was all just a joke. He insists the prank just went a little too far, and he knows his dear brother will forgive him. He even offers to buy Thor a drink to make up for it, begging him to just forget the whole incident. Thor's face is a mask of pure rage, his patience completely exhausted. The scene then changes. The god of thunder approaches Lu, his expression softening slightly. He addresses him as God of Mountain, a title of respect, and states that Lu has done him a great favor. Thor notes that every time they meet, Lu's growth is more impressive, and he vows he will not forget the help he received today. With that, he announces he is leaving with the problem, and he grabs his brother Loki by the neck. Loki, bruised and beaten, is dragged unceremoniously through the snow, whining for his lost dragon Yong as he's hauled away. Within seconds, Thor is gone. Lu watches them disappear, relieved that the immediate misfortune has passed. He's also grateful that Thor showed some restraint, as Loki could have easily been beaten half to death. His relief is cut short when Soyeol appears, her face grim. She informs them that Etten is at the bottom of the chasm, likely dead from the fall. Lu questions this, finding it hard to believe the giant would die so easily. He suggests they go down and check. Cloud immediately panics, shouting at Lu and asking if he's crazy for wanting to descend into that bottomless pit. He then turns on Soyeol, scolding her for assuming a giant could be killed by a simple fall. Soyeol quickly backtracks, admitting he might still be alive, But before she can finish, a massive paw slams onto the ledge, and a deep voice echoes up. Etten confirms they are right. He doesn't die that easily. The giant hauls himself up, his massive form battered but alive. He fixes his gaze on Cloud, who yelps and immediately scrambles to hide behind So-yeol. From his hiding spot, Cloud nervously blusters, asking Etten if he wants to fight and boasting that he's good with a sword. Lu braces himself, sighing internally, thinking it's a terrible fate to have to fight the giant now that he's finally free from Loki's control. To his complete shock, Etten does not attack. Instead, the giant king bows deeply before Lu, thanking the god from another world for freeing him from Loki's control and for defeating the frost dragon. Etten explains that the dragon has been a plague on his planet for thousands of years, and in gratitude, he will grant Lu one wish. Lu is thrilled, but Etten adds a condition: the wish must be something that can be fulfilled on this planet, as Etten must stay to protect his people. Lu is confused, pointing out that Thor already killed the dragon. Etten shakes his head grimly, explaining that the dragon is immortal and always returns. They are locked in an eternal war. Lu asks if there is any way to kill it permanently. Etten hesitates, then speaks of an ancient prophecy, a savior who can master both ice and black flame, one who can emit a cold energy from within the flame, is the only one who can end the curse. Hearing this, Lu recalls Loki's power and then summons his own black flame, asking Etten if this is what he means. Etten is stunned, admitting the prophecy spoke of this, but he warns that the flames alone are not enough. Lu also needs to master the circle aura. When Lu asks what that is, Etten says the prophecy foretold the savior would arrive incomplete. He tells Lu to follow him, as he knows someone who can help. Etten leads them to the small spirits they met earlier. The one named Pixie immediately flies up, angrily asking Etten why he brought that crazy bastard back. Lu just waves, saying it's been a long time. Etten is surprised they've met, and explains that Lu is their savior. Pixie scoffs, hitting Etten while calling it nonsense, before tiring and landing in the giant's hand. Etten explains that Pixie can help Lu learn the mana circle, but Pixie refuses, claiming she's too busy looking for food, so Yeol steps in, holding out a candy. Pixie's nose twitches at the delicious smell. She hesitantly licks it, and her mind is blown. She flies around excitedly, screaming and asking if it's the golden apple from the stories. So Yeol smiles and reveals a whole bag, offering it all in exchange for her help. The deal is struck. Pixie explains that the circle aura is a technique to compress mana to an extreme level, demonstrating with her own ice aura, which is far stronger than a normal attack. She warns Lu that he must control two opposing auras at once, a feat considered impossible. Etten suggests it will take Lu days to learn, but Pixie laughs, telling Etten he knows nothing and that Lu is a monster. As she speaks, Lu is already practicing, creating orbs of black flame and ice, and in an instant, he forms a perfect, stable circle aura. Etten is left speechless. Pixie smugly says, "See?" Lu then channels the aura into his sword and approaches the frost dragon, which has already revived. A system notification informs him he has mastered the circle aura and gained the black flame ice attribute. Another notification follows, stating that due to his sword god title, he has created a new skill, Black Sword Slash. Lu raises his sword, now glowing with a beautiful, terrifying energy, and swings it down. A massive slash of dark energy erupts, instantly obliterating the frost dragon and carving a deep canyon through the mountains behind it. Etten whispers that their tribe's eternal war was just ended in a single strike. Lu receives a flood of notifications. He has slain the dragon, acquired its essence, and gained staggering buffs, including a 2,000% increase in mana absorption and 1,500% in mana capacity, plus cold resistance and rapid recovery. Lu sheathes his sword and turns to Etten. "About that wish you promised, can you become my priest?" A notification appears, confirming the priest contract is complete. Etten is now Lu's third priest. Lu acknowledges his new follower, and another system window confirms his godly power has increased, allowing him to view his third priest's profile. Etten opens his eyes, his fealty now sworn, and asks his new master if this is sufficient. Lu studies the giant's profile. Etten is 127 years old, has served as his tribe's leader for 68 years, and his primary talent is ice martial arts. Lu confirms this is more than enough. The serious moment is shattered by Cloud, who complains loudly that he is freezing and demands to know when they are finally going home. Lu's gaze shifts to him, instinctively pulling up Cloud's profile. He sees his talent is an impressive SS rank in swordsmanship, but as he reads the details, a strange, amused expression crosses his face. Cloud sees it and snaps, asking him why he's making a weird face. Adele immediately interjects, scolding Cloud for his lack of respect and reminding him that Lu is their god, whom they should worship. Cloud dismisses her, saying he's too cold to care about some nonsense god and boasts that he will surpass Lu soon anyway. Lu then glances at Adele's profile, noting with irony that her natural talent is for ice magic, despite her clear obsession with fire. He silences their bickering, announcing it is time to go. He snaps his fingers, and a brilliant, crackling teleportation circle forms on the ice. Cloud's mood brightens instantly, while Adele asks where they are headed. Lu explains their work here is finished. They don't need to visit any more worlds. The group steps into the portal and vanishes. The scene shifts dramatically. They have returned to Earth, but they've teleported into the middle of a chaotic dungeon break. A massive, sentient tree monster is wreaking havoc, its branches holding dozens of captured hunters. A low-level hunter screams into a radio, reporting that the dungeon's risk level has catastrophically jumped from D rank to A rank. He begs for immediate support, but before he can finish, he's struck from behind. His attacker is Chung, who savagely beats the man, furious that he would call for backup. Chung snarls that he needs to kill all the monsters himself to improve his performance, and a support team would only ruin his credit. The injured hunter protests that the team isn't strong enough, but Chung sneers that their job is to make it possible. After all, he bought them for this very purpose. Just as Chung is ranting, the A-rank tree monster is suddenly sliced apart and bursts into flame. Adele stands nearby, a crackling fireball in her hand. She sighs in relief, remarking how good it feels to use fire magic again after the suffocating cold of Niflheim. She conjures an enormous fireball and hurls it, completely incinerating the powerful monster in a single blow. The surrounding hunters stare, dumbfounded, wondering who this mysterious girl is who can one-shot an A-rank beast. Chung, however, is enraged. He screams at his men, telling them Adele had no authority and orders them to attack her. They hesitate, pointing out they should be rescuing the civilians captured by the monster. Chung tells them to call gate management. As one of his men pulls out his phone, it is suddenly sliced in two by a flash of steel. Cloud appears, spinning his sword. He calmly states that while Adele can be annoying, they aren't allowed to report her. Chung freezes, recognizing Cloud, and his face goes pale as he realizes who else must be there. He turns slowly, and his fears are confirmed. Lu is standing right behind him. Chung demands to know why Lu is here, accusing him of breaking his promise not to interfere in raids. Lu coldly replies that if Chung hadn't been so incompetent, the situation wouldn't have escalated this badly. Chung's anger flares, but it quickly morphs into a malicious smile. He accuses Lu of using dirty powers, claiming he knows the dark secret behind his sudden strength. The accusation hits its mark. Lu is visibly shocked, his mind racing, wondering if Chung somehow knows about his godly power. Chung laughs at his reaction and orders Lu to get out of his way. As Lu pushes past him, Chung whispers that he's been waiting for this moment. On cue, an officer from Division 44 arrives, flanked by other official hunters. He points at Lu, identifying him as a suspect of monsterization and a level 1 threat. He declares that Lu must cooperate or be killed on sight. Chung bursts into triumphant laughter, gloating that it's the end of the line for Lu and that this time, he is perfectly prepared. A flashback reveals Chung pleading with his father, insisting Lu be locked up. His father dismisses it as jealousy, but Chung is relentless. He claims he's certain Lu is monsterizing, just like the 5 5-star hunters from the Eris Guild who went rampant last year, killing 326 people. Chung presents his evidence, Lu was talentless, and his sudden, overnight awakening is unnatural and unprecedented. This argument finally convinces his father, who agrees Lu is a ticking time bomb that must be defused. The father is then seen contacting Director Lee to arrange a high-level meeting, setting the trap. Back in the present, the officer screams at Lu to surrender. Lu's only thought is to protect Adele. He can't let them discover she's from another world. He activates a teleportation spell. Adele protests, but he forces her into the portal just as the officers charge to stop him. Before they can take another step, a sharp slash carves a deep line in the ground before them. Cloud stands in their path, his sword drawn. He warns them that anyone who crosses the line will die. An officer recognizes Cloud as a useless brat from the Heiress Guild. A burly man with a thick broadsword scoffs at the threat, calling Cloud arrogant as he deliberately steps over the line. Enraged, Cloud charges, declaring that he warned him. The man smirks, says enough of your arrogance, and swings his own sword in a powerful counter-slash. The two blades meet, and the scene is sprayed with a shower of blood. The scene cuts to the opulent office of the Heiress Guild leader, Chung's father. His face is set in a grim expression. He confirms that if Lu is truly on the path to becoming a monster, he must be stopped. He then orders Chung to accompany the hunter management team to the site, ostensibly to offer his help. Chung reacts with predictable outrage, demanding to know why he has to go when he was the one who exposed the monster in the first place. His father cuts him off, telling him not to worry. He explains that a responsible person will be present to take charge of the entire situation. Chung scoffs, asking who could possibly handle such a volatile event. His father's expression turns serious. He tells Chung he will find out later, but his job is to go and watch. The scene snaps back to the chaotic dungeon. The ground is soaked in blood. Cloud is on his knees screaming, his arms severed at the shoulder. Standing over him is the world's #1 hunter, Leo Lux. His sword is clean, his expression colder than the Niflheim ice. He tells Cloud that by associating with a budding monster, he has sealed his own fate. He raises his sword to deliver the killing blow, but a black and gold flash intercepts him. Lu has appeared, his own blade locked with Lux's. He orders Lux to lower his sword. As the two powerhouses are locked, Lu gives a sharp nod to So-Yul. She understands instantly, rushing into the stalemate, grabbing the bleeding Cloud, and retreating to a safe distance. Lux's eyes flicker to the escaping pair, a momentary distraction Atlas seizes. Lu puts more force into his blade, pushing Lux back. He chides the top hunter, warning him that he should never get distracted in the middle of a fight. Across the field, So-Yul frantically begins healing Cloud, her hands glowing. She shouts to Lu that the wound is too deep and she needs time to focus. She tells him he has to handle Lux alone. Lu nods, his full attention now on the man before him. The real fight begins. Lux attacks, his movements precise and deadly. "So, you've finally joined the fight, my little monster friend," he says, his voice devoid of emotion. Lu parries, demanding to know who Lux is calling a monster. Lux calmly explains the terrifying concept of monsterization. He describes it as a process where a human's abilities grow at an abnormal rate, a side effect of the new gates. He says it feels good at first, a rush of power and excitement, but that this fun slowly fades, replaced by a consuming ego that erodes all humanity, ultimately turning the person into a bloodthirsty beast that craves only destruction. Lu vehemently denies it, insisting it's all a misunderstanding. Lux is unmoved. "You're lying," he states. "I can see it. You have the power of many monsters inside you." He says all monsters make the same excuses before they turn, and it is an undeniable fact that when Lu fully transforms, he will become a global disaster. Lux turns to the hunter management officers and orders them to fall back, absolving himself of responsibility for their deaths if they interfere. He then unleashes his own aura, a brilliant blue energy, and vanishes, his speed incomprehensible. Lux reappears, his sword aimed at Lu's heart. Lu barely blocks the strike. Lux notes that Lu is finally showing his true colors by using his full power. Lu is forced to channel energy into his bare hand to stop the blade's edge. Lux simply applies more pressure, and his sword sinks into the ground, forcing Lu to leap back. Lu tries to reason with him, calling the fight pointless. Lux is unfazed, stating he doesn't care for fame. His only goal is protecting the world. He attacks again. Lu, defending, shouts that this is the first time he's even heard of monsterization. Lux cuts him off, saying he's heard that excuse from every monster he's ever killed. He attacks relentlessly, and Lu is forced into a pure defense, his mind racing. He knows he can't get angry. He must stay calm. He recognizes that this world needs a hunter like Lux. Lux unleashes a catastrophic attack, trapping Lu and dashing past him, believing the fight is over. But a voice cuts through the dust. "Sorry, but I have something to say." Lu emerges, now clad in the menacing, ethereal Nemean lion armor, wreathed in black flames. Lux spins around, his eyes wide with shock. He can't believe Lu survived. Before he can react, Lu unleashes his black sword slash. The explosion is devastating, tearing the very ground apart. When the dust settles, Lux is on his knees, coughing up blood, barely alive. Lu powers down, stating he controlled the attack. He's inwardly stunned. That same attack killed the frost dragon, yet Lux survived, likely using his lightning attribute to defuse it. His mana control is nothing short of genius. Lu suddenly realizes Lux must be the god from America Vermouth mentioned. He decides to clear the misunderstanding, approaching the wounded hunter and asking, "Have you ever heard of the system?" Lux just scoffs. "The system? You mean the status window? Everyone knows that. Are you insane?" He mistakes Lu's question for madness. As his body gives out, Lux collapses, muttering, "Not again." Lu realizes Lux is hiding his connection to the system of gods. He decides to ask him again when he wakes. He has one last piece of business. He turns, unleashes a terrifying slash of energy, and shouts, "Come out, you bastard!" The attack slices the air and stops a millimeter from Chung's throat, who had been hiding and watching the entire time. Lu glares, his eyes burning with cold fury. "You've crossed the line. Even the air you breathe is a waste." The scene shifts to a sterile, high-tech hospital room, where a doctor is reviewing the status of a patient in the bed. The patient is Leo Lux. The doctor explains to the Eris Guild leader that the damage is extensive: multiple fractures, severe muscle fiber tears, and significant internal damage. He notes that the patient's vital points were miraculously untouched, indicating the attack was precise, brutal, but not intended to be lethal. Despite this, Lux is alive. The guild leader, Chung's father, asks if his life is in danger. The doctor shakes his head, explaining that Lux is not in immediate danger, but he will require a minimum of 6 months in rehabilitation just to stand on his own feet again. The guild leader is stunned by this prognosis. He thinks to himself, "I thought I was raising a simple lion cub, but it has grown fangs strong enough to bite me." Meanwhile, in a bright, scenic location, Cloud is recovering. He looks at the beautiful view and sighs, "I really thought I was going to die." Adele, standing nearby, smacks him on his injured shoulder. Cloud screams in agony, clutching the spot. Adele laughs, telling him to stop being so dramatic. She admits she was genuinely impressed, noting he showed true courage by fighting even when his life was on the line. Cloud, wincing, just calls her a crazy girl. Nearby, Lu is having a more serious conversation. He calls out to So-yeol, asking if she has ever met anyone like them. She looks confused. Sola clarifies, "Like us. Someone who does part-time jobs for the gods." He explains that he's been thinking about Lux and has a strange feeling about him. So-yeol asks him to explain. Lu lays out his reasoning, noting that when they were in the magic world, Vermouth mentioned that another god from Earth had visited before them, a god from America. So-yeol's eyes widen. Lu continues, pointing out that it's strange. They've only heard of Asgardian or Olympian pantheons, never an American god. He then connects the dots. Leo Lux is an American hunter. In a world where mana supposedly doesn't exist, Lux can use it to create lightning. Lu concludes that a god from America visiting the magic world, and an American hunter who can use mana just like them, is all too specific to be a coincidence. So Yul understands his logic but says they cannot be certain Lux is like them. Lu asks why not. So Yul becomes serious, sitting down. She explains that she cannot fully reveal how humans are able to use the God system, but she can tell him one thing for certain. In this world, only she and Lu can use it. No one else. Lu is shocked, asking how she can be so positive. So Yul simply says that he will understand when the time comes, and for now, he must trust her. Lu reluctantly agrees. Internally, he knows he has no other choice. So Yul has never been wrong and is the only reason he knows how to fight back against the gods. As he thinks, Lu idly checks his system window, looking at a contract job listing. It's an urgent request for an assistant for a child, posted by someone named Samson Helmione, with a high reward of 100,000 divine power. Before he can look further, a call comes in from the Hunter Association. The news is bad. The C-rank gate at Haenuk village, the same one Lu and Chung were at, has suddenly upgraded to an S-rank threat. Adele recognizes the name as the Placilafot Lux. Lu feels a pang of guilt, realizing they should have closed it when they had the chance. Now that it has grown, they have no choice but to go. The scene shifts to the Haenuk village, now overrun by the same grotesque tree creatures. Lu and the team arrive, and he is shocked at how fast the gate has grown. He draws his sword, saying they must clear the creatures. As he begins to fight, he hears a scream. He finds a lone survivor, a man running for his life. Lu intercepts him, asking if he's okay. The man collapses, vomiting and coughing before grabbing Lu's arm with a trembling hand. He's shaking in pure terror. "We have to run!" he gasps. The old man is coming. He'll kill us all." Lu is confused, asking who he's talking about. He senses a strange, foreboding fog rolling in and has a terrible feeling it might be a forgotten god. Just then, a monster he had just cut down regenerates and lunges at his back. Lu's intuition skill flares, and he ducks, spinning with a powerful kick that obliterates the creature's upper body. He watches as the monster begins to regenerate again. He realizes they are easy to hit but impossible to kill without mana. As more creatures close in, Lu summons his dark fire, complaining that he wanted to save this power for inside the gate. Before he can attack, a brilliant spear of lightning descends from the sky, vaporizing the monsters. Lu stares in disbelief. "Lux! What are you doing here?" Leo Lux, fully recovered and in his combat gear, stands before him. Lux glares at Lu, his voice cold. "I want to be clear, I still don't trust you. But for the sake of humanity, we must stop this gate. We will clear this area together, instead of fighting each other for now." Lu says nothing, and the two rivals stand back to back, facing the horde. The hunters are in a desperate fight, shouting at each other to kill the creatures, but their attacks are proving ineffective. The monsters, which feel no pain, are difficult to put down. One hunter struggles, unable to stop a creature from advancing on him, but a spear of blue lightning suddenly descends, incinerating the monster instantly. Leo Lux has arrived. He immediately takes command, ordering the hunters into formation to block the exit and protect any civilians on the other side. He instructs those who cannot use mana to maintain their distance, to harass the creatures from afar, and to do whatever it takes to hold the line. As he fights, Lux internally notes that this situation is far more dangerous than any recent gate he has encountered. Just as the hunters reform, massive, thorny vines erupt from the ground. They move like vipers, snatching a female hunter and several others, pulling them off their feet. The captured hunters scream in terror as more vines burst from the earth. So Yul appears at Lux's side, warning him not to be hasty. She points to the dark, swirling fog from which the vines are emerging, sensing a powerful presence within. Lux grimly agrees, stating he knows something terrible is inside and that he likely won't survive if he enters, but he has to in order to save his people. Before he can move, a black and gold flash dashes past him. It is Lu. He ignores So Yul's warning shout, his sword a blur as he charges into the fog, slicing through the vines and freeing the captured hunters. He shoves the female hunter back toward Lux and So Yul, pushing her to safety, but in doing so, he is pulled deep into the black fog himself and vanishes. The scene changes. Lu finds himself in another dimension. The world is a sickly, grotesque gray, and the very air feels wrong. He notes the disgusting, life-sucking energy of the place. A dry, ancient voice cackles behind him. An interesting child has wandered in. Lu's sixth sense skill blares a violent warning of extreme danger. He turns to see a terrifying, ancient old woman. He leaps away, his mind racing, realizing this must be the old woman the survivor was screaming about. He knows, without even fighting, that she is on another level. The granny smiles, a horrifying, skin-crawling expression. She chides him for having no respect and attacks, sending thick vines whipping through the air. Lu dodges and cuts them down. The granny notes he is different from the other children she consumed, calling him fresh. She unleashes a swarm of vines, but Lu skillfully cuts through them all. As he lands, however, a new set of vines shoots from the ground, trapping his arms and legs instantly. He is caught. The granny pulls him close, her face inches from his. She calls him lovely and notes his defiant expression. She shows him the souls of her past victims, their tormented faces swirling within her vines, a warrior, a child, a widow, a hunter, all of whom, she whispers, were delicious. She tells us she can't wait to see the expression he makes in his final moments. A system window flashes. You are afflicted with fear. His stats plummet. Lu trembles, the raw terror he feels matching what he felt when he first faced Hades. The granny cackles, saying this expression is perfect, making him look tasty. She reaches for his head, but just as she does, a new notification appears, application accepted. Lu's terror vanishes, replaced by a grin. He notes the dangerous timing as a second window announces his transport for a part-time job. He taunts the granny, asking if she thought he came without a plan. The granny just calls his struggle cute, and then does the impossible. She reaches out and touches the system window. With a press of her finger, the holy text cracks and shatters. Lu's blood runs cold. The granny smiles. Did you think you could run? Your death was sealed the moment you stepped in here. I am a reaper. She caresses his cheek, her touch freezing cold, and opens her mouth to devour him. Let me see your final expression, the granny hisses. Lu screams back, stop your madness. I won't give up like this. His defiance means nothing to her. But just as she moves in, the cracked, broken system window flickers. A new message appears, using skill, hellfire. An intense light bursts from Lu's eyes, reflecting in the granny's, followed by a massive explosion. A moment later, the dust settles. The granny is completely unharmed. She floats toward Lu, mocking him. When you lose all hope, she coos, that expression will make you even more delicious. You're a bad child, and all these antics just make me want to eat you more. Across the clearing, Lu struggles to his feet, sword in hand. You'll never see that expression on my face, he pants. I will not give up. He readies his stance, knowing that if a monster like her reaches his world, everything will be destroyed. He activates his power and lunges, prepared to die to stop her. The granny just sighs, no patience. She attacks, and her vines, moving faster than he can see, impale him, lifting him into the air. Blood pours from his mouth as the thorns pierce him through. Now, she whispers, show me your face. Show me that fear one last time. As she speaks, the grotesque dimension begins to change. Cherry blossom petals drift through the air, and a bright light fills the sky. A small, childlike figure appears, chanting a strange phrase. The granny spins around, enraged. You're here to steal my meal again, aren't you? The child ignores her, complaining that her part-timer is late. The granny attacks the child, but the girl chants another mantra. As she speaks, the granny's vines begin to wilt and fade. You keep disturbing the timeline, the child says, her voice suddenly ancient and powerful. You belong in the nether. The granny's body begins to disintegrate. She shrieks, you dare interfere. I will have my revenge. Before vanishing completely. The child turns to Lu, who is now collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Good thing I wasn't too late, she says, touching his chest. She notes how grave his wounds are, just as So Yul and Li's priests burst into the clearing. The child places a glowing flower on Li's chest. "We'll meet again," she whispers and vanishes. Lu wakes up in his apartment, his head pounding. So Yul is standing over him, looking furious. He asks if he's alive. She flatly informs him he's in his living room and that he was found unconscious in the fog. He denies it, telling her he met a monster called the Granny. The name shocks So Yul. Lu explains that the Granny was unbelievably powerful. So Yul tells him the Granny is a forgotten god, a being on par with Hades and one of the most powerful in their country. She says it's a miracle he's alive. Lu apologizes, admitting he was selfish and arrogant, and that the Granny was so strong she even broke his job window. This sends So Yul into a panic. She what? Lu, confused, shows her the system error message. So Yul explains that the system is a fundamental protocol created by the Mother of Beginning that binds all universes, and that what Lu is describing should be impossible. As she frantically tries to figure out a repair, mentioning Hephaestus, who is unavailable, the flower on Lu's chest begins to glow. The child's voice emerges from it. "So you're awake." The voice offers him a deal, help in her flower garden, and she will repair his window. Lu recognizes the feeling of her power, just like in the fog, and asks who she is. The voice just tells him they'll talk face to face, and that he's about to feel dizzy. The room fills with light, and he, So Yul, and his sleeping priests are teleported to a beautiful, sunlit realm. Adele wakes up abruptly, asking where they are. Lu is speechless, marveling at the beautiful, ethereal garden around them. Before he can finish his thought, a child's voice pipes up from behind him. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Is that what you were going to say?" The small girl welcomes them to her garden. Lu turns, instantly recognizing the powerful energy he felt back in the fog. He realizes she was the one who saved him. The child smiles. "That's right. I am Samson. You can call me Granny Samson." Lu bows gratefully, but Cloud ruins the moment, scoffing at the crazy kid and asking if she's playing a joke. Lu panics, knowing Cloud is making a terrible mistake. Cloud pats Samson's head, telling her to play house somewhere else, as they are busy. Samson's smile tightens. "Who are you calling a child?" "I am Samson." Cloud just laughs, mocking her for calling herself a granny. Lu immediately tackles Cloud, forcing him into a bow and apologizing profusely to Samson, claiming his friend has a head injury. Adele, trying to help, chimes in, "Oh, what an adorable child. I mean, what a cute lady. Are you really a god?" Lu's panic deepens. Samson approaches Adele, noting she's from another world and admiring her wonderfully developed body, much to Adele's confusion. Samson claps her hands, announcing that introductions are over and it's time to work. She explains that this garden is for all the children waiting to be born, and their job is to water the flowers. The group is given jars and pointed toward a distant, massive mountain. Samson cheerfully calls it a small mountain and tells them to fetch water from the Jelkova tree at the very top. Cloud and Lu stare in disbelief at the sheer scale of the task. By evening, the four are utterly exhausted, having finally finished. So Yul and Lu collapse, with Lu regretting he ever thought the job would be easy. Samson appears, telling him nothing in life is easy. To repair his valuable system window, he must perform good deeds and hard work. She then leads Awirilu up a long flight of stairs, explaining that watering the flowers was a ritual to purify the souls of the unborn, a form of karmic reincarnation. Lu internally groans, not understanding the philosophy and just wanting his window fixed. At the top, they reach a glowing pond. Samson says he is worthy and can now enter. When Lu hesitates, she slaps him for talking too much and shoves him into the glowing water. Lu sinks, his vision fading, and reawakens in the same dark, ethereal space he visited when he first met Asmodeus. He wonders why the pond is connected to this place. A glowing blossom, Samson's flower, appears. It transforms into a piece of a puzzle, drifts, and connects with another piece. A bright light flashes, and Lu sees a vision. Samson is speaking to a small child who looks just like him. She hands the child a flower, calling it the essence of humanity. The child asks if he's worthy of something so beautiful, and Samson smiles, "Yes, because you are my." Lu wakes up on the ground with Samson looking down at him. He asks about the vision, but she dismisses it as nonsense and tells him to check his window. He does, and it's fully repaired with a new update function. A notification reveals he has viewed a memory of the beginning and can now access his past lives, all 1,868 of them. For now, only Episode 1, Memory of the Beginning, is unlocked. Lu decides to check it later and bows deeply to Samson, thanking her for saving his life and fixing his system. Samson smiles gently. "You've grown up well. What I did was simply my karma. Now I have something I want to give you all." Samson hands Lu a cup of tea, which he accepts, thinking it's a simple gift. Samson explains it's a brew made from all the flowers in her garden, designed to boost his willpower and reduce his fear. Lu drinks it, noting the taste isn't great. Samson gravely warns him that the granny is relentless. Once she targets someone, she never lets them go until they are utterly destroyed. She tells Lu he must master his fear to survive her murderous intent. Lu feels a slight surge of power in his heart, but admits it's not enough. The terror he felt when facing the granny was overwhelming. He asks for more, but Samson sadly explains that the tea's effect has a limit. Seeing his disappointment, she apologizes, but Lu thanks her for the help she's already given. Suddenly, a new part-time job appears in his system window. It's a request from a goddess named Alyssa to defeat Medusa, with a reward of 200,000 divine power. Lu is shocked but sees the crucial detail: the reward includes fear resistance. He moves to accept the perfectly timed job, but So-Yeol yanks him back by the ear. She erupts in anger, calling him a dog and asking if he's actively trying to get himself killed. She furiously reminds him that he's not immortal, that his ribs won't just grow back, and that he can heal a gaping hole in his chest. She yells that he learned nothing from his near-death experience with the granny, and isn't thinking about the people who care for him. Lu immediately drops to his knees, apologizing profusely. Later, So-Yeol calms down and begins to strategize. She explains that to defeat Medusa, they need 3 divine items. First, the boots of Hermes to fly to the Gorgon's island. Second, a helm of invisibility so Medusa cannot see him. Third, a mirror shield to avoid her gaze. So-Yeol says she will acquire the shield, and Adele enthusiastically agrees to retrieve the helm from the magic world. That leaves the boots. So-Yeol assigns Lu and Cloud a new job at the post office of the gods, run by Hermes himself. They teleport to a chaotic realm filled with flying letters and postman gods. Hermes, a green-haired man floating in his wing boots, greets them. He warns them the job will be difficult, all day labor, and doubts they can handle it. Lu states they are up for the task but clarifies they want the flying shoes as payment, not money. Hermes agrees and unleashes a mountain-sized pile of letters, telling them to get to work. The duo sets off, delivering letters across different realms. They visit Ares, who only signs for his letter after Lu offers Cloud as a sparring partner. They go to the underworld, where Hades angrily tells Lu to get out, only to panic when Lu reveals the letter is from Hades' wife, Persephone, who appears right behind him. Finally, after delivering letters to Hestia, Artemis, and countless others, they have one last stop, the mountain of Prometheus, the god of forethought. As they ascend, a falling feather from a passing eagle triggers a notification: a new fragment of your memory has been found. Lu sees a vision of Prometheus chained to the rock. He then receives another alert: fragment of your 102nd life found. He accepts the memory. He is suddenly in the body of a powerful warrior who has just slain Asmodeus. The warrior is triumphant but weary, having spent lifetimes to achieve this. Yet, in his moment of victory, he knows he has still lost. A dark shadow falls over him, and as he dies, he thinks, I still couldn't beat him, but the god of prophecy gave me a clue. Pandora. I must remember Pandora. The vision ends, and Lu stumbles, clutching his head in pain. Cloud asks if he's okay. Lu waves him off, his mind reeling. I killed Asmodeus in my 102nd life, but who was the one I couldn't beat? And what is Pandora? Lu approaches the chained god, Prometheus, to deliver his letter. The bound god asks Lu to read it for him. Lu begins, "You committed a crime for which you are eternally chained," but Prometheus cuts him off, saying he knows the rest, a demand for an apology he will never give. Lu looks at the letter and confirms he's right. Prometheus tells him to leave, assuming Lu is disgusted by the sight of a god in such a state. Instead, Lu activates his self-healing skill, which is halved when used on others, and begins to heal the chained god. Prometheus is shocked, asking Lu if he understands the consequences of helping a sinner. Lu simply smiles, stating he knows all about Prometheus's sacrifice for humanity, and that he deserves this respect. Prometheus, moved, calls Lu a strange, foolish new god. Lu corrects him, "My name is Lu, and I'm just a god who likes humans." Cloud then shouts from a distance, telling Lu to hurry up. Prometheus notices Cloud has no divine power and asks if he's human. Lu explains Cloud is his disciple. Prometheus warns him that this realm is dangerous for a weak human. This enrages Cloud, who yells, "Who are you calling weak? You're chained up as eagle food." Lu instantly punches Cloud in the head, scolding him for his ignorance. As they argue, Prometheus watches them with a sad smile, musing that if she were born in this era, she might have been just like them. Lu catches this and asks, "Are you talking about Pandora?" Prometheus is stunned, asking how Lu could know of someone from the beginning of time. Lu explains the myth of Pandora's box, and how Prometheus loved his brother's wife. Lu then asks about the prophecy of Pandora he heard in his vision. Prometheus, seeing Lu's genuine desire to heal him, decides to share his burden. He explains his true torture isn't the chains, but his ability to see a terrible future he is powerless to stop. He then tells Lu the prophecy. By the time he finishes, it's evening. Asa and Cloud leave. Lu is deep in thought. They have the boots, a memory fragment, and the prophecy, but it all made no sense. Prometheus told him Pandora wasn't a woman and that the true Pandora's box hasn't even been opened yet, meaning the real disaster is still to come. Lu wonders how this connects to his 100-second life's desperate need to find Pandora. He tells Cloud to wait while he finishes one last task, warning him not to cause trouble. Of course, Cloud immediately finds trouble. He sees two cockroach-like postman gods bullying a small child, refusing to give her a package. Cloud scoffs that this place is just as bad as the human world. The gods, hearing him, turn on him, insulting him as an arrogant human who doesn't belong. Cloud is about to draw his sword, but remembers Lu's warning. He tries to walk away, but the gods mock him, calling him a loser. That's all it takes. Cloud sheathes his sword and beats them both to the ground with his bare hands. The downed god pulls out a whistle, sneering that Cloud made a mistake by attacking first. He blows it, and in an instant, Cloud is surrounded by dozens of angry gods. Cloud grips his sword, realizing he has messed up badly. Cloud stands surrounded, inwardly panicking that Lu will kill him for causing this mess. Just then, Lu appears, grabbing Cloud's head. "What did you do?" he hisses. Cloud frantically explains he isn't at fault, pointing to the small child he rescued from the bullies. "They were harassing her," he insists. Lu just sighs at his overconfident disciple. The cockroach god, back on his feet, screams for them to shut up and attacks Cloud. Lu effortlessly blocks the blow with one hand, warning the god that they are attracting a crowd. The god scoffs, nobody cares what happens here, and signals the others to attack. Lu, annoyed, draws his sword and, in a single, fluid motion, unleashes a 360-degree slash. The entire mob of gods is instantly defeated, collapsing in a heap. The cockroach god, on the ground, stares in terror. That swordsmanship, the lion armor. No! It's the mad god Lu. This new nickname enrages Lu, who shouts, "Who are you calling mad?" The other gods begin to whisper, "It is him. The one who fought Hades." Lu roars, "Who is ruining my name?" As he's yelling, the small child he rescued throws a handful of sand in his face. "You ruined my package!" she snaps. Lu, sputtering, protests that he just saved her, but she retorts that she never asked for his help. As the defeated gods sneak away, the child introduces herself as Elia. Lu freezes. He recognizes the name from the part-time job listing for Medusa. Later, in a quieter part of the realm, Elia explains. She is a prophet and foresaw his arrival. Lu, skeptical of another prophet, asks her to prove it. She correctly states his entire plan: to accept her job, hunt Medusa, and claim the rewards. Convinced, Lu asks how they'll proceed. Elia tells him that just having Hermes's boots doesn't mean he knows how to fly. She warns it takes normal people a year to master, and he'll be eaten long before he reaches the Gorgon's island. She insists he needs the wings of Icarus to fly safely, which cost 2,000 Hermes currency. Lu, unable to afford that, gets an idea. He asks Elia for an advance payment using her name value. Elia doubts her name is worth much, but she transfers 100 Elia currency to him. Lu doesn't buy the wings. Instead, he opens the god shop, finds a flight skill for a cheap price, and buys it. Why do all these gods buy items when cheap skills are right here? He mutters. He activates the skill and, to Elia's disbelief, is soon soaring through the sky. She watches, stunned at how he mastered flight in minutes. Asla speeds off. Elia whispers, "He really is amazing, isn't he, So-Yul?" So-Yul appears behind her, a dagger pressed to Elia's throat. "So-Yul," Elia says calmly, "it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Reincarnator." Yu Soul internally thinks about her reincarnations, all 1,869 of them. She remembers the gods Lu is fated to meet, like the Granny and Samson, but Elia is new. As Yu Soul attacks, she wonders how Elia, who easily dodges every move, knows her secret. Yu Soul launches a serious spinning attack, but Lu suddenly appears between them, blocking both and forcing them apart. Later, Lu finds Yu Soul alone, sensing the tension. He explains that Elia briefed him on the Medusa mission and then left. He asks Yu Soul if Elia is a bad god. Yu Soul admits she doesn't know, and surprisingly, she doesn't know why she attacked her either. Lu is shocked. He's never seen her so uncertain and sad. He decides not to pry, recognizing that he needs this mission to overcome his fear, especially with threats like Asmodeus and the Granny looming. Yu Soul understands, inwardly noting that with Ragnarok only 6 months away, they have no choice but to proceed, even if Elia is suspicious. She apologizes for worrying him, and Lu is again taken aback by her unusual behavior. Yu Soul then transfers the invisibility helmet and the mirror shield to him, simply asking him to stay safe before teleporting away. Alone, Yu Soul contacts Persephone, Hades' wife, to ask about Elia. Persephone has never heard the name. Yu Soul lies on her bed, frustrated. Persephone messages again, teasingly asking if Yu Soul is jealous that Elia is working with Lu. Yu Soul thinks back to when she first told Persephone that Lu recognized their friendship bracelet, and Persephone immediately assumed it was love. She muses that Lu has gotten so close to her in less than a year. She is overwhelmed by exhaustion, tired of repeating her life, tired of the world ending, and tired of being the only one who remembers. She begins to cry, wishing she could just live a normal life and forget, but a system notification flashes. Dragon's warrant has been activated. Emotions are being suppressed. Her tears stop instantly. She sits up, her resolve hardened. She has no time for emotions. Lu is the only one who can end her curse by defeating the Eye of the Abyss. Her true wish isn't to save the world, it's to finally, permanently die. Lu and Elia fly to a deep, beautiful forest. Lu wants to rest, but Elia insists they must hide their presence. He calls her not cute and too cunning. They sneak through the bushes and spot their target, a beautiful woman sitting alone. Lu, eager to get this over with, ignores Elia's signals. He equips the helm and shield, goes invisible, and in one swift motion, decapitates the woman. "Sorry, Medusa," he mutters. But as the head rolls, Elia screams, "You idiot, run! That's not Medusa!" Lu is confused, but Elia yells that Medusa has 2 sisters. As she speaks, the headless body calmly picks up its own head and reattaches it, smiling. The woman, one of the Gorgon sisters, sniffs the air. What a delicious smell, she hisses, her eyes landing on Lu's position. Lu, still invisible, stands frozen as the Gorgon sister he attacked reattaches her head. This immortal sister sniffs the air, wondering where the human scent went. Just then, the second sister, a snake goddess, arrives, annoyed that her rest was disturbed. The immortal sister insists a rat is hiding nearby. The snake goddess scoffs but scans the area with her heat-sensing vision. You're right, she hisses, I've found him. A notification flashes. Your location has been revealed. Invisibility is being deactivated. Lu's cover is blown. He immediately activates speed boost and bolts. The sisters watch him flee. He's just a boy, the snake goddess sneers, launching her snakes from her hair, ordering them to capture him. Lu dodges the swarm but is nearly hit by a powerful punch from the immortal sister, who attacks with a wide grin, promising to tear him to pieces. He kicks her tail, staggering her, but the snake attacks force him to summon his sword. He is quickly surrounded. Lu unleashes Web Slasher, a wide area attack that shreds all the snakes and slices across the snake goddess's face. The attack, however, only leaves a small cut. The snake goddess licks her wound, her eyes wild with pleasure. It's been so long since I've felt something. More. Hit me again, harder. Her snakes regenerate instantly and swarm him again. As Lu jumps back, the immortal sister reappears. Forgot about me. Lu realizes he's in trouble. He prepares to use his ice and black flame, but Elia suddenly appears, flying above them, holding a massive, disgusting-smelling mountain of rock. Hey, you old hags! She yells. I'm back! The sisters are distracted, and Elia taunts them, explaining her projectile is made of compost and manure. She then hurls the mountain of filth directly at them, causing a massive, foul-smelling explosion. A moment later, Lu and Elia are at a safe distance. Lu is coughing. You're crazy! You could have warned me before throwing that. Elia dismisses him, saying the trick to fooling an enemy is to fool your friends first. She gets serious, warning him the filth bomb won't hold the immortal sisters for long. Lu is shocked they could survive it. Elia confirms they are immortal, and Lu's job is to kill Medusa while she's weak and unprotected. Elia promises to hold them off. Go do your job, she orders, and don't you dare die. Lu equips his helm and shield and finds Medusa sitting alone by the water, gently stroking a bird. He watches her through his shield's reflection, confused. She has no snakes for hair, no tail, and his sixth sense detects no danger. She just looks like a normal, sad girl. He steels himself, convinced she must be a monster in disguise, and moves in for the kill. Just as he swings his sword, the ground trembles violently from Elia's battle, causing his blade to miss her neck, leaving only a cut on her face. Medusa screams. His invisibility fails. As he raises his sword again to finish the job, she cries out, Please don't kill me. I'm sorry. Lu freezes, his sword at her neck, completely taken off guard by her plea. Medusa continues to beg for her life, repeating that she does not know who he is, but she implores him to spare her. Lu stands frozen, his sword resting on her neck, his mind in turmoil. He listens to her desperate sobs, thinking to himself that she is not fighting back at all. He questions if he can truly murder someone who is defenseless, someone begging just to live. He thinks about the cruel, arrogant, and evil forgotten gods he has faced. If he kills her now, in cold blood, what would be the difference between him and them? He would become just as evil. Remembering the faces of his past enemies, Lu makes his decision. He cannot do it. He finds the strength to stop himself, and pulls his sword away. The scene changes, and Elia is shown panting, completely exhausted from her own battle. The immortal sister stands over her, holding two crushed skeletons, the last of Elia's necromancy summons. The sister taunts her, saying her little tricks are all used up, and that now she will break her neck. She lunges at the defenseless Elia, but a massive blast of fire slams into her, sending her flying and saving Elia at the last second. Lu lands between them, apologizing for being late. Elia is furious, demanding to know what took him so long and yelling that killing Medusa should not have been that difficult. Lu ignores her, his eyes fixed on the immortal sister as she rises from the flames, unharmed. The sister screams at them, asking why they are bothering her little sister. She roars that her sister is innocent and has never so much as harmed an insect. She attacks them both in a rage. Elia quickly conjures a massive sand wall to block the attack. The immortal sister shatters it with a single punch, but Lu is waiting on the other side. He strikes her hard with the club of Hercules and dashes past, though he feels a sharp sting on his cheek from her counterattack. The immortal sister scoffs, asking if he thinks a small wooden stick can hurt an immortal. As she speaks, her body suddenly goes limp, and she collapses to the ground, unconscious. Lu explains that she never dodges any attack because she is too overconfident in her immortality, which makes her an easy target for the club's stun effect. Seeing her sister fall, the snake sister shrieks in fury and attacks Lu with a swarm of vipers. He blocks them with the club, but the snakes are completely unharmed by the blunt force. He realizes his sword is also useless, as they regenerate instantly. He would just be wasting his energy. He needs a new plan. A notification appears as Lu creates a magic arrow, then experiments, converting it into a swarm of sharp, telekinetic magic daggers. He declares that she can regenerate all she wants. He has more than enough blades to keep cutting. He controls the daggers in a beautiful, deadly storm, shredding the snakes faster than they can reform. He charges through the chaos, his daggers clearing a path. The snake sister screams at him to get away, but he closes the distance, readies the club of Hercules, and tells her the tricks are over. He strikes her with a powerful blow, and she too is knocked unconscious, her snakes vanishing. As Lu stands over the two defeated sisters, Medusa runs out, crying for him to stop. She begs him to spare them, asking why everyone treats them this way when they have done nothing wrong. Elia immediately covers her eyes and screams at Lu, demanding to know why Medusa is still alive. Lu, his own eyes averted, uses his mirror shield to look at Medusa's reflection. He is stunned. She could have fled, but she came back to protect the very sisters who treat her so badly. Medusa sees his reflection and pleads, saying he is not a bad person, that he spared her once, and begs him to stop. Lu turns to Elia, asking if she knew all along what Medusa was really like, and why she would send him to kill someone so innocent. Elia snaps that it does not matter, that he took the job and the advance payment, and he better not back out. Lu agrees, but says he has one final, important question for Medusa. He asks her if her stone gaze ability only works on humans. Medusa says no, it works on all living creatures. Lu then asks the critical question, how is the bird on her shoulder still alive when he saw her looking directly at it? Medusa is confused and says she just found the bird chirpy after it fell from its nest. She says she just took care of it, and it pecked her finger once, leaving a scar, but that was all. Elia groans, calling the question useless, and demands he finish the job so he can get his fear resistance. Lun stands silently, then nods, saying Elia is right. He raises his club, turns to Medusa, and says he is sorry. Medusa stares in absolute, betrayed horror as Lu brings the club down. Lu's attack stops, the club slamming into the ground beside Medusa. A flashback reveals her tragic past. Years ago, Medusa was wrongly accused by the goddess Athena of defiling her temple with Poseidon. In truth, Medusa had merely overheard Poseidon insulting Athena and, out of loyalty, refused to reveal his secret. For this silence, a furious Athena cursed her, making her beauty a weapon. Her gaze, her voice, and even her touch would turn any living thing to stone. Poseidon, racked with guilt, later found her. He explained his words had caused her ruin and, as a small apology, he hid her away on the isolated Gorgon island, where she has lived in lonely misery ever since, unable to even blink. In the present, Lu tells Medusa to not worry, he will not harm her. He then turns to Elia, warning her to back off. The Elia standing nearby dissolves into a dirt clone, the real Elia is on a distant cliff, furious. She screams that he has ruined everything, that he has given up his fear resistance. Lu retorts that he still needs the resistance, but he will not murder an innocent person to get it, or he would be no better than the evil gods. Elia calls him a fool, lamenting that she bet everything on him, but he asks who she is truly doing this for. Elia tells him to shut up and vanishes. Lu returns to Medusa and heals her face, his mind racing. He wonders how her bird, Chirpy, is immune. He realizes the secret might be in her blood. He discreetly takes a tiny sample. A notification appears, suggesting the blood drop may hold a special warrant. He struggles with the disgusting idea but quickly swallows the blood. Immediately, he gains fear resistance and the Gorgon's warrant. He smiles and tells Medusa she can open her eyes. She is stunned as he looks directly at her, telling her she has beautiful blue eyes, not the red ones he expected. He explains he believes he has found a way to negate her curse. Medusa breaks down, sobbing, not having had anyone to talk to for so long. Lu comforts her, promising to find a way to break her curse completely, before he teleports away. Lu arrives at a special spa for hunters, wondering why Yusol wanted to meet him there. He is directed to room 32. He opens the door and is shocked to find Leo Lux already there. Lux notes the country is too small, and Lu wonders why he's wearing a mask in a spa. Lux makes a sarcastic comment about Lu relaxing while a gate appeared 3 days ago, but Lu brushes him off, too tired to argue. Just then, an announcement calls Miss Elia to room 32. Elia enters, and Lu is confused. But Leo Lux stands up, his voice shaking. He shouts her name, asking if it's really her. He says he can't believe she's alive and thanks God she's safe. Lu is left completely bewildered, thinking Elia? She's Lux's sister? Then, is she not a god at all? Lu watches, bewildered, as Leo Lux repeatedly calls Elia his little sister. Elia just stands there silently. Yusol suddenly appears at Lu's side, remarking on the awkward family reunion. Lu demands to know what's going on. Yusol explains that she became suspicious of Elia and investigated her. No god had ever heard of her, and she had no divine records, which made Yusol suspect she was a forgotten god, though she lacked the right aura. Lu realizes this must be why her name value was so low. Yusol continues, saying she hit a dead end, so she searched the human world instead. She finally found a record of Leo Lux having a younger sister, also named Elia, who had mysteriously disappeared. Yusol concludes that Elia must be Lux's sister, a human who, like them, can somehow use the god system. As Yusol speaks, Elia's expression hardens. Leo Lux, confused, asks what they are talking about, thanking Yusol for finding his sister but dismissing their god talk as nonsense. Elia has heard enough. She raises her hand, unleashing a blast of green energy that teleports a confused Lux out of the room. As he vanishes, he begs her not to leave him again. With Lux gone, Elia turns to Yusol, stating that Yusol isn't the only one who knows how the system works. She dismisses Yusol's future predictions and says her business isn't with her. She approaches Lu, angry that he failed her job and kept her money, and demands to speak to him alone in a place where they won't be overheard. She activates her power, and the spa's roof vanishes, revealing a dungeon gate that has just appeared above them. Elia uses her power to encase herself and Lu in a ball of dirt, pulling them both into the gate just as Yusol tries to follow. Lu finds himself in a different dimension with Elia, marveling at her ability to predict the gate. Elia tells him she once thought he was a god in disguise, a diamond in the rough, but a single stone cannot change a river's flow. Lu asks her to be direct, and Elia's expression turns cold. She says he has done something that should have been impossible, and demands to know his true identity. Lu insists he's just a human who stumbled into the god system, just like her and Yusol. Elia is stunned, muttering that a human isn't part of his prophecy. She flies into a rage, declaring that the prophecy must be fulfilled without change. She forms a massive boulder and hurls it at Lu to eliminate him, but at the last second, Yusol appears, having forced her way into the dimension, and slices the boulder in two. Yu Sol warns Elia that her attacks are useless. Elia, furious at the interruption, tells Yu Sol she wasn't aiming for Lu. As she speaks, the dimensional barrier behind Lu and Yu Sol cracks and shatters. Yu Sol looks back in horror. Elia smirks, "I've had enough. You're both going to die here." Through the broken barrier, a horde of monstrous creatures stares in, their eyes fixed on Lu and Yu Sol. The horde of monsters closes in on Lu and Yu Sol. Yu Sol vanishes, reappearing in front of Elia with a dagger to her throat, demanding to know if she realizes these monsters will now invade the human world. Elia just scoffs, asking why she should care, and counterattacks with dirt tentacles. Yu Sol easily dodges, moving so fast that she slices Elia's cheek as she passes. Elia is impressed, but Yu Sol threatens to cut her throat unless she reveals her true motives. Elia laughs, telling Yu Sol that at their level, human lives are just chess pieces, and that even if Yu Sol kills her, the human world is doomed. She mocks Yu Sol, saying this scene must be familiar: a broken gate and a demon army, something Yu Sol has surely seen many times in her past lives. This enrages Yu Sol, whose emotional suppression auras begin to go unstable. She screams at Elia, asking how she, a human with a family, could do this. Elia coldly replies that she has already gambled everything for the world he wants to build. She says it is all over, and Yu Sol cannot change anything. Yu Sol collapses in despair, her hopes shattered, crying that she has lost again, just like in every other life. As Elia raises her hand for the killing blow, Yu Sol accepts her fate. Suddenly, a massive shockwave obliterates Elia's attack. Lu stands over Yu Sol, his fist smoking from a ground punch. He tells Elia she is mistaken, Yu Sol is not alone. He tells them both to open their eyes and look around. The dimensional space is suddenly filled with Lu's forces. Eden the Frost Giant, Cerberus, Cloud, Adele, and a pack of sun wolves are tearing through the monster horde, having been summoned by Lu. Cloud complains about being pulled from his game, Adele is excited to test her magic, and Eden is eager to prove his worth in his first battle as Lu's priest. Hope returns to Yu Sol's eyes. Lu offers her his hand, telling her he cannot do this without her, and that she is the only one who can handle Elia while he destroys the gate's core. Yu Sol takes his hand, her resolve restored, and agrees to take care of Elia. Elia, stunned by the sudden appearance of the children of the beginning, tries to attack Lu as he leaves, but Yu Sol intercepts her, placing a dagger at her throat. "Is this boring attack all you know?" Yu Sol asks, and in the next instant, a spray of blood erupts as she cuts Elia's throat. Elia clutches the wound, shocked. Yu Sol offers her one last chance to reveal her identity. Elia just laughs, saying she doesn't care about her own life and that Yu Sol cannot kill her here. Yu Sol says she's willing to test that theory, but as she moves, a notification appears: "The Eye of the Abyss is watching you." An overwhelming aura of terror descends, stopping everyone. Yu Sol recognizes the power of chaos and demands to know Elia's connection. Elia reveals her true identity. She is the 100th child of the beginning, chosen by the goddess of the land, but also the chosen prophet of chaos. She declares she will destroy this world and offer it to her true master, the Eye of the Abyss, which appears as a terrifying visage in the sky above her. Elia transforms, taking on a monstrous new form. Yu Sol is horrified, asking how she could serve the god of chaos, the devourer of dimensions. Elia replies that her master is the only one who never judged her. She says the game is over and begins to fade away, warning Jocelyn that as the light grows stronger, so too does the shadow. She departs with a final, chilling threat, telling Yu Sol she knows all about her trump card, and her eyes are fixed directly on Lu. The scene opens on Yu Sol's feet standing on cracked pavement just outside the rippling, unstable S-rank gate. She stands beside Lu, and her voice is strained as she insists they must leave the area immediately, explaining that the situation is about to become far more dangerous. Lu grimly surveys the scene, the air thick with smoke and the smell of ozone, and agrees with her. He mutters that this time, things have gone terribly wrong. He is consumed by the fact that even with their combined forces, Etten, Cloud, Adele, and his other priests, they were completely unable to destroy the gate. Worse, he could not even locate its core, a failure he feels certain must be Elia's doing. His dark thoughts are interrupted by an angry shout. Cloud, standing a few feet away, is vibrating with frustration over their defeat. He picks up a jagged piece of rubble and hurls it at the shimmering portal, where it bounces off the barrier with a pathetic thud. Lu's head snaps toward him, his voice sharp as he scolds Cloud, asking if he is crazy and telling him to stop acting like a child before his stray rocks hit someone. Adele leans against a damaged wall, wiping soot from her cheek, her body visibly trembling from exhaustion. She sighs, saying she is completely worn out, and asks what kind of monster army that was. She finds a small silver lining, noting that it was a good thing they managed to re-establish the barrier before they were forced to retreat, otherwise that horrifying horde would already be swarming the earth. Lu's expression softens as he looks at his companions. He tells Cloud and Adele that they both did a great job. He focuses on Adele, praising her, telling her that her fire magic has improved so much that she is well on her way to reaching the status of a high mage. Adele's fatigue vanishes instantly, replaced by a bright, beaming smile. She asks if he really means it, if her magic was truly that impressive. While his friends recover, Lu turns back to the gate, his mind dark. He thinks that they have only managed to contain the fire, not extinguish it, and he has no idea how long they can keep this up. His failure to find the core gnaws at him, and he is deeply troubled by the fact that Elia somehow knew the exact time and location this gate would appear. Lost in these heavy thoughts, he calls out to Yu Sol. She is already watching him, her expression serious. She tells him to come with her. She promises that she will answer all the questions swirling in his mind, address all the worries he is carrying, and finally reveal the things she has kept hidden from him for so long. But, she insists, they must leave this place first. The sudden appearance of an S-rank gate has triggered a massive, chaotic response from the human world. As if on cue, the air fills with the deep, thrumming sound of rotor blades. A squadron of helicopters, likely from the Hunter Association and Global Defense Forces, begins to swarm the sky, their powerful spotlights cutting through the smoke. Inside one of the lead helicopters, the Eris Guild leader stares down at the scene, his face a cold, calculating mask. A hunter beside him reports that Lu is on the ground near the gate, and asks if the guild leader wishes to make contact. The leader's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Lu. He says no, not yet. Their first priority is to investigate and contain the gate. He will deal with Lu personally, he thinks, but only when he is fully prepared. The scene changes, and Lu and Yu Sol are now in a quiet, peaceful park, the gate's chaos feeling a world away. Lu breaks the silence, his voice firm. He tells Yu Sol that he heard everything Elias said in that other dimension. He wants no more secrets. He demands that she tell him everything she knows about her past, about Elia, and about the children of the beginning. Yu Sol's gaze is distant. She plucks a leaf from an overhanging branch, studying its veins as she begins to speak. The children of the beginning, she explains, were created by the goddess of the earth. There are 100 in total, all with vastly different forms, some looking human, others like giants, monsters, or fairies. But all of them, she says, share a common seed from the goddess and possess a pure soul, created to serve her. The very first of these 100 children was given a single, terrible task, to stop Ragnarok. To fulfill this impossible duty, that first child has been forced to live, die, and be reborn 1,869 times, trapped in an endless, agonizing loop of failure. Lu is stunned, muttering that such a thing is impossible. Yu Sol turns to him, her eyes filled with an ancient, profound sadness, and confirms that it is all true. She reveals that she is that first child. She braces for a reaction of shock, but Lu just nods slowly. He tells her he is not surprised. He explains that he has suspected it for a long time. He asks her if, after nearly 2 years as partners, she truly thought he would not notice the signs. He lists his evidence, her uncanny prophecies that were always correct, her encyclopedic knowledge of things she should have no way of knowing, and the unnerving comfort she displayed in every new dimension, as if she had been there many times before. He admits he had already concluded she was a reincarnator, but he also assumed she had a good, painful reason for her secrecy, so he never pressed her. Yu confirms his guess. The reason for her silence, she reveals, was the Eye of the Abyss. Lu recognizes the name from the warning in the gate. Yu explains that the Eye of the Abyss and its henchmen are the true names for the forces of chaos, the monstrous, cosmic beings orchestrating Ragnarok. She hid her identity to protect her cycle, but Elia somehow exposed her. Now chaos knows who she is. This life, she says, is their last chance. Lu remains steadfast, telling her it changes nothing and that he will stand by her. His unwavering support brings a small, genuine smile to Yusol's face. She summons a small, glowing vial of liquid and hands it to him. Lu recognizes it from his fight with Neptune, but its information is locked. Yusol explains it is crucial for the fight against chaos. She warns that the barrier they made at the gate is temporary, and will not hold a forgotten god. She grimly states that Ragnarok will now begin in 1 month. Lu is shocked by the accelerated timeline. Yusol says this is why they must hurry to find his remaining priests. She sends him a new job, manual labor at the pyramids, pyramid delivery, with a random salary. This is his next stop. The scene shifts. Lu teleports to a vast, sun-scorched desert, the air shimmering with a bone-melting heat as a colossal pyramid looms before him. He finds the foreman, a god named Poppy, and reports for duty, admitting he has no experience. Poppy groans loudly, complaining that he always gets stuck training the new, useless low-rank gods who show up. He advises Lu to quit right now if he is just there for money. Lu blinks, asking if Poppy is talking to him. Poppy is about to retort, then stops, his eyes widening in shock as he registers Lu's divine aura. He stammers, "Wait, you're a mid-rank god. What are you doing here?" Lu asks if mid-ranks are not allowed. Poppy quickly backpedals, waving his hands frantically. He says it is not that, he was just stunned, as this job is normally swarmed by low-rank gods who cause more trouble than they're worth. He has never seen a mid-rank god sign up for this. Lu asks why. Poppy explains the harsh reality. The job is backbreaking labor in extreme heat. The payment is not coins, but junk packages that are left over. For low-rank gods, Poppy explains, this is a lottery. Most packages are worthless, but every so often, one contains an incredibly rare and expensive item. They come to gamble, hoping to strike it rich. The more you work, the more chances you get. Lu smiles, joking that it sounds like Poppy is just trying to use his mid-rank status to get a lot of hard labor out of him. Poppy laughs, admitting it is a win-win. Lu agrees to the deal but says that before they begin, he has one question he needs to ask. Lu asks Poppy if he can take charge of all the deliveries himself. Poppy hesitates, explaining that those routes are normally reserved for highly experienced workers. Lu says he understands. Poppy presses him, asking if he is absolutely sure he can handle it, and warning him that he will be solely responsible for any mistakes. Before Lu can answer, another god, a lone officer, shouts at them to stop talking and get to work. Poppy flinches and begs for a few more seconds. Lu asks Poppy for his decision, but the lone god yells at them again for standing around. Poppy grabs Lu and quickly pulls him away, saying they are going. The scene changes, and they are now standing before a literal mountain of packages, piled high against the pyramid wall. Lu asks if all of these really came from Hermes's post office. Poppy confirms they did, explaining that it is too difficult to navigate directly to the pyramid, so all packages are dropped here first and then sorted for individual delivery. He warns Lu that the pile is unstable. If he pulls even one package incorrectly, the entire mountain could collapse, destroying the contents. Lu admits this looks more difficult than he thought. Just then, he hears a crash and a muffled yell from the other side of the pile. A cloud of dust erupts, and Cloud emerges from the wreckage, having been summoned and immediately buried. He screams at Lu, demanding to know why he is always summoned for this kind of grunt work and saying he hates it. Lu calmly explains that his other priests are busy. Etten is maintaining the barrier at the S-rank gate, and Adele has gone with Yusol to find the 5th priest, as Yusol needed someone with magic. Lu finishes by saying that since Cloud is strong, simple-minded, and was the only one left, he got the job. As Lu walks away, Cloud shouts after him, vowing that one day he will master all his sword skills and defeat him. Lu waves him off, telling him to get to work and warning him that if he breaks anything, he will be working here for free to pay for it. Cloud accuses Lu of being an evil god who is exploiting him and threatens to report him to the god authorities, all while reluctantly starting to move the packages. The work continues until the sun sets, painting the desert in beautiful evening colors. Lu announces the work is finally done. Poppy approaches, impressed, and hands him a gift, a locket. Lu recognizes it as an Eye of Horus. Poppy explains it is an artifact that can store a vast number of packages, which he will need for the deliveries inside. Poppy asks one last time if Lu is sure he wants to do this alone. Lu says yes, activating the Eye of Horus and absorbing the entire mountain of packages into it in a flash of light. He then turns and walks toward the pyramid, his mind on his task. He muses that just as the Greek gods gather at Olympus, the Egyptian gods must all gather here. He had seen the pyramid from a distance, but up close, its sheer scale is staggering, far larger than he ever imagined. He and Cloud arrive at a truly colossal gate. Cloud asks how he even plans to open it. Lu says there is a magic word. He steps forward, says the word delivery, and holds up the Eye of Horus. The amulet scans the gate, which groans and begins to grind open, revealing a bustling, crowded marketplace inside. Cloud is amazed. Before they can step forward, a massive, dog-headed guard teleports in front of them, his weapon barring their path. He orders them to stop, warning them not to take another step. Lu explains he is just there to deliver the packages. The guard replies that the pyramid is a sanctuary for gods, and while Lu may enter, the weak human with him must first cut off his own hand as payment. Lu argues that Cloud is his priest, but the guard, Anubis, refuses to make an exception. He then looks down and sees that Cloud's foot has already touched the threshold. Anubis grins, a terrifying, hungry look in his eyes, saying it has been a long time since he tasted human flesh. He declares that since Cloud has already trespassed, the payment is due, and he will now take his hand. He reaches for Cloud, who yells for Lu to do something. Lu shouts at Anubis to stop, saying they were never told about this rule. Anubis ignores him, telling Lu to stand aside and ordering the human child to hand over his delicious arm. As Cloud screams, Lu moves in a blur. There is a loud crack as Lu's fist connects with Anubis's face, sending the god staggering back. Cloud cheers, amazed at Lu's speed. Lu tells him to shut up and stay back, his eyes fixed on the guard. He thinks to himself that the attack barely did any damage. This god is clearly high rank. Anubis roars in rage, shouting that Lu, a mere delivery man, dared to strike a guardian of the pyramid. He vows that Lu will now pay the price for his transgression. The pyramid warden, Anubis, is furious, roaring in rage at the audacity of the delivery god. He lunges at Lu, shouting that a low-level god like him is now going to die. But as he attacks, his body seizes, and he crashes face first into the stone floor, completely paralyzed. He lies there like a whimpering dog, unable to move, frantically asking what is happening to his body. Lu stands over him, an intimidating aura radiating from him as a system window, unseen by the guard, confirms the activation of his title, He Who Tames Canines. Lu calmly asks what kind of dog bites its own master. The warden, Anubis, is bewildered, asking who is his master and who gave Lu that permission. Lu smiles menacingly and says he gave himself permission. He places his hand on the struggling god's head. Anubis shouts, telling him to remove his filthy hand and that his pathetic control ability is nothing against his true power. But as he shouts, his tail begins to wag uncontrollably against his will, betraying his body's instinctive pleasure at his new master's touch. Lu chuckles, noting that his body seems to be telling a different story. He gives the humiliated guard two choices: either answer his questions, or he will be forced to roll over and play dead in front of the entire marketplace. Hearing this, Anubis trembles, realizing he is trapped, and whispers that Lu is a true devil. The scene changes, and Lu and Cloud are now descending a dark, narrow staircase. Cloud complains about the darkness, questioning if they can really trust the information from the guard. Lu says he has no doubt the guard was telling the truth. A brief flashback shows the terrified Anubis revealing a secret passage, explaining that it does not go to the top of the pyramid. He tells Lu that the pyramid is a magical labyrinth whose paths change daily, and no one can reach the top without the permission of the Sphinx. He explains this passage leads directly to the Sphinx, who knows everything about the pyramid and is the only one who can guide them. Back in the present, Lu and Cloud arrive in a vast, dark chamber, coming to a halt before a massive, imposing statue. A deep, ancient voice booms from the statue, asking who dares disturb its rest after so long. As the statue's eyes glow with a bright light, Lu steps forward and states they are looking for the pharaoh and require assistance. The statue's voice replies that if they seek its help, they must first prove themselves. Lu agrees to the test. Suddenly, three small, cute cats appear in a puff of smoke. One introduces itself as Su, another as Ping, and the third as Ku. They declare that when all three are together, they are known as the Sphinx. Lu is completely baffled, realizing the Great Sphinx is just three tiny cats. One of the cats steps forward, saying the first question will not be easy. It begins to scratch complex equations into the stone floor with its claws, revealing an advanced math problem. The cat then tells Lu he has exactly 1 minute to solve it. Lu panics, seeing the complexity of the problem and protesting that 1 minute is not enough. Another cat leaps onto his head, batting at him and telling him the time has already started. The first cat warns him that if he fails, he will suffer the fate from all the legends about the Sphinx. Lu feels the immense, oppressive aura from the cats and realizes it is on par with Hephaestus. He knows he cannot run. He must solve the problem. As he frantically tries to think, a notification pops up from Poppy, the foreman, complaining that delivery recipients are lodging complaints and asking where he is. Lu tries to swat the window away, annoyed at the interruption, but then he freezes. He remembers Poppy's full title. The cats begin a countdown from 5. With just 2 seconds left, one cat thanks him for the meal. Lu shouts the answer, 846. The cats are stunned. Lu sighs in relief, thinking to himself that Poppy, the low-rank god of mathematics, had inadvertently saved him. He tells the cats he has answered and to give him the way. The second cat steps forward, stating that since the Sphinx is 3 cats, there are 3 questions. It summons a sword, its eyes gleaming, and says the next question is related to the weapon. It asks how they, 2 people, can be fairly divided into 3 equal pieces for the 3 cats. Cloud is horrified, but Lu remains calm as the cat throws the sword at his feet. Lu understands instantly. It is not a riddle, but a demand for self-mutilation. He sees the cat drooling. Lu picks up the sword, his mind clear, and states that he has the answer. He points the sword at the cats and explains that to divide 2 people among 3, the logical solution is to cut off one of their heads, leaving only 2 mouths to feed. This enrages the second cat, which unleashes a terrifying divine pressure, causing Cloud to collapse to his knees. Lu, however, remains standing, his fear resistance from Medusa's blood protecting him. He calmly asks the mighty Sphinx if his answer is not to its liking, and taunts that he gave a correct answer, and they are just refusing to accept it. Lu holds his sword steady, his voice calm as he taunts the small, furious cat. He asks what is wrong, if the mighty Sphinx just does not like his answer. He says that just because it does not please her, she cannot say his logic is wrong. This defiant response sends the second cat into a blind rage. She screams at him for his audacity and dares him to follow through on his threat, to try and cut off one of their heads. She lunges at Lu, her small paws extended, revealing razor-sharp, glowing claws ready to tear him apart. But before she can reach him, the third cat, the one with the yellow markings, sharply orders her to stop. The attacking cat freezes mid-lunge. The third cat, the clear leader, floats forward and tells Lu that his answer was, in fact, absolutely correct. This stuns the second cat, who sputters in disbelief, asking what she is talking about. The third cat calmly explains that their duty is simple. They ask questions, and the challengers give answers. That is all. Their role is not to judge the nature of the answer, only its validity. The second cat protests, arguing that his response was disrespectful and that they should not let him off so easily. The third cat cuts her off, stating that no matter what, the test begins with a question and ends with an answer, and Lu has fulfilled his part. The second cat grumbles but falls silent. The third cat turns back to Lu, her expression one of genuine admiration. She says that it has been a very long time since they have had such a worthy challenger. She notes that even under their combined, crushing divine pressure, Lu did not bow or show fear, which is truly remarkable. Lu, still wary, simply replies that she is very kind. The cat flutters in the air, coming face to face with him. She says he is a dangerous person for being able to provoke them to the point of losing control, but also amazing for the same reason. Lu thanks her for the compliment. The cat continues, explaining that in ancient times, heroes just like him used to come, warriors who would never show fear and would answer their challenges with a straight back. She says that seeing him gives her a deep feeling of nostalgia, a memory of those older, greater times. She then announces it is time for the final question, the most important one. She describes a classic riddle. He is standing at a fork in the road, with an angel who only tells the truth on one side, and a devil who only lies on the other. He wants to find the path to heaven, but he only gets one chance and can only ask one single question. What is the one line he must say to find the path? As Lu hears this, he realizes he knows this riddle. His mind flashes back to a painful memory from a past life. He sees himself as a small, talentless child, crying alone, ostracized for having no abilities. A mysterious, kind person approached him, asking why he was crying. The young Lu told him to go away, to not bother with an ability-less child like him. But the person gently replied that abilities do not matter, that opportunity only comes to those who are prepared, and that there is something in this world that only he, Lu, can do. The young Lu, still crying, said those were just empty words. The person insisted he must not give up. To prove his point, he offered to share a great life lesson if Lu could solve his favorite riddle, the one about the angel and the devil. In the present, Lu's eyes clear. He remembers that he was never able to answer the riddle before that person left. He spent years thinking about it, long after he was gone, and eventually, he understood its true meaning. It was not about logic, but about purpose. He thinks about what he wants to protect, a place where his father can rest and his mother is safe. Now that he is awakened as a god, that purpose is all that matters. He looks at the third cat and gives his answer. He would ask either the angel or the devil, "Which way is your home?" The cat is stunned into silence for a long moment, and then her face breaks into a wide, joyous smile. She calls his answer truly brilliant and magnificent, a response that goes beyond mere logic and speaks to a deeper truth. She says he has passed. Since he was looking for the pharaoh, she will open the path to the royal place for him. A glowing portal tears open in the air beside them. Lu thanks her and tells Cloud it is time to go. Cloud, still shaken, nervously asks if he is sure they can trust the cats. The first cat tells them that having answered the riddles, they are free to pass. The third cat wishes Lu well but warns him to be careful. The second cat, however, offers a final, spiteful warning, hissing that a mere human's bones will melt on the pharaoh's floor. Lu ignores her, and he and Cloud step through the portal. They emerge on the top floor of the pyramid. Cloud looks around, asking if this is the right place. Instantly, a new, powerful guard confronts them, shouting at them to stop. This guard, the pharaoh, mistakes Lu for an old enemy, accusing him of being an arrogant fool for returning after being warned away. He yells that he will not tolerate any more of Lu's violence against his people. Lu tries to explain that it is a misunderstanding, but the pharaoh ignites his divine power, telling him to shut his mouth and that he will not be fooled by his tricks again. Lu, sensing the divine power, remembers that this pharaoh is his potential fourth priest. As the pharaoh vows to fight to the death, a massive, dark gate begins to open in the chamber behind Lu. An ominous feeling washes over him, and his sixth sense blares a red alert, warning of an imminent, catastrophic danger. He feels a presence emerging that is on par with Hades himself. His expression turns grim. He looks at Cloud and tells him he needs to leave, now. Cloud asks what is wrong, but Lu does not answer, simply activating his power and teleporting his stunned priest back to Earth. Lu then prepares to teleport himself, but a dreadful realization hits him: his divine power is dangerously low. He used too much taming Anubis and then summoned his entire priesthood during the fight at the S-rank gate, leaving him with almost no energy to escape. The dark gate swings fully open, and a new, terrifyingly powerful god, Set, emerges, asking what all the noise is. He looks right at the spot where Lu is standing, but Lu has activated his invisibility helmet just in time. Set comments that he felt a strange presence. The pharaoh bravely steps in front of Set, whom he recognizes, and defiantly tells him he will never surrender his people. Lu, hidden, senses an overwhelming bloodlust from Set. Set merely scoffs at the pharaoh's defiance, calls him an insect, and in a blur of motion, seizes him by the throat. He lifts the struggling pharaoh off the ground and begins to visibly drain his divine power. Set smiles, commenting on the high quality of the pharaoh's energy, saying it is so exquisite that he will not bother with anyone else. Lu watches in horror, invisible and powerless, as this monstrous god absorbs his potential fourth priest. A short time later, the high-level god, Set, is seen leaving the chamber. Behind him, the pharaoh, Lu's potential fourth priest, lies broken on the floor. As Set departs, he tells the fallen god that he should feel honored to have sacrificed his divine power for the almighty Set. He issues a final warning that next time, he does not want to see any resistance from his people. With that, Set vanishes. The pharaoh lies dying, his power gone, waiting for the end. He looks at his people, his heart breaking, and apologizes to them, hoping they do not suffer his fate, especially those who share his blood. He closes his eyes, accepting his death. Some time later, his eyes snap open. He is disoriented, his head throbbing, and he finds himself in a different room. He asks what is happening. A voice replies, asking him how he is feeling. The pharaoh looks up and sees Lu, the god he mistook for an enemy, now playing with the local children. Lu introduces himself as the god of swords, not an evil god. The children happily confirm this, showing off the delicious candy Lu gave them. The pharaoh leaps to his feet, terrified, and orders the children to spit the candy out, warning them they do not know what it could do to them. A woman, one of his people, rushes to his side, telling him to be calm. She reminds him that he was on the verge of death and needs to rest. The pharaoh stops, the memory returning. He asks if it is true, if he really almost died. The woman confirms it, explaining that his divine power and life force were completely drained, and they all thought he was dead. They were powerless to help, but then the god Lu appeared and saved him. The pharaoh is immediately suspicious, stating that gods never help each other without a motive. He confronts Lu, accusing him of saving his life only because he thought the pharaoh would be useful to him. Lu quietly denies this, but the pharaoh cuts him off, saying he knows what gods are really like. The woman interjects, gently calling him Pao. Lu freezes. He hears the nickname Pao and realizes this is the man So-Yel sent him to find, his fourth priest. He thinks that So-Yel had said Pao would be a mummy by the time he arrived, but this man seems fine, leading Lu to believe he has arrived earlier in the timeline than So-Yel expected. Lu approaches him, asking if his name is Pao. The pharaoh, now identified as Pao, angrily tells Lu not to use that name so familiarly and that he wants nothing to do with gods like him. He explains that gods always appear in times of crisis, offering deals that seem like salvation but are really just a path to hell. Pao then recounts his tragic history. His people were dying from a famine so terrible that families began to eat each other. A disease was turning their bodies to dust. At their lowest point, a god appeared, promising Pao the power of the pharaoh to save his people, and eventually, a new life for them all in the world of the gods. Pao accepted, becoming a deputy of the gods and saving his people. But when they were finally taken to the promised land, he learned the horrible truth. The title of pharaoh was not one of honor, it meant he was a vessel, a battery for divine power. The gods tortured his people, harvesting their divine energy through suffering. In the present, Pao bitterly concludes that he was a fool to trust them and that humans are nothing but pawns. Lu is horrified and apologizes for what his people endured. Pao scoffs, asking if Lu finally understands why his kindness is repulsive. He tells Lu to leave and never return. Lu turns to leave but stops, promising that he will be back, that he knows Set will return, and that he will be there to earn his trust. The scene shifts, and 1 month passes. The dark gate reopens, and Set steps through, announcing his return to collect his divine power, warning against any resistance. He barely finishes his sentence before a blade flashes at his throat. Lu has appeared, striking from the shadows. Set, however, is impossibly fast. He catches Lu by the face, slams him into a wall, and holds him there, choking him. Set sneers, calling him a flying insect and confirming that the presence he felt last time was indeed Lu. He demands to know what he is doing here. Lu, struggling against Set's grip, chokes out that he is here to protect these people. This enrages Set, who tightens his grip before hurling Lu across the room. He mocks Lu's confidence, pointing out his pathetically low divine power. Lu pushes himself to his knees, catching his breath, and admits that Set is right about his power level. The scene flashes back, showing Poppy looking at Lu in awe, calling him a monster for what he did. After Lu had left Pao, he had returned to Poppy and asked what the reward would be if he delivered all the packages in the entire, mountain-sized pile, by himself. Poppy was skeptical but agreed. A notification is shown, payment is being calculated. 12,000 random gifts have been acquired. Back in the present, Set suddenly shouts, asking what is happening as his divine power begins to drain from his body. Lu stands up, his own self-healing skill now active, and tells Set that he has tormented these people for too long. He activates his full power, and as Set's divine energy drains away, Lu's aura explodes, filling the room. Lu demands that the captives be released immediately. Growing more furious, Lu declares he will not repeat himself. Moving with incredible speed, he charges forward, shouting for the release of the Pao. Lu launches a dangerous attack against Set, slashing his sword directly across Set's stomach. Set, visibly affected by the wound, questions how a mid-level god dares to challenge him. He realizes Lu intends to save everyone. Set decides to test this resolve. He activates power in his hand and aims it at an old man. Lu screams for him to stop, but Set grabs the old man's face and begins absorbing his divine power. Once the energy is drained, Set throws the old man's body at Lu, telling him to deal with it. Lu catches the old man, but is shocked to see the body suddenly crumble entirely into dust. Set mocks him, asking if saving corpses is a hobby. Set points out that Lu should have sliced through the old man to attack him. Instead, Lu prioritized saving a dead man over landing a critical hit. Set declares that the death of these people is written and unchangeable. Set conjures strange chains of energy and flings them over the surrounding crowd, commanding them to stand still as his sacrifices. He sends an attack dangerously close to a child's neck. Suddenly, Lu intervenes, using his sword to deflect the chains. Set is enraged that Lu continues to interrupt him to save low-level insects, giving them false hope. Set warns that this behavior will lead to Lu's suffering. Set unleashes a wide-range attack targeting the crowd rather than Lu. Lu struggles to protect everyone as Set's grip tightens around their necks. Set explains that these people are Pao, bodies storing divine power for him to harvest. He claims this is the law of the pyramid and their fate is sealed. As Set maniacally slaughters the Pao, Lu cuts through the chains again. Lu affirms that he is there to protect them all. He declares that he does not care if they are humans or gods, or if they have abilities or not. Lu proclaims he is fighting for a world where everyone can smile and live as equals. Set laughs, calling Lu a madman. He states that those who try to save everything save nothing. Set closes the distance and attacks Lu with his bare hands, insisting that true strength comes from abandoning others. Suddenly, Set diverts a chain attack toward a nearby woman. Lu notices and loses focus on the duel. Set capitalizes on the distraction, landing a devastating punch on Lu's face. Lu is in bad shape. Set taunts him, saying his concern for insects is why he will die. As Lu barely dodges a barrage of punches, the scene shifts to the fourth priest, Pao, watching from the sidelines. A voice asks Pao why he is just standing there. A girl, perhaps his girlfriend or sister, approaches him. She offers Pao her divine power. Pao tries to stop her, but she insists, revealing she knows her body is failing and wants to give him everything before she goes. She is not alone. Others gather around Pao. An old man places a hand on Pao's shoulder to thank him for getting them this far. Another calls him Big Brother, thanking him for never leaving them behind. One by one, they transfer their divine power to Pao, turning to dust as they bid him farewell, hoping he survives. Pao apologizes for his weakness and his inability to save them. The girl, now fading into the soil, tells Pao not to cry. She reflects on their kingdom's history and her peaceful life, saying she has known love and pleasure. She hopes her departure will end Pao's pain and that their happiness will remain with him. As they dissolve completely into the wind, dust swirls around Pao and drifts toward Lu. On the battlefield, Set and Lu pause. Set wipes his face, admitting Lu isn't bad for a small bug, and that the fight reminded him of the past. However, he prepares to finish Lu. Just as Set speaks, Pao appears instantly behind him. Pao declares that Lu will not die here, the only death coming is for Set. Pao delivers a massive, explosive punch to Set. The scene cuts to the exterior as the impact detonates. A massive explosion rocks the pyramid from the outside. Internally, a powerful force blasts downwards, shattering multiple floors, as the high-level god, Set, crashes into one of the lower levels. From the hole far above, Pao looks down at his fallen oppressor. He asks Set how it feels to fall from the pinnacle of the pyramid he is so proud of. Hearing this, Set is consumed by rage, roaring at Pao for daring to cross a line he never should have. He unleashes his full, terrifying divine power, a dark, suffocating aura that fills the vast chamber. Lu, watching from above, feels the immense pressure and thinks to himself that Set must truly be one of the top-tier gods. Pao, however, is unafraid. He tells Lu that it is not true, that this is where it all ends. He declares that this pyramid, the place of Set's pride, will now become his grave. Set, hearing this from below, laughs maniacally. He screams back that the walls of the pyramid will indeed be stained with blood, but it will be Pao's, and afterward, he will grind his body into dust. As Set stands to make his way back up, the three Sphinx cats suddenly appear in a puff of smoke, blocking his path. The second cat, Ping, is already drooling at the sight of him. Set impatiently orders the Sphinx to get out of his way, saying he is busy. But the first cat, Su, steps forward, informing him that since he has entered their domain, he must first solve their riddle, as that is the law of the pyramid. Set scoffs, telling her to shut her mouth and asking how she dares speak to him, the highest god of the pyramid. This angers Ping, who grows to a larger size and slams her paw down, pinning Set to the ground. She hisses that his rank does not matter, the laws of the pyramid are ancient, and he is bound by them. Enraged, Set threatens to kill all three of them, but Ping mocks him, pointing out that he has already used a massive amount of his divine power, and has nowhere near enough left to defeat the three of them. Su then flies up to Set's face and poses the first riddle. He must confess every evil deed he has ever committed. She says that for someone who has done so much evil for thousands of years, 30 seconds should be more than enough time, and he will get no more. She warns him that if he fails to answer all three riddles, he will be trapped in the pyramid until it turns his very body to dust. Some time later, the scene shifts to the outside of the pyramid, which is now visibly crumbling, turning to sand. The gods who inhabited it are streaming out, confused. They wonder where Set has gone, with some complaining that he never paid them for their work. One old god muses that Set was supposed to guarantee their future. Another god speculates that Set must have lost to the pharaoh and his people, and has now been thrown into the lowest, inescapable floor, trapped forever. A low-level god laments that their good days are over and he needs to find a new part-time job. Lu stands apart, watching the massive structure dissolve. Poppy approaches him, his voice full of false sadness, saying he is so very sad to see Lu go, all while ostentatiously flexing the massive bags of money and divine power he earned from their venture. Lu looks at him, unimpressed, asking if someone who is truly sad needs to show off that much. He walks over, takes Poppy's sunglasses off, and tells him that the vast divine power he was given is not just for him. He must share it fairly with all the other low-rank gods who helped. Lu warns him that he will be back to check. Poppy immediately becomes serious, promising on his name as the god of mathematics that he will restore order and handle everything fairly. Lu nods, hoping he will, and walks away. He finds Pao sitting on a sand dune, letting the dust of his dead people run through his fingers. Lu asks if he is not going to bury them. Pao replies that to bury them would be to trap them in this world. Instead, he wants their dust to scatter on the wind, to be free and roam the world, an end to the confinement they suffered in life. He says that all they ever wanted was freedom, and he failed to give it to them. He has lost everyone he loved and does not know how he will go on, but he hopes that if they ever meet again, he can return the love they gave him. He then turns to Lu, the god of swords, and apologizes for misjudging him. He says that Lu has helped him in a way he can never repay, and if he would allow it, he would like to serve him for the rest of his life. Lu, who was waiting for this, immediately agrees. A notification appears. Pao has become his fourth priest. The scene changes, and Lu is back on Earth, walking down a city street. He muses that he has been back for a while, but So Yul has not yet returned from her mission to find the fifth priest. He decides to get some fried chicken and rest. Suddenly, the Heiress Guild leader, Mr. Gunnak, appears at his side, commenting on how calm Lu is for someone who seems unaware of the chaos brewing in the world. Lu is confused, asking what he means. Gunnak reaches into his coat and throws a stack of papers at Lu's chest. He tells Lu to try and make an excuse for this. Lu looks at the papers, which are reports and articles. Gunnak explains that rumors are flying, accusing Lu of being a gate creator, a hunter who intentionally causes dungeon breaks to create fear and then profit from it. Gunnak says that given Lu's habit of disappearing, he is beginning to believe the rumors. He warns Lu not to run, revealing that the seemingly normal civilians around them are actually over 300 A-rank and S-rank hunters, all watching him. He orders Lu to follow him. Lu is taken to an interrogation room and left in handcuffs. An investigator tells him to make it easy and confess. Lu states that he is innocent and has nothing to confess, demanding a lawyer. The Heiress Guild leader enters, smiling, and says they have already prepared for this. He announces that a special hunter will be assisting with the interrogation and opens the door. Leo Lux walks in. Lux asks the guild leader to leave them, and Lu greets him. Lux ignores the greeting and gets straight to the point, activating his power. He says he does not care about the rumors. He only wants to know one thing: where is Elia? Lu calmly replies that he does not know, and if Lux wants to find Elia, he should first find So Yul. Lux changes his question, demanding to know where So Yul is, stating they have been searching the entire country for a month with no leads. Lu is shocked, realizing So Yul has been missing for a month, far longer than her simple mission should have taken. He worries that something has gone terribly wrong. The scene cuts to another dimension. A servant kneels on a blood-stained floor, speaking to a figure on a throne. She apologizes for the interruption, stating that visitors have arrived. On the floor lies the body of a beautiful princess. The figure on the throne, a woman with horns, tells the servant to let them in. She activates a dark power, and her body morphs, taking on the exact appearance of the dead princess. She has murdered her and taken her place, and she smiles, saying it is finally time. The scene shifts to a new dimension, showing Adele and So Yul. Adele is at a gate, arguing loudly with a fairy guard, while So-yeol hangs back, her expression troubled. So-yeol thinks to herself that something feels wrong. She knows that fairies are reclusive and do not normally allow outsiders, especially humans, into their realms so easily, but her unease runs deeper than that. She feels a strange, unsettling presence she cannot quite identify and considers that they should have found a way to sneak in instead. As she is lost in thought, the guard is sternly telling Adele that she will not be permitted entry, while Adele pleads with her, insisting they just need to talk. Their argument is cut short as the gate behind the guard swings open. A new fairy emerges, apologizing profusely for the wait. She explains that the Fairy King has personally ordered that the guests waiting outside are to be brought in immediately. The scene changes, and they are now inside the fairy realm, a place of breathtaking, ethereal beauty. The new fairy guides them through a stunning garden, explaining that this is the Garden of the Fairies. Adele is completely enchanted, whispering that it feels like they are walking on a road to heaven. So-yeol, however, remains tense, her hand near her dagger, unable to shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. They arrive at a throne, where the Fairy King, who looks identical to the Princess Lu saw in his vision, sits. The king addresses them, asking why outsiders from the world of iron and lances have crossed dimensions to see him. So-yeol steps forward, deciding to be direct. She greets him and states that they are in need of his power, specifically the power of the ruler of all fairies, and that they need him to travel with them for a short time. A guard beside the throne shouts at So-yeol for her rudeness, but the Fairy King waves him to be quiet, saying he wishes to hear their story in more detail. As he says this, he thinks to himself that it does not matter what they say. The Fairy King that So-yeol is looking for is already dead, murdered by his own hand. He muses that this is only the beginning. He will hunt down and kill all 12 of Lu's fated priests, one by one, all for his father Chaos. He can barely wait to see the despair on So-yeol's face when she realizes her priests are all dead. So-yeol begins to explain, saying that gates are appearing in every dimension, but as she speaks, a loud, gurgling rumble fills the throne room. She pauses and tries again, only to be interrupted by another, even louder growl. So-yeol turns and glares at Adele, who blushes, holding her stomach. Adele whispers that she cannot help it. They have not eaten since they left, and she is starving. The Fairy King bursts into laughter, remarking that his guest is hungry. He apologizes for his poor hospitality, and invites them to discuss matters over a meal. He leads them to a grand hall where a magnificent feast is laid out on a long table. Adele's eyes go wide, and she whispers that this must be heaven, as everything looks impossibly delicious. So-yeol tells her that the food of the fairies is legendary, even in the realms of the gods. So-yeol thanks the Fairy King for his generous welcome, and he replies that it is a fairy's duty to be hospitable. As they are about to sit, So-yeol pauses and asks the Fairy King if he would honor them by reciting the traditional fairy prayer before the meal, as she cannot recall it perfectly. The Fairy King again laughs, commenting on her charming adherence to tradition, and agrees. He closes his eyes and begins to chant in a strange, melodic language. So-yeol watches him, her eyes narrowed. When the prayer is finished, So-yeol's voice is cold. She asks him what he has done with the real Fairy King. The king's smile wavers, and he asks what she means. In the next instant, So-yeol attacks. She moves with blinding speed, her dagger flashing as she slices the entire banquet table in half, appearing directly in front of the king with the blade at his throat. The guards are too slow to even react. So-yeol explains that all fairies use a language that corresponds to their stage of power, but the language he just used for the prayer was completely generic, a common tongue, not the one a true king would use. The Fairy King simply smiles, catching her dagger-wielding wrist with his bare hand. He says it is a pity she caught on so quickly, as it took him so much effort to change his appearance. With that, he unleashes his true dark power, a massive explosion of chaotic energy that blasts So-yeol backward and sends Adele flying. The beautiful throne room dissolves, and the Fairy King's form melts away, revealing his true identity. It is Elia, Leo Lux's sister. She sighs, saying she had hoped to hurt So-yeol's feelings a bit more, but it seems So Yul is too stone-hearted. So Yul is grim, asking what Elia is doing here. Elia mocks her, explaining that yes, she killed the Rio Fairy King, one of the children of the beginning, long before they arrived. She asks if So Yul really thought she would sit by and let her and Lu gather all the priests. Elia then unleashes a massive attack, a wave of dark energy that spreads across the entire area, rushing toward both So Yul and Adele. Adele cries out, but So Yul stands perfectly still, her eyes closed. At the last possible second, she opens them, her pupils sharp. She activates her own skill and vanishes. She moves so fast she appears as a blur, cutting straight through Elia's dark wave, diverting it from Adele, and slashing past Elia's throat before coming to a stop behind her. A second later, blood erupts from a deep gash in Elia's neck. Elia stumbles, blood covering her face, but she is still smiling. She uses her power to heal the wound, admitting that she still cannot handle So Yul in a direct fight, and that she would have died if she were not in this borrowed body. She says it is a shame she cannot win, but that she has already accomplished her true goal. She has wasted So Yul's time. So Yul freezes, a horrible realization dawning on her. Elia smiles, asking if So Yul remembers that S-rank gate in her country that they failed to close. She asks why So Yul thinks she was so determined to keep her here, talking and eating. So Yul begins to panic. Elia explains that the seal on that gate was already broken, and a great evil power has already been released from it. The scene cuts to Earth, where the Nether Granny has fully emerged from the gate, cackling as she searches for Lu. So Yul is in the fairy realm, completely panicked. She thinks to herself, asking what Elia just said, questioning if the Nether Granny is really free. She tries to rationalize, thinking it is impossible, and that Elia must be lying to scare her. She immediately tries to teleport back to her world, but when she attempts to confirm the jump, a red notification flashes, informing her that she cannot travel to that area at this time. Seeing this error message, So Yul's face strains of all color. Elia sees her expression of pure terror and bursts into manic laughter. She mocks So Yul, saying it looks like she was trying to do something that is now failing. Elia explains that Earth has been temporarily cut off from the system. This is the work of the Nether Granny, who is now empowered by chaos itself. Elia begins to glow with her own dark power, towering over the defeated So Yul. She tells So Yul that after thousands of reincarnations, she must be intimately familiar with the feeling of powerlessness, the horrifying realization that she can do nothing as everyone she cares about is about to be slaughtered, one by one. Elia tells her to take her time and truly savor this feeling, because watching her suffer feels incredibly good. The scene cuts to Earth. Red alert sirens are blaring across the city. An emergency broadcast rings out where Lu and Lux are being held, ordering all available hunters to evacuate the building immediately. The announcer repeats that every hunter is needed. He explains that an old woman has emerged from the gate, and that all contact has been lost within a 3-mile radius. All hunters are ordered to muster at the plaza. Hearing the description of an old woman, Lu is horrified, his mind instantly flashing to the Nether Granny. He thinks to himself that if it is really her, it does not matter how many hunters they gather, they will all be massacred. In an instant, Lu shatters his handcuffs with a single flex of his power. He turns to Lux, telling him to get out of his way, that he needs to get to the gate immediately. Lux, however, does not move. He blocks Lu's path, stating that their conversation is not over, and orders him to sit back down. Lu loses his patience, yelling at Lux that the situation has changed, and he does not have time to play games with him. He tells Lux that he has no idea what is happening outside and that he has no more time to waste. Lu tries to dash past him, but Lux moves with blinding speed, intercepting him with a powerful lightning-infused attack. Lux tells Lu that he does know what is happening. He knows a monster has emerged, and the fact that Lu, who has been inside that gate, is this terrified proves how dangerous it is. But Lux states coldly he has no intention of letting Lu leave until he tells him where his little sister, Elia, is. He says that while the world is important, his sister is more important. Lu looks at him in disbelief, telling him he is insane for prioritizing his sister at a time like this. The scene cuts to the city plaza, which is in chaos. The massive, corrupted tree that Elia used is rampaging, its branches smashing buildings and grabbing fleeing civilians. The Nether Granny, in her true form, is at its center. The tree's branches lash out at an old woman, who freezes, accepting her death. But at the last second, Cloud appears, slashing the branch and saving her. He yells at her to run and stop being a burden while he holds it off. As she flees, Cloud turns to face the tree, wondering where Lu and So Yeol are at a time like this. He then realizes he is not just facing the tree. The Nether Granny herself is standing before him. She observes him, noting he is just a small chick with barely any meat on his bones, but that he has a familiar smell on him. She recognizes the scent from the giant she has trapped in her branches, referring to Etten. She realizes that they are both connected to that bastard child, Lu. Etten, struggling against the branches, breaks free for a moment and roars at Cloud to run, to find the god they serve, Lu. He unleashes a powerful punch at the Nether Granny. She just yawns, calling him energetic, and with a simple gesture, the tree's roots erupt from the ground, ensnaring both Etten and Cloud. She tells them not to be in such a hurry to die. She wants to kill them, but she wants to do it in front of Lu, to make him watch as she tears them limb from limb. The branches tighten around Cloud, who feels his bones begin to crack, thinking he is about to die. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descends from the sky, obliterating the branches and freeing him. Leo Lux lands in a heroic pose, stating that it looks like he is not too late. Cloud is stunned to see him. Just as Lux appears, a wave of dark fire washes over the area, and Lu walks through it, his eyes glowing. He tells Cloud and Etten they did a good job, and that they can rest now. Cloud, overjoyed, asks Lu what took him so long and why Lux is with him. Lu says it is a long story and he will explain later, but for now, they need to focus on the crazy monster in front of them. The Nether Granny just smiles, watching them. Lu, Lux, Cloud, and Etten all take their stances, surrounding the Nether Granny, preparing for the fight of their lives. The four surround Nether Granny. She sees Lu and taunts him, saying she is proud he came to her to die. She promises to skin him and his priests as a gift for his goddess. Nether Granny attacks with her branches, but Lu charges forward, jumps, and cuts them all down with blue lightning. He lands, and Lux appears behind him. Nether Granny is surprised they cut her spirit branches so easily. Lu compliments Lux for cutting some branches, and Lux reminds him not to forget the payment for his help. Lu confirms he will keep his promise to find Elia. A brief flashback shows Lu promising to find Lux's sister in exchange for his help. Back in the present, Lu attacks Nether Granny, who uses a strange flower. It releases a dark smoke that spreads everywhere. Lu tries to use his web slasher skill, but a notification appears. The skill fails. He realizes the smoke is not poison, it is a unique skill that seals other skills. He warns Lux, but Lux says he is not from this world and uses mana, not skills. He easily dispels the smoke and tells Lu to step back. Lu just smiles and activates his own sword power. Nether Granny is shocked they are both using mana. She attacks them with a move called Sport Hell, a storm of sharp branches. Lu tells Lux he will make a path. He unleashes white ice and black flame, destroying the branches. Lux is stunned by Lu's destructive mana but charges through the flames, which do not harm him. He lands a powerful stab attack, pushing Nether Granny back. She is furious, asking how they can still use their powers. Lu flies up, unleashing an even greater amount of ice and black flame into the sky. Granny trembles, wondering how a human has such power. Lu calms his mind, feeling his own dense mana. He realizes this power comes from his sword practice, not magic. He forms his mana into a burning sun, a sword skill, and shouts white ice black flame. A massive beam of energy crashes down on Nether Granny. She screams as a huge explosion rocks the area. Lux is speechless at the power, which leaves a giant deep crater. Lu lands, breathing hard. Cloud runs over, praising Lu. Lux quietly wonders how he is still the #1 hunter. As Cloud asks to be taught, Lu suddenly feels a dark presence and shouts for everyone to get back. Dark energy erupts from the crater. A huge, terrifying creature emerges, letting out a piercing scream. The sound is agonizing. Cloud, Ryuten, and Lux collapse, covering their ears in pain. Lu watches in horror. Nether Granny's voice echoes, revealing she is still alive. She calls this her soul-rending, an attack that harms anyone without divine power. She is heavily damaged but furious, vowing to kill every human, not just Lu. Her power grows, and she transforms into a monstrous new form. She tells Lu to come to her. Lu finds his body is frozen. He cannot move or teleport. He knows he has no choice but to fight. Granny's hand reaches for him, promising to kill him for eternity. Just as she is about to grab him, a new voice speaks. So Yul appears, telling Nether Granny she will not let this happen. She commands Granny to get her dirty hands off her Lu. The scene changes to another dimension. We see a beautiful night, but the surroundings are filled with destruction. Elia lies on the ground, badly beaten. She thinks that the girl Soyeol is truly a monster. Elia thought she could stall for time, but Soyeol defeated her easily. Elia did not expect Soyeol could also tear the sky and travel dimensions. She thinks it will take a long time to recover, but it does not matter because Ragnarok has now started. The scene returns to Lu. He is shocked to see Soyeol suddenly appear. She has just cut off the hand of Nether Granny's monstrous form. Soyeol turns and calls for Adele, who appears behind Lu. Adele says she has used her magic to stop Nether Granny's terrible screams, just as she was asked. She gives Soyeol a smile. Lu asks Soyeol why they took so much time. He could not even contact them. Soyeol explains they were trapped with Elia and had to fight her. Hearing this, Lux steps forward and asks if Elia was with them. He demands to know where his little sister is. Soyeol is surprised to see Lux there. Seeing them all talking, Nether Granny becomes furious. She roars that they dare to ignore her. Her severed fingers regenerate instantly. She lunges and strikes at Soyeol, causing an explosion. But Soyeol stands unharmed, having easily blocked the attack with one hand. She looks at Lu and tells him they will talk later. She tells him to restore his energy first, and throws him a golden apple. Lu catches it and feels relieved. Soyeol warns him that Nether Granny's super ability is regeneration, so they will need overwhelming power to finish her. Nether Granny gets even angrier and attacks Soyeol again, but Soyeol dodges easily. She tells Lu this fight cannot drag on, or they will lose. She says she will hold Nether Granny off while he finds a way to defeat her. Lu thinks to himself that this is easier said than done. He already used his strongest move, and it did nothing. While thinking, Lu looks at the fingers Soyeol cut. He realizes Soyeol's normal sword swing cut them, which means Nether Granny's body is not actually that durable. His own attack must have been blocked by a special hidden skill. He guesses the skill did not activate against Soyeol's simple attack. He believes they now have a chance to win. Lu turns and tells Adele to prepare her magic, her strongest possible spell. He tells Lux to protect Adele while she casts. Lux agrees. Lu then orders Cloud and Yethan to protect Soyeol and prevent Nether Granny from using any big attacks. They both agree and leave it to him. Lu eats the golden apple and says to leave the rest to him. Soyeol, Cloud, and Yethan charge forward to fight Nether Granny, who roars in anger at the insects daring to challenge her. Lux protects Adele as she gathers an immense amount of mana for her spell. Lux notes her power is dangerous, and he must hide it from the monster. Adele finally finishes her spell, coughing up blood from the strain. She tells Lux to send the signal. Her attack is ready. Lux says her timing is perfect. The other three are about to lose. He raises his hand and sends a lightning signal. Soyeol sees the signal and tells Cloud and Yethan they must retreat immediately. Adele floats in the air, her spell glowing larger than the surrounding buildings. Nether Granny stares in shock. Adele apologizes for making her wait and unleashes the attack. A terrifying beam of energy crashes down. Nether Granny screams as the energy vaporizes her body and the nearby buildings. From the center of the blast, a small, strange ball-like creature, the true form of Nether Granny, emerges. She thinks that human power is terrifying, but she can regenerate her entire body as long as her true form is safe. She just needs to escape. As she falls to the ground, a foot steps on her. It is Lu. Nether Granny is shocked to see him. He asks where she is trying to go, and says her true form is very ugly. Granny screams for him to let her go. Lu had used Neptune's blessing to hide his presence, and an invisible helmet to hide his body. He raises his sword, infusing it with white ice and black fire, and stabs the creature. Nether Granny screams that she will never forgive him. She says even if she dies, she will not go easily. She will make sure to take him with her. She begins to laugh maniacally as her body releases a dark aura. A massive explosion suddenly erupts. Some time later, Lu is shown alive, but coughing heavily and damaged. He looks up and freezes in shock. In front of him, So-yeol is fatally wounded. She sacrificed herself to shield him from the blast. She gives Lu a weak smile, saying it is good that he is alive. She thanks God she could save him. With those words, So-yeol faints and collapses. Lu rushes to her side, desperately calling her name as he starts to cry. Suddenly, he feels a presence. He looks up at the sky and sees the giant eyes of the abyss. He whispers that Ragnarok has started. The massive eye, larger than the earth itself, stares down at them. Lu just continues to hold So-yeol, trying to wake her up. Lu tries to use his healing skill on So-yeol, but it has no effect on her body. He thinks that he must take her to Olympus, where one of the gods can surely heal her. Lu tries to activate his dimensional travel, but a notification immediately shows an error. He slams his fist on the ground in a rage, yelling that if this continues, he will not be able to get So-yeol to Olympus. So-yeol weakly raises her hand and grabs him, telling him to stop. She says he must leave this place quickly. She explains he cannot go to Olympus right now because they have used humans as bait, and they have set up a barrier to protect their own world. Lu begs her to stop talking and just rest quietly. So-yeol insists, saying she no longer has enough divine power left to maintain her body. She tells him to hurry and save himself, at least he can survive if she dies. As she finishes speaking, her hand falls limply to her side. So-yeol is now in a critical condition. Lu's breath catches in his throat. He begins to shout her name over and over. Suddenly, a monster appears behind Lu. It looks around and says, "So this is Earth, it feels good to be here." The monster then senses someone and sees Lu sitting on the ground. It is delighted to find someone still alive. He was worried he would be unlucky and find everyone already dead. He decides to have some fun and kill Lu. Just as the monster lunges to attack, its arm is suddenly sliced off. It screams in pain. Lu is still crying, and he angrily asks why this is happening. He screams, asking why the monsters will not just leave them alone and why they always kill humans. He yells, asking what humans have done to deserve this. The monster is furious that its arm was cut, but it says it is no problem, it can just grow it back. It uses its regeneration skill, and a new arm forms instantly. But Lu attacks again, not with one slash, but with thousands of slashes at once. The monster is covered in deep cuts, its eyes are sliced apart. It can only see Lu in fragments, not understanding what is happening as its body begins to fall to pieces. Lu does not stop and delivers a final, powerful slash to the monster's head. The attack is so strong it destroys the entire area behind it, killing the monster in one blow. Lu says its useless regeneration is annoying and will not work on him. As he says this, a new skill unlocks for him, super regeneration. Lu can finally regenerate his own body. Just then, two more monsters appear above him. They mock him, saying he should not be so arrogant, he is just an insect created to be killed. The other monster notes that he seems a little powerful, but is still nothing. Both monsters dive down to attack Lu. He stands his ground, filled with rage, and braces for them. One monster gets very close, but Lu stops it by placing his sword right at its head. The monster is completely unharmed and boasts that Lu's attacks cannot even scratch its body. As it speaks, white ice and black flames suddenly ignite on the tip of Lu's sword. He activates the power across the entire blade, and the flame shoots forward, instantly incinerating the monster. Only the second monster remains. It manages to dodge the black flame and lunges, passing by Lu and cutting his entire right arm off. The monster mocks him, asking what a swordsman can do without his arm. In the next moment, Lu grabs the monster's tail with his left hand. He pulls it hard, smashing it into a wall. The monster is shocked, wondering how his arm came back. We see Lu Nu's super regeneration skill worked. He smashes the monster into the ground, pulls it close, and punches it hard in the face. The monster thinks it must absorb Lu quickly, but Lu uses super regeneration again to heal his fist and unleashes a continuous barrage of punches. His hands hurt from the force, but he keeps regenerating them and hitting the monster. The monster is not dead, it survives the beating. It looks at Lu in terror and says he is not a normal person, he is a monster. It starts to run away, wondering if Lu is a mid-rank god. It shouts to its allies to flee and call for more monsters. As it runs, a slash cuts off its leg. It falls, screaming. An energy sword lands right next to it. The monster looks back in fear. Lu stands behind it, having created hundreds of identical energy swords. He is in a very serious mood. The monster begs for its life. Lu tells it to shut up, he will not let it escape. He closes his fist, and all the swords fly forward, impaling the monster's back. Its screams echo. Lu walks over and steps on its head, applying pressure. The monster's skull begins to crack, but it is still alive, pleading for Lu to let it go. Lu is merciless. He tells the bastard to die. He applies more pressure, and the monster's head finally explodes, spraying green blood everywhere. Suddenly, someone comes from behind Lu and tells him to stop, the monster is dead. He needs to come to his senses. Lu does not react. Lux speaks to him, saying it might not be too late, they can still save her. Lu asks what he is saying. Lux explains that his own world was destroyed by monsters from gates. He was in the same situation, and while searching for a way out, he entered a gate and ended up in another dimension. He says all the gates are connected like the branches of a tree, each one opening to a different place. Lu asks what he means. Lux confirms what Lu is thinking. He does not know if they can save her, but there is a small chance. To save So-Yo, Lu will have to risk his life and travel through the gates. Lu asks Lux if they can really reach Olympus by traveling through the gates. He steels himself, vowing that he will get So-Yo there no matter what. Suddenly, a huge explosion rips through a nearby building. A new, powerful monster appears, wondering where all the soldiers they sent to handle this area went. It is angry to see so many humans still alive, realizing its subordinates failed their mission. The monster looks at Lu and asks if he is the one who killed them. It demands to know who he is. Lu looks at the new monster and thinks to himself, he is in a terrible situation. If he leaves now to heal So-Yo, this monster will destroy everything and kill all the survivors. He does not know what he should do. Just then, we see Cloud nearby, holding his sword and releasing his aura. He activates a new skill called Unity of Sword and Body. A massive explosion follows, shocking both Lu and the monster. A giant slash mark appears on the tall building, an attack so powerful it has cut through several buildings behind it. Lu is completely stunned by this display of power. He turns to look at Cloud, who is standing in a dramatic pose. Cloud tells Lu that he was trying to keep this skill a secret, saving it for a fight against him. Lu yells at him to shut his nonsense and get back. He warns him about the new monster, but Cloud calmly states that his ex already took care of that monster. He says such small fry are nothing to him. Lu cannot believe it, but then they see the monster. Its body is sliced in half, but it is still alive. It furiously prepares to attack Cloud. Just as it gathers its power, Adele appears. She says she will not let it. She unleashes her own magic, causing a large blast that finishes the monster. She turns to Lu and tells him he does not have much time. He must leave now. She says if he can save So-Yo by going to Olympus, then he should go immediately and leave this place to them. She says she is entrusting So-Yo to him and hopes he can save her. Lu stands quietly and listens. Adele continues, reminding him of the time a monster appeared from a gate in her world. He risked his own life to save them then. Because of that, she will now risk her life to save his world. Yethan steps up and agrees, saying he feels the same way and wants to repay the favor Lu did for them. He tells Lu to go and save So-yeol no matter what. Lu is shocked and moved by their determination. He gives a small smile and nods, telling Lux it is time to go. He asks Lux to show him the way. Lux says it seems he has made his final decision. They do not have much time, so they must move fast. He tells Lu to follow him closely and not get left behind. With that, they both jump and race away, Lu following right behind Lux while carrying So-yeol. Lux lands on top of a building, looks at the sky, and raises his sword. He releases his power, and a massive explosion tears a small crack in the fabric of the sky. Lux says this is their exit, they must hurry before it closes. Lu says he understands. They both leap with all their speed toward the crack and jump inside. Lu flies through a strange space filled with purple light. He emerges from the crack into another dimension. Lu recognizes the place, he did not think he would be here again. He says it feels the same as the first time. As he and Lux get their bearings, another monster appears behind them. The monster is surprised to see humans, it says their timing is good. It was not his time to go down to Earth yet, so he will play with them for a while. Before the monster can finish its sentence, Lu slices its head clean off. Lu says he does not have time to talk to small fries and tells it to get lost. He and Lux continue forward. After walking a short distance, they see another crack in the sky. Lux says they have finally arrived. Lu stands before the crack and says he can feel the energy of Olympus. He looks at the portal and thinks to himself, So-yeol, just wait a little longer. I promise I will save you. As they both prepare to enter the crack, a terrifying, dark voice echoes from behind them. It asks them if they really think they can leave so easily. Lu freezes, he is completely shocked. He recognizes that voice. A horrifying monster appears behind him. Lu stares at it and says its name, Asmodeus. Lu is shocked and asks how Asmodeus is here. Asmodeus is a demon king, an entity with power far greater than Nether Granny. Without thinking, Lu pulls out his sword and attacks him. Tentacles emerge from Asmodeus and strike at Lu, who barely manages to defend himself. Lu thinks that they do not have time to fight this enemy right now. He slashes with his sword, cutting the tentacles. From within the clouds, a giant eye looks down, its voice says Lu is interesting. The voice says the little insect he met a long time ago has grown up. Asmodeus forms an energy sphere in the air, gathering power, and says he is going to fight Lu properly. Lu curses, wondering what this bastard thinks of himself. He sees the sphere and assumes Asmodeus is regenerating. Lu shouts that he will not let him regenerate so easily and launches a powerful attack at the sphere. Suddenly, there's the sound of clashing swords. A new figure, a handsome beast, has appeared and blocked Lu's sword with his own. This person is the true form of Asmodeus. He tells Lu to consider it an honor, as few have ever touched his blade. Lu tells him to shut up, he will kill him quickly and leave. He unleashes a strong slash, yelling at Asmodeus to get out of his way so he can die. Lu continues to attack relentlessly, but Asmodeus calmly defends every blow with just one hand. Asmodeus compliments Lu's skill, noting his mind and sword have reached a state of unity. He says Lu controls them well, and because of this, he will also fight seriously. Asmodeus suddenly increases his speed, getting faster with every single slash. Lu struggles to defend, thinking that the speed is insane. He knows if he makes even a 1-second mistake, the sword will kill him. Just as he thinks this, Lux's power is shown. Lux appears at Asmodeus' side, launching a high-speed surprise attack. But Asmodeus is aware. He says Lux is making too much noise for a surprise attack, even a child could have detected it. Asmodeus materializes a red energy sword and easily blocks Lux's assault. He says such a simple attack is meaningless. His sword skill is not limited to one direction, he can see everywhere, and there is no place his sword cannot reach. Asmodeus activates a skill called Infinite Sword. Thousands, or perhaps millions, of swords appear in the sky. While this happens, he continues to overpower Lu with his real sword. Suddenly, Lux feels something, and in the next instant, 3 or 4 of the floating swords impale his body. He screams in pain, blood pouring from his wounds, and collapses to the ground near Lu. Lu calls out his name, asking if he is okay. As Lu's attention is diverted, Asmodeus scolds him. He asks how Lu dares to look away. He must have a death wish. Asmodeus unleashes a terrifying slash at Lu. The power of the attack cuts through the nearby rock formations and kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Asmodeus smiles, seeing that Lu blocked the attack. He says Lu truly has talent and is worthy of holding a sword. We see Lu, who barely managed to defend himself. He becomes serious and tells Asmodeus to move aside if he does not want to die. Asmodeus is delighted. He says Lu is amazing and he is enjoying this fight. It has been a long time since he had such an opponent, and he will not back down now. He points his sword at Lu and gives him a warning. He introduces himself as Asmodeus, the guardian of the demon world, a title given to him by Chaos. But before all that, he was known as the God of Sword. Lu is stunned, just like everyone else. He asks if he is truly the Sword God. Asmodeus confirms it, though he says no one has called him that title in a long time. Lu thinks to himself, now he understands why the title God of Sword was in the God shop. He asks Asmodeus why someone so powerful is fighting for Chaos. Asmodeus says he is not with Chaos because he is powerful. There is another reason. He explains he struggled his entire life, always trying to increase his power. Other gods became jealous and feared he would take their positions. They tried to stop him in every way, but he never cared about their thrones. He only wanted to become stronger. He killed so many of them that his power grew too large to control, and he began transforming into a monster. If Chaos had not helped him then, he would have lost his mind and remained a monster forever. He says the self-proclaimed gods are all selfish bastards. Lu listens to his story quietly. Asmodeus says that Lu's path will also be one of struggle, just like his. He says he paved his own path with the blood of his enemies. He decided to join Chaos to create a new, better world where everyone is equal and respects each other. He says that is enough talk, it is time to resume their fight. Asmodeus readies his sword, and Lu also prepares, though he is nervous, wondering if he can even face him. As Lu hesitates, Asmodeus attacks, sending the thousands of swords in the sky raining down on Lu. Explosions fill the entire area. Asmodeus launches a massive attack on Lu, raining countless swords down on him. Lu desperately defends himself, but some swords still hit him. He thinks he cannot block them all and must focus only on protecting his vital points. Suddenly, Asmodeus stops attacking. Lu thinks it is his chance to counter, but he looks up and is shocked. Thousands of new swords have formed behind Asmodeus, who mocks Lu for looking satisfied after only one wave. Asmodeus says he has only just begun. Just then, blue lightning flashes and Lux appears. He cuts down all of Asmodeus' swords in one move, shocking Asmodeus. Lux lands, breathing heavily. Lu asks Lux if he is alright, noting his unhealed wound. Lux dismisses it, saying it is nothing. Lux asks Lu if they can win. Lu is honest, he says even in perfect condition, he could not win against Asmodeus. He says they have used too much power and are going to lose badly. Lux says he has advice. Lu must accept his power. Lu is shocked. Lux explains his secret art, which can only be used on a lightning mana user or someone close to him. Lu is either. Lux says if the art succeeds, Lu's power and recovery speed will increase unimaginably. But if Lu fails to absorb the mana, he will die. Lux creates his lightning mana and asks Lu if he wants to try. Lu lowers his head. He says his decision to save So Yeol has not changed. He will do anything to save her, even risk his own life. Lux says he knew Lu would agree. He gives him the mana, calling it the lightning elixir, and warns him he only has one chance. Lux says he hopes Lu returns alive and covers him in a bright sphere of lightning. Asmodeus watches calmly. He says their art is superb but useless. Lux stands guard to protect the orb. Asmodeus says he has high expectations and is willing to wait, he will play with Lux in the meantime. Lux tells Asmodeus his smile will soon turn to tears. They both prepare to fight. Asmodeus summons his swords, and their battle begins. The scene changes to Lu consciousness. He finds the place familiar. He hears a voice and turns to see a shining object. He asks what it is. It replies that she is Pandora, or a small piece of Pandora. Pandora says she has no time and gets to the point. Lu is going to die. Lu is confused. Pandora says there is no time to explain, but he is important to her, so she will help. Pandora explains his body is rejecting the mana and is in shock. The secret art has failed. His body has no experience handling this power, at least not in this life. Lu asks what she means. The puzzle-like floor rises. Pandora says she is using her power to create an imaginary world containing all his past life memories. She warns his mind will get confused as his current and past memories clash. She tells him not to worry. Pandora says there is no dream he cannot wake from. If he truly wants to, he can wake up. If he succeeds, he will find the real Pandora. The scene changes. Lu is lying down. He looks forward and is shocked to see So-yeol. She asks how long he plans to sleep. Lu sits up in a panic, calling her name. So-yeol jokes she is not his mother. She then sees Lu is crying and asks with worry if he is okay or if he had a nightmare. Lu is confused. He tells So-yeol he had a weird dream but cannot remember it. So-yeol tells him he can rest more, she will handle that part-time job. Lu stands up, insisting he is fine. He says he just felt incredibly good seeing her. So-yeol blushes, turns away, and says he is talking nonsense. Lu tells her to wait and follows. As they walk, he thinks something feels strange, like he is forgetting something important. So-yeol calls for him to hurry. He agrees and decides it must have just been a dream. Lu asks So-yeol where they are going. So-yeol reminds him they are completing Persephone's job request to get golden apples before things change. Lu asks what is going to happen, and So-yeol says Ragnarok, asking if he has forgotten. The word Ragnarok triggers a painful memory for Lu of So-yeol's badly injured face, and his head hurts. So-yeol asks him what is wrong, but Lu says it is nothing. He then suddenly remembers this is not real, it is a world created from his memories. He knows he must find Pandora and escape. So-yeol asks why he is standing still, but Lu thinks it would be nice to rest in this memory for a while and enjoy his time. He tells her they should go. Above them, the Pandora piece watches, thinking Lu has forgotten the truth and wants to stay. Lu asks So-yeol how she never gives up, how she still has hope after so many failures. So-yeol becomes quiet and admits she is not strong. She says her heart became like stone from fear and watching people die. But she says there was always one person who gave her hope in every life when everything was ending, and that person is him, Lu. She says he never lets a bad situation overwhelm him, and always finds a way forward. She says seeing him risk everything to win gives her hope and stops her from ever giving up. As she speaks, the memory world sky begins to crack. Lu says quietly that he must go. He apologizes and tells So-yeol she must do this job alone. He says there is someone he has to save. The memory of So-yeol smiles at him. Lu smiles back and says they will meet again, and the world shatters. Lu is back on the platform with the Pandora piece. He asks if that was a memory from a past life. Pandora confirms it was from one of his first 100 lives. Lu becomes angry, realizing how much So-yeol must have suffered and died to become so emotionless in the present. The Pandora piece tells him his test is complete, it is time for the truth. A notification appears, memory of the beginning has activated. Lu is transported to his very first memory, when he was first born on Earth. He sees the mother of the beginning, who Pandora identifies as Gaia. Gaia is crying, saying a dark shadow is coming. A young So-yeol asks what is wrong. Gaia explains the shadow is chaos, the father of all things. We see young versions of Yethan, Adele, and Cloud. Gaia explains that all other gods are connected to chaos and cannot fight him. Just then, a small child steps forward and says he will defeat chaos. The current Lu recognizes this child as his past self. The young Lu says they are not gods, so they can fight. The other children mock him for being the weakest, smallest, and least talented. Young So Yul defends him. The young Lu admits they are right, but says he has never given up and never will. He says they must at least try, or they will never succeed. Gaia is moved by his words. She says because he has nothing, he has infinite possibilities and the highest chance to defeat chaos. She says she will scatter their births across different worlds to protect them, and create a system to help them. She tells the young Lu to become strong enough to protect the world. The scene ends. In the present, Lu gets a notification that he has awakened true power and absence. He gains a new ability, Remote Antiquity. Lux's power flows near his eyes. A final notification states he can now absorb any type of power, be it from a god or a devil. Lu opens his eyes with a new, dangerous look. We are shown blood on the ground. In the next scene, we see Lux, who is in terrible condition, facing Asmodeus. Asmodeus mocks Lux's poor swordsmanship, saying his technique is useless and his sword's edge is ruined. He says Lux is only trying to protect the orb behind him, and asks how long he can last. Asmodeus says in his current state, he could finish Lux with a small knife. Lux's body is failing, but he tells Asmodeus to shut up, calling him a god of talking, not a god of swords. Asmodeus is angered and says Lux's tongue is still moving even though his body has given up. Asmodeus decides to end him and launches his light swords at Lux, who stands helpless. Lux thinks this is bad and wonders how much longer Lu will take. Just then, the energy orb behind Lux begins to crack. Asmodeus notices the orb cracking open and releasing power. Lux opens his eyes and sees Lu has finally emerged. Lu apologizes for taking so long. Lux is relieved and sits on the ground, saying he has never been so happy to see Lu's ugly face. Lu tells Lux to rest and recover, he must live to see Elia again. Lux agrees. Asmodeus interrupts, he says it seems Lu has only gained a new mana element, and has not changed much. As he speaks, Lu vanishes. He reappears instantly in front of Asmodeus, moving so fast Asmodeus could not track him. Lu strikes with his sword, causing a huge explosion. Asmodeus manages to block the attack with one hand, but he is struggling. He brings up his other hand, admitting Lu has completely changed. He smiles, saying it will be more fun to cut him to pieces now. Asmodeus uses his infinite sword skill, a vertical slash that Lu barely dodges. The attack is so powerful it destroys a large part of the landscape behind him. Asmodeus laughs, impressed by Lu Nu's speed. He then uses the fifth form of his infinite sword, Dragon's Ascent. He creates a massive tornado of swords that begins to tear the area apart. Lu is trapped inside, surrounded by countless swirling blades. He thinks it looks like infinite swords, but as he concentrates, he realizes there is only one single, real sword hidden within the storm. He thinks if he can stop that one sword, he can absorb this power. Lu waits for the perfect moment, then swings his sword with all his might, striking the one true blade inside the tornado. A bright flash explodes outward. Asmodeus' sword flies out of the tornado, grazes his cheek, and lands beside him. Asmodeus is stunned, wondering how Lu found his sword. He looks back at the tornado, which has now turned completely blue. Asmodeus understands what happened and screams, asking how Lu dared to consume his power and make it his own. Asmodeus thinks Lu's ability is something no god possesses. He then smiles, saying he was like a frog in a well, unaware of the world outside. Asmodeus lowers his sword and concedes, saying Lu has won. Lu immediately unleashes the entire blue tornado, now under his control, back onto Asmodeus. A massive explosion occurs. When the blue power fades, Asmodeus is on his knees, his body slowly disappearing, while Lu stands over him. Asmodeus says his sword was never defeated, but he is proud to finally be beaten by a swordsman more skilled than himself. He says as the sword god, being killed by another sword god is the best end he could ask for. Asmodeus vanishes completely. Lu receives system notifications. He has awakened a new power by absorbing the ancient god of sword and is now the new true god of sword. He has also been promoted from a mid-level god to a supreme god. Lux walks over, calling Lu a true monster. Lu sees Lux's terrible condition and tells him not to move. Lux says he is fine and tells Lu to hurry through the gate. He says he will follow after he recovers. Lu reminds Lux of their contract, which allows Lu to summon him as his priest. Lu says he is leaving and will be back soon. He steps through the gate into Olympus. Immediately, a voice booms, asking how he dared to enter without permission. A giant fist smashes into Lu's sword, shocking him. Hephaestus appears, furious, and yells at the evil god to get out of Olympus. Hephaestus attacks Lu, yelling at the evil god to get out of Olympus. Lu asks Hephaestus why he is attacking him, but Hephaestus shouts that Lu dares to come to Olympus while reeking of the evil energy of a forgotten god. He accuses Lu of pretending not to know what is happening. Hephaestus punches Lu again, but Lu dodges, and the punch shatters the ground. Lu tries to explain there is a reason for his energy, but Hephaestus refuses to listen. He says he once considered Lu a friend and gives him one final warning to leave. This angers Lu, who says he has no more time to waste. He charges Hephaestus, saying if he cannot convince him with words, he will use force. Lu attacks with his sword, but Hephaestus blocks it with his bare hand. Hephaestus says he gave Lu a warning, but he can see Lu has truly become evil. Lu ignores him and yells at him to get out of the way. He needs to revive So Yul and has no time for this. He warns Hephaestus that if he does not move, he will cut him down. Lu unleashes a powerful slash at Hephaestus' head. The attack hits him and sends him flying into a wall. Hephaestus becomes serious and asks if So Yul is really dead. Lu confirms it, saying that is why he must find Hades to stop her soul from departing. Hephaestus' anger suddenly erupts, shaking the entire area. He says it does not matter who died, anyone with the energy of a forgotten god is forbidden in Olympus. As the god of blacksmiths and creator of this place, he must protect it, even if it means fighting his own friends. Hephaestus summons a dangerous weapon called the Pain Spear. He hurls it at Lu, vowing not to let him pass. Lu realizes words are useless and prepares his own sword. He uses Asmodeus' skill, Vertical Slash, which cuts the Pain Spear in half and continues onward, wounding Hephaestus. Hephaestus screams in pain but declares it is nothing and attacks again. Lu tells him to stop, the winner is decided, and he will die if he continues. Hephaestus ignores him and summons another masterpiece, Solus, a sphere of energy. Lu attacks again, causing a massive explosion. When the dust settles, Lu is standing over Hephaestus and has cut off one of his arms. Hephaestus tells Lu he is still too soft-hearted and asks why he is hesitating. He needs to hurry and save So Yul. Lu asks why he pushed it this far. Hephaestus explains that a god's name is his destiny. A god who fails to fulfill his destiny becomes a forgotten god. He then grabs Lu's sword and pulls it into his own chest. He dies smiling, saying he would rather die fulfilling his destiny than be forgotten. As Hephaestus fades, Lu absorbs his power. Lu apologizes and thanks him. He receives a notification that he has awakened a new power. He can now understand all equipment effects are doubled, and his sword Excalibur has unlocked new abilities. Lu says he must move on and enters the underworld to find Hades. The story of Orpheus is recounted, who convinced Hades to return his wife. Lu says he is different, and will not beg. Green lightning strikes, and Hades appears. Hades tells the insect to leave. Lu refuses, saying he will not leave until So Yul is revived. Hades is angered by Lu's arrogance. He warns Lu to choose his next words carefully or be torn apart. Lu is silent for a moment, then he demands Hades bring So Yul back to life. He says he is not asking for permission, he is telling Hades he must do it. Hades yells at Lu that he must be eager to join the dead and attacks with his dark power. A notification appears. Hephaestus' power has boosted Lu Hermes' boots, allowing him to use them without divine power. Lu easily dodges the attack. Another notification shows his speed boost is combining with the boots, making him even faster. Lu moves instantly, appearing before Hades and slashing him across the chest. Hades stands perfectly still, completely unharmed. He mocks Lu, saying it is foolishness. No sword can leave a scratch on him. The slash mark on Hades' body heals instantly. Hades says death is his other name, and he cannot be destroyed. He counterattacks, obliterating the ground where Lu stood. Hades unleashes a massive blast, but Lu uses his new speed to emerge from the dust cloud unharmed. Lu tells Hades he has a misunderstanding, he did not attack to hurt him. A notification appears, showing Lu combining black fire, ice, and lightning. Lu says he was wondering why there was no entrance to the underworld. He realized Hades must have hidden it behind his castle. Hades looks shocked. Lu activates his sword god power, Infinite Sword Extreme Form, and names the attack Heaven Fall. A gigantic sword of pure energy forms in the sky, aimed directly at Hades' castle and the hidden underworld gate. Hades panics and turns, unleashing his full power to create a desperate shield. He screams at Lu, asking if he understands what he is doing. He warns that if the gate breaks, all the souls from the underworld will flood the human world, turning it into a true hell. Lu replies that Hades does not understand. While all the gods were busy protecting Olympus, the human world already became hell. Lu says he came from that hell, alone and powerless, but then he met So-Yeol, and she became his entire world. He says he would destroy hell itself to be with her. Lu thrusts his hand down, and the Heaven Fall sword descends. Hades cannot hold it back and screams for him to stop. The giant sword crashes into the gate, and a brilliant white light engulfs everything. Lu finds himself standing in a blank, empty space. He hears a girl's voice behind him. He turns and sees So-Yeol. She tells him he always does what he wants, but this time he has gone too far. The entire underworld is shaking. Lu is overjoyed and says he missed her so much. He tells her to come with him so they can leave. So-Yeol calls him a fool and says it is too late. Flower petals begin to fall, and Lu recognizes them as belonging to Samson. So-Yeol says her time is up and she must go. Lu asks if she is going to reincarnate again. He warns her that Chaos knows about her reincarnations now. So-Yeol says she knows, but she must keep trying. A flashback shows a young So-Yeol asking Mother Gaia for the power of reincarnation, with the condition that she keeps all her memories. Mother Gaia warns her that this is a curse, not a blessing. She will be bound by the chains of all her bad memories and will never be able to move forward. Young So-Yeol insists. She says she wants to do it to help the little one, Lu, so he never strays from his path. Back in the present, So-Yeol tells Lu she will find him in the next life and begins to fade away. Lu lunges forward and grabs her hand, stopping her. He asks why she must always be the one to sacrifice. He begs her to stop this role. He knows she does not want this pain. So-Yeol breaks down, yelling at him to let her go, and starts crying. She says this pain is not new, and if it were easy to stop, she would have ended it long ago. She says even if she kills herself, the pain never ends. Lu suddenly pulls her into a hug. He tells her he will help her, he has a way, and he asks her to please come back with him. So-Yeol's eyes widen, a new light of hope appearing in them. So-Yeol cries, saying she cannot take it anymore. She is tired of dying and watching everyone she cares about die in every life. Just then, Samson appears. She says it is strange, and she had not expected this. Lu asks Samson what she is doing there. Lu and So-Yeol quickly let go of each other. Samson teases them not to be shy, it is a natural thing. She then becomes serious, and says she overheard So-Yeol refusing to reincarnate. Samson explains that reincarnation is not going back in time, it is like closing one book and starting a new one. By refusing reincarnation, So-Yeol is refusing to be reborn. Samson says she is the one who rules over reincarnation. She asks Lu if he will give up and walk away if she, Samson, refuses to accept So-Yeol's choice. Lu understands the question. He immediately summons his sword, Snow White, and aims it at Samson. He declares he has made his decision. He will not let So-Yeol be sacrificed again. He says So-Yeol has sacrificed herself for the world too many times, and he will not let it happen again, even if he has to stand against Samson herself. Samson looks serious, then suddenly bursts out laughing. She raises her hand, and Lu's transformed sword reverts to its normal snow-white form. Samson scolds him like a child, asking if he really does not know what kind of person she is. Lu is confused. Samson explains she knew about his plan all along and was just testing his resolve. She says his plan is incredibly dangerous, but she just wants to see both of them happy after they have sacrificed so much. She holds their hands and tells them she will help in any way she can. So Yeol emotionally thanks her. The scene changes, and Lu uses his divine power to summon all of his priests. A large explosion occurs, and his 5 priests appear: Yethan, Adele, Cloud, Pharaoh, and Lux. Adele sees So-Yeol standing behind Lu and rushes to hug her, crying that she missed her. Adele then scolds Lu, saying if anyone has to die, it should be him next time. Meanwhile, Cloud introduces himself to Pharaoh. Pharaoh says he was born in 3100 BC, making him ancient. Cloud boasts that he is the strongest after Lu and So-Yeol, and that talent matters more than age. Samson watches them, but her happiness fades. She says the world is ending and they must talk. She asks Lu for his plan now that So-Yeol has broken the cycle of reincarnation. Lu states seriously that their only option is to defeat chaos. Samson tells him he has said that in every life. Gaia's prophecy said he would need 12 priests to stop chaos, but he has only ever gathered 6 in this life. She asks if this time will be another failure. Lu says she is right that he has not gathered them yet, but that is only for now. He reveals he has the fragment of Pandora. A status window confirms that his sword, Snow White, is the fragment of Pandora. Lu explains his plan. He will use Snow White's power to control time and travel to the past, to the very beginning of the first Ragnarok. There, they will find his past priests. By combining the power of his past and present priests, they will fulfill the prophecy of 12 and gain an opening to attack chaos. So-Yeol thinks the plan is insane but might actually work. Samson gives a grave warning. She says traveling to the past goes against the laws of nature. He will lose all divine protection and become an unknown entity. She says with reincarnation no longer an option, there is no room for a single mistake. She asks Lu if he is truly willing to bet everything on this one plan. Lu places his hand on his heart and says he is. He knows this is the only path to victory. He then turns to his priests and gives them a choice. They can follow him, or they can stay behind, be reincarnated, and start a new life. Cloud says Lu is hurting his feelings. Adele says she does not care about reincarnation, she wants to live this life. Yethan pledges to stay by his side. Pharaoh says Lu saved him, and he entrusts his life to him. Lux says he just wants a world where he can live peacefully with his sister. Lu is moved by their loyalty. So-Yeol tells him not to get happy yet, they can party after they save the world. Samson cries, proud of their bravery. As the god of reincarnation, she gives them her blessing to follow their path, saying it may be their final goodbye. The scene changes. Lu and his team are in the mountains, heading for the Temple of Zeus. As they approach, a massive explosion erupts from the temple. A soldier runs to Zeus, reporting that the god of sword Lu and his priests are attacking the temple. The soldier says they are too powerful to stop. Lu appears and yells that Zeus is a coward, hiding in his temple while the world is being destroyed. A soldier draws his sword, telling Lu he has lost his mind and must bow before Zeus. Yethan punches the soldier, knocking him down, and says they should bow to his master. Lu tells Zeus he knows he tortured Prometheus for Pandora's prophecy, but prophecies are never clear. He accuses Zeus of hiding to protect his throne, and suggests Zeus is secretly protecting Pandora's door, which must be nearby. He asks Zeus if he wants to know how to open it. Enraged, Zeus leaps from his throne and appears in front of Lu, saying he must want to die. As Zeus throws a punch, So-Yeol attacks, cutting his hand. Zeus is furious, and all the priests attack him at once. King Arthur blessing activates, increasing all his priests' power. Pharaoh punches Zeus in the face, and Adele blasts him with fire. Lux and Cloud follow up with a combined slash attack, causing a huge explosion that shatters the temple wall. Behind the wall, Lu sees a strange door. He realizes Zeus was taking their attacks to protect it. So Yo walks towards the door, and a moon symbol on her head begins to glow, matching a symbol on the door. Pandora appears, saying she has been waiting for this moment. Lu recognizes her from his dream. Pandora says that was just a fragment, she is the real Pandora. Lu asks why she is helping him. She says their goals are the same and offers him her power. A crystal, her essence, floats from her to Lu. She says it is the power to control time. As Lu accepts it, Cloud and Soyeol discuss fighting chaos. Suddenly Zeus, who was pretending to be defeated, moves with incredible speed and grabs Pandora. Zeus smiles, saying he has waited for this moment ever since she stole Cronus' power. Lu charges, but Zeus kicks him, sending him flying. Zeus tells Pandora she cannot hide from him forever. Lu yells at Zeus to stop, saying they need Pandora to defeat Chaos. Zeus laughs, he calls Lu a fool and says Pandora is Chaos' puppet. Zeus reveals it was Pandora who opened the box and released Chaos. Lu is stunned. Zeus declares an end to their talk and activates his strongest attack, Descent's Trap. The entire mountain is struck by immense lightning. He summons his ultimate weapon, saying he sealed Pandora away because her power could destroy Olympus. He unleashes his full power, telling Lu he will erase him from existence. As Zeus attacks, Pandora screams and unleashes her own energy, enveloping Lu and his priests. Zeus' attack completely vaporizes the mountain, leaving only a crater. Zeus glares at Pandora and says her time power will not save them. He opens his mouth to consume her, saying they will all die when she is gone. The scene changes. Lu is in a beautiful, unknown place. He realizes Pandora used her power to save them. Zeus' words, that Pandora was the one who started everything, echo in his mind. He then hears shouting and sees a group of people beating a young boy who looks just like him. Lu stands near a wall and realizes he is in his past. He remembers everything. He watches two bullies take his younger self's shoes, saying they will throw them in the trash. The other boy says Lu has no ability, and no one will miss him if he dies. The current Lu remembers how he worked hard to get into a private school with a scholarship, only to be bullied for having no ability. He remembers finding his shoes in the trash later that evening. He felt his courage break, but then a mysterious person motivated him. Lu now understands that person was his future self. He realizes happiness does not come from talent. He looks at Pandora's power in his hand, understanding how to use it. He changes his clothes, preparing to motivate his younger self. The scene suddenly changes. Zeus stands with a girl who is holding a box. This is Pandora. Zeus says her power is amazing, but he will kill her to stop the future from ever happening. Just as he attacks, Lu arrives, blocking the blow with his infinite sword. Lu activates his armor. He calls Zeus a coward for trying to kill Pandora instead of fighting Chaos. Zeus shouts that killing Pandora is the only way to stop Chaos, and tells Lu to get out of his way. Lu refuses. He thinks of Cloud, his first priest, and remembers Adele. He thinks that Pandora is the reason he became the person he is, the person who met his friends. He says he will not let Zeus destroy those precious memories. Lu attacks Zeus. Zeus unleashes his full lightning power, shouting that he will sacrifice the world to stop Chaos. He summons his lightning weapon. Lu yells that Zeus only cares about his throne. Lu suddenly realizes this moment feels familiar, like he has been here before. He sees Pandora struggling under Zeus' power. He knows he cannot fight Zeus and protect her. He decides to move the fight somewhere else. He thinks of the sky. He remembers a flash of lightning from his past and understands. He realizes everything is already written. He uses Pandora's power, grabs Zeus, and activates time travel. They appear in the past, in the middle of a fierce rainstorm. Zeus' lightning bolt is piercing Lu's chest. Zeus is confused, asking Lu why he did not dodge. Lu simply grabs the lightning bolt. Lu says he always wondered what lightning activated his status window all those years ago. Now he knows it was Zeus. Lu begins to absorb the lightning. Zeus screams that it is impossible. Lu pulls out his sword and says Zeus already killed him once, so this is his second life. He copies Zeus' power, and his own sword turns into blue lightning. He stabs Zeus, saying this is the lightning that fell on him. The blue lightning strikes down from the clouds. Far below, the younger Lu looks up and gives the middle finger just as the lightning hits him, awakening his power. The scene changes. Lu is back with Pandora. He asks her if it is true, did she release chaos? Pandora quietly admits she did, she had no other choice. She says she did it to free humanity from the control of the gods. She revealed her name is Pandora, the child of the beginning. She explains that as the child of the beginning, the gods celebrated her birth but did not truly love her. They treated her like an object, a source of divine power to be kept locked away. When she learned their true intentions, she sought the truth and opened Pandora's box. Lu angrily asks if she realizes she doomed the world by releasing chaos. Pandora says she knew from Prometheus what would happen, she knew Lu would come. She says she had to open the box to stop him. Lu asks who she is talking about, but Pandora says she cannot say while Lu has the system, because she can hear them. Lu is frustrated. Pandora says she is also sad, but she did everything to save humanity. She tells Lu that he is selfish for keeping her alive only because he has a reason. She is the cause of the world's destruction, so he cannot just let her go. Lu points his sword at her throat, saying he will show no mercy. He tells Pandora he is making her his priest, forcing her to give him her plans, her life, and all her rights. Pandora, seeing she has no choice, agrees. The priest contract is completed. Pandora says she hopes the child of salvation can end this. A notification appears. Lu is gaining control of Cronus' power, time travel. Lu tells Pandora to leave everything to him, and not to talk so kindly to him next time. He then disappears. The scene changes to the fairy world. Elia is badly injured and trapped as the ceiling collapses. She believes her end is near, but she is glad she got her revenge on the gods. Just as the rocks are about to crush her, Lux appears and saves her. Lu and all his priests arrive. Lu snaps his fingers, activating self-healing on Elia. He explains they used Pandora's door to travel from the future. Elia is horrified. She says Chaos told her about Pandora and that they should all be dead. She flies into a rage, asking if her efforts were for nothing. Lux tries to calm her, apologizing for everything, but Elia shoves him away. She screams that he cannot understand her pain. He does not know what it was like to see their world and family die, only for her to be given hope by Chaos, the very being who destroyed them. Lux says he does understand, he also suffered, but he focused on protecting her. He says he met Lu Group and learned that family is about trust, not just responsibility. He tearfully apologizes to Elia. Elia weeps, saying it is too late, her hands are stained with too much blood. Lu steps forward and offers her a chance to fix everything. He says they need her power to open gates to other dimensions so they can defeat Chaos. He offers her his hand. Elia hesitates, then takes it, agreeing to help. The scene changes. The group arrives in a strange, red space. Lu says this must be where Chaos lives. So Yul says the place feels familiar, it is the land where they were all born, but it looks so different now. Lu says in that case, Chaos and Gaia must both be here. He looks forward and sees Chaos, a giant red monster. We see Chaos standing over Mother Gaia, telling her she cannot seal him. Gaia commands him to disappear, but Chaos begins to forcefully absorb her. Suddenly, a powerful energy beam blasts a hole through Chaos, freeing Gaia. So Yul appears and catches Gaia as she falls. Chaos regenerates instantly. He recognizes So Yul as the child of the beginning and attacks her in a rage. Lu arrives in a flash of blue energy, slicing Chaos in two. Chaos regenerates again, laughing that Lu time tricks are useless. Gaia weakly tells So Yul they must stop Chaos before he swallows the entire universe. Lu tells So Yul to get Gaia to safety. He leaps and attacks Chaos again, cutting him to pieces, but Chaos simply reforms. Chaos says all of Lu power originates from him, so his attacks are useless. Chaos disables Lu's power and summons four forgotten gods: Neptune, Nether Granny, the sword god Asmodeus, and another. The gods taunt Lu and attack all at once. Lu prepares to fight, but his priests suddenly appear, intercepting every attack. Cloud yells for Lu to go fight Chaos while they handle the gods. Lu protests, saying they cannot handle them alone. Just then, the ground rises, and Elia appears. She tells Lu to trust his priests, they are stronger than he thinks and might even win. She says he also has her, Chaos' former right hand, on his side now. She tells Lu he must defeat Chaos so they can all survive. Lu agrees. Elia uses her power to launch Lu high into the air toward Chaos. As Lu flies, he combines all his elemental powers and unleashes a new attack, Infinite Sword Sky Breaker. Dozens of giant swords emerge from his back and impale Chaos, causing a massive explosion. Cloud and Adele are amazed, but So Yul says it is not enough. She is right. Chaos easily stops all the swords and absorbs them, saying Lu's attacks are like ants. Lu looks at Chaos' giant eye and senses immense danger. He screams at his priests to get back. Chaos unleashes a devastating attack that shatters the entire battlefield, trapping the priests in the rubble. Chaos teleports instantly, appearing beside So Yul and snatching Gaia from her. He begins to forcefully absorb Gaia, who screams in agony as her body turns dark. So Yul watches in horror, believing they have lost, as the prophecy required 12 priests, not 6. In the midst of the destruction, Lu stands completely unharmed. He thanks his sword, Snow White. Snow White appears in her human form, trying to stop Lu from approaching Chaos alone. So Yul flies to Lu's side, asking what his plan is. Lu looks at Case and says there is only one way left. He is going to absorb Chaos. So Yul is terrified. Lu tells her to take care of his priests, then leaps toward Chaos' giant eye. He activates his absorption ability. Chaos laughs, saying Lu cannot possibly handle his power, and willingly floods Lu with his dark energy. Lu's body begins to turn black, but he strains against the power. He yells that you never know until you try. He finally understands his purpose. He was born without an ability so that one day he would have the capacity to absorb Chaos. Lu focuses all his power, and a blinding white light, like a nuclear blast, erupts from him, engulfing everything.